Where'd the intro go, right?
Yeah, we got some problems here.
What's going on?
I shut it off and it's still running. I don't believe this. We're in trouble.
Why? What's the trouble? What's happening? If you just click it again, it should come back.
Okay. You know what? I'll be right back. Hold the fort.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I'll be back.
It's heavy.
What? Wait a minute. I gotta shut this thing off here somehow.
What do you got to
It ain't
shut
gonna
off?
work. This is weird. I never had this problem before. Hold on here.
Everything seems fine on this end.
Hold on, I'll get you this here. Weird.
Yeah, you just stopped the intro prematurely. That's all. No big deal.
It's no loop.
What are you trying to do?
Try to shut it off.
Shut what off?
The music. I got music like crazy here.
Oh, it's coming through your computer?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not coming through StreamYard. We can't hear it.
It's coming through here.
Do you have a movie playing or something? Or YouTube? Check the YouTubes. It looks like something might be running then. That's not running. Yeah, click mute on that. That's why. You have the YouTube.
That's weird. That's never happened before. Well,
Did you shut
everybody.
that off?
Yep, I got it off now.
Or mute? Okay.
I was wondering where the heck that was coming from. Like, God, got it, man. That's the first time that ever happened. Anyway, welcome back, Race for Vets. We had some difficulties you would not believe. On freaking real. First, my headphones blew up. Huh?
Who's we? Go on.
Yeah, you're right. Google. Have to blame somebody. No, my headphones.
It was all intentional. It was all a setup for you to get
people over here.
Yeah.
Unreal. I cannot believe this. And then this happened. The double. I don't know how that happened, but anyway, welcome back to Race for Vets, everybody. Sorry for the mishap. What a pain in the butt. But I did get new headphones out of it. My daughter came on over here and she gave me my birthday gift. That was my birthday in 1990, and I got new headphones with lights on it, and it's kind of dusty.
Wright's promises to compensate everybody for the mishap. That's all good.
Wow. So free with my money. So anyway, yeah.
That's why I'm here.
Uh-oh. Guess who's here?
I'm not good at guessing.
He's kind of a cool dude.
Oh, maybe I'm better at guessing.
Yeah, let me send him the link through the phone here. So hold on there, Joe.
Could it be the Joe Qual?
Yep, it sure is. Hold on, Joe.
Everybody fasten your laces.
Hold on here. I'll get him going right here. Hold on, Joe.
That's right, Joe. It always tastes better when she makes it, doesn't it? Joe says, I'm going to grab some milk and cookies and listen for a while. And then he says, actually, I'm going to ask my girlfriend to go get it.
Smart man. Could you have her delivered over here in Michigan? I love cookies.
Boy, you're really taking advantage of this 5 Cent Friday thing.
Yeah. It's the only time I get to feed myself.
You gotta wait a whole week to have a bite, eh?
Yeah, I'll tell you, my wife loves me. Did you get the link, Joe Cool? Might as well sit back because this is going to take about an hour and 15 minutes. I got three videos.
Are we gonna do all that first? Is that the plan?
Yeah, get it over with. This way we can sit there and talk.
Okay.
No interruptions, I promise you. After this,
We got looks like the Chad's in the house.
oh, Chad's in the house. I didn't see him.
Yep, Chad's in the house, and 4 other viewers. 2 of them are
Want a link
lurkers.
too? See, Chad want a link. So StreamYard doesn't like you, you bad baby. Chad, you want a link? Before I start?
Better charge big money for that one.
Well, you know he's from Canada. You know Canadian people are. They got money.
Right. They do.
Yeah. Oh, there's Chad right there. What's he say? Joe Cool. Okay, well. All right, let me start this up and they can figure it out. And then if he wants it, he's got my phone number anyway. So, all right, everybody, we're going to start this up. The first thing we're going to start with is immigrants enjoy your lodging on the taxpayers' money. So, the whole reason for this one is to show you how much the government really cares about Merca people. And I'm not saying America, Merca, because they don't give a damn about us. They're allowing immigrants to come in here, giving them free everything so they can vote. So the immigrants can say, oh, wow, they get us freedom over here. Meanwhile, cartels coming in, drugs coming in, crimes coming in, and the government don't give a shit. But anyway, this will give you an idea what's going on. We'll start it from here. And let me start this thing up. Okay. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Brought to you by Rights for Vets. Ew.
Annual Army-Navy game, if you've never been, it's a really big deal. Thousands of military families go every year, which means they need hotel rooms. But this year, some veterans are being told, take a hike.
We recently were notified that we are no longer able to accommodate any groups, as the hotels are now being leased out to the state of Massachusetts for refugees. I've never had a hotel take back a block of rooms.
Now, that travel agent told The Angle that at least 60 rooms reserved for military families have been canceled. Geary Hotel Management, that operates the hotels involved, told Fox News that they consider it a privilege and to offer a safe haven to those who've been forced to flee their homes due to challenging circumstances. Joining me now is Judge Janine Pirro, co-host of The Five. Judge, Massachusetts has a right to shelter law like New York does, but apparently not for vets and their families. They don't have any rights.
You know, when you think about it, Laura, I mean, what is more patriotic than an Army-Navy game? And when you think about these are military families, as you said, ex-servicemen, retired academy graduates, they're all being told, as you said, to take a hike so that illegals can get a room on the taxpayer's dime. And the truth is, these people paid for this room in advance, and the hotel is not even making an effort to get them another room. And this is really a microcosm of what's happening in America, where Americans are taking a backseat to illegals about whom we know nothing, and we're paying the bill for them. And this is simply an outrage. She can call this, Maura Healy can call this a right to shelter state, and she can declare all the emergencies she wants. But there are some hotels that are not accepting illegals, that are not engaging like this Geary Hotel Group is engaging. So
we should celebrate those hotels and motels or say we're for people legally in the United States who aren't trying to scam the system.
Well, the Best Western, they refuse to engage in that. And while this other group is saying, you know, we're proud to take in the refugees, who says they're refugees?
My question is the government giving them more money per room? You want to bet? I bet that bottom dollar to my late mother. That's exactly what happened. They're getting more per room,
Yep.
going with the illegals than they are with the veterans. And that is exactly what must be happening.
The sad part about all this is that now it's not just the politicians who are complaining. Every average American from every city, state, village,
Well, they better
it's
vote.
been run over. They better vote. That's the only way to resolve it.
The Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey has kind of kicked up a little bit of a fuss about illegal immigration.
Not that much.
But this is what she says they need.
I'm very distressed to learn that any veteran may have been moved from a hotel who had booked a hotel for that game. As I understand it, those were decisions made by area hotels. We need two things from the Biden administration. We need federal funding and we need expedited work authorizations. There is unanimity in terms of the opinion on that.
So she's upset about the expulsion from the hotels if they happen, but her move is just give them work papers.
Well, she wants to give them working permits. She's not doing anything about the hotels. All she's saying is she's disappointed, but she clearly is part of the problem. Because if there is an arrangement by some hotels to take money and others not to, that tells you that there is a certain amount of discretion.
You know, the best is when she asked for help at the of Massachusetts to offer up rooms for migrants. How many liberals, and my whole family originally is from Massachusetts, but how many liberals in Massachusetts do you think are opening up their homes? It's like the Pope saying we need more migrants. Open up the Vatican Wall. Where all the migrants I'm tired of that. It's like one fan.
It's crazy. First of all, the government doesn't know who they are, and we should let them into our homes. Americans are sensing what's going on, and that's why the Biden administration is starting to turn the page a little bit.
Remember the Martha's Vineyard thing? Like 50 migrants get sent to the vineyard. The vineyard are like, we love the migrants. Here's a sandwich. Leave. Leave now.
And they said they didn't like the weather. They said they left because they didn't like the weather. But you know what, Laura, this is a sad commentary on America and what's going on. I don't know what we're going to do.
Coming back from this, how does America come back from this?
By putting in a different administration who recognizes that the rule of law matters, and that is, it is illegal to cross unless you have a visa.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to have to be deported.
Indeed.
Millions of people who are here unlawfully on fraudulent justifications for asylum have to be deported.
How about 85% who are found not to have a legitimate asylum claim? As soon as that's determined, out.
What's 85% of 8.7? Do it quickly, because that's how many are going to have to be deported. Judges, so great to see you.
Here in New York.
Awesome. All right, you heard about the week according to.
Heard about the law and everything else. You know, if you want to get rid of this, you got to vote right. Bullshit. The law is the law. And if they really want to stick with the law, they could do it right now. That Constitution, you can just throw it in the toilet. Wipe your ass on it. I mean, they just do whatever they want to do. Get the hell out of the grid. How you doing, Joe Cool? How's Chicago doing?
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
okay, that's enough. So anyway, what we're talking...
He said his piece.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Joe.
All right. Yeah. So what do you guys think of the video? I missed it. I mean, I saw the video. I missed any comments. So.
You want to know what I'm going to be straight, bold, and blunt.
Yeah.
Who gives a flying fuck?
Anybody else?
I agree with Guru. Who gives a shit?
Nah, it's a bit of a cop out. Baby Jane, please tell me that you're here and let me hear what you think.
She said her piece too.
Uh,
Why do I say that? Why do I say who gives a flying fuck?
Yeah. I don't know. I give a fuck. I give a fuck. Why do you say who gives a fuck? Probably because you need to detach from that nonsense anyway.
That'd be a good answer.
Yeah.
Nonsense would be the key word. Gibberish, you know, stuff that is an utter, complete distraction and only a problem for those who think they have some sort of obligatory entitlement to government handouts and being spoon-fed, which I think is what this entire stream should probably be centered and focused on. I was thinking about this earlier. This age-old classic ideology and word called entitlement.
Yeah.
And that's what people are bitter over, right? Like when you're hearing this, it's what I'm hearing is people crying over other people getting a handout from government that they're not getting. That's only something that you're going to cry over if you are wanting to be spoon-fed by government. Why do you want to be spoon-fed? Why do you care if other people are spoon-fed? Why do you think that other people have some sort of obligation to spoon-feed you and you not take care of yourself?
Yeah. In fact, all that's absolutely true. In fact, you think a healthy mind would be happy that people are getting help. And this is what it made me think of. Theater. The whole thing is a very effective op. I saw earlier today where they have put some migrants in a school gym in some black neighborhood, say they needed the room, and kicked the fucking football team out.
Wow.
I say all the citizens that this was gonna cause is by design. Let's see if somebody's not.
I'm gonna go a little bit into, because I understand Wright's psychology. He got duped hard with falling for going into the military, and now he's seeing after going through all that, which is his own responsibility, of course, for his own choosing. He chose that path in life, and he fell for it, and he's got to come to terms with that, and he's healing from that. That being said, part of that healing is realizing that not only did you get duped, but you were never entitled to any sort of compensation for that scam. And now he's got to, rectify and resolve that and watch it.
Wait. I gotta understand. Let me make sure. You say he was never entitled to any bread for the scam with fucking with the military?
Right.
Really?
He's not. Nobody is. Nobody's entitled to that.
He put in work though.
So
it was a job.
I'll bring it back. Yeah, I'm jumping off the basement window. I'll break down.
Well, you don't see God coming down and ensuring that entitlement be enforced, do you?
No. So he said that entitlement being enforced.
Yeah. So, if there was the conversation, if there should be entitlement, would be a subjective conversation. The fact that it's subjective is your first clue that there is no default entitlement. It would be an opinion or an idea, right?
Really, I'm still not sold. Goods for services. That exchange is wrong, bad.
It's not whether it's bad or wrong or not. It's what happens is the outcome shows you reality of fact. It's not a subjective opinion thing. The reality part of the situation. That's where the lesson is. You see.
I have no idea, but I am just smoking a lot. But I still want to grab this. All right. Anybody can help me? Nobody. It's just me up here. Vets, right? You get that shit.
Here's the real
gap on there, Joe.
Here's the real lesson about it.
Yeah. All right. Come on. Let's try it again.
Let me just finish the lesson part. The real lesson part about that is to learn what happens when you trust people you shouldn't trust, and move on and move forward, and don't do that again.
Right. Yeah.
That's all.
Play them the long way. That's what we call it. Play them the long way from then on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You hear that saying, your best bet, hire the vet. They don't hire no vets. They hire people that come from across seas and get paid here.
I was talking to Von Erich about this the other one. It's a scrimmage match, except the players don't know that they're on the same team and they're being pawns used against each other. But the coaches and the league, they're all the same people.
Good analogy, yeah. I mean, that would have did it for me. If I didn't even know you and you laid it out like that, I'd be like, I get it.
Well, Rice is having a foundation here, here, I'll pass the cup over. Give me a nickel, will you?
I forgot, man. Rogue was asking for $1 from every one of his subscribers today. I wanted to go over there and give them something. They trying to screw them. It's complicated. That's why I'm not jumping into it.
I think you should jump in. I want to hear what you're thinking.
Wait, before that, something I wanted you to explain to me. Let's see if I can grab it back. The dude, how come he isn't owed money for the services he put in, rights, or any military motherfucker? Why aren't they owed money for the services? If I build your house, don't you owe me?
Oh yeah, I got a VA loan. It took me 8 months to get the mother freaker. They gave me a fine tooth comb, and they kept saying, "Well, how come you got this credit card?" I said, "I didn't know anything about it." Then it dawned on me, "Oh yeah, they sent it to me in the mail, and I threw it in the garbage." Oh,
yeah.
Well,
that's the problem with capitalism. But anyways, go on.
Yeah, we lost your DD 214. You have to get another one. What the, I had to get my DD. That's my history of my military.
Thank you, because I didn't know. Yeah.
Now, you want to hear the clincher? My dad almost got fired from the government. He worked for the government because I caused so much chaos, and I told the truth. I wrote the senator and the AG, the assistant general. Yeah. And I thought I was trying to get a job there. And my dad kept saying, "Well, I don't understand how come you can't get a job. You're a veteran." So my dad checked into it, and he says, "Oh, hell, they're hiring people coming in here that are not vets." So I wrote to the AG and my senator, and I received a letter that says, "We want to meet you over here and blah, 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 blah time." And I said, "Oh, boy." I'm telling my wife, "Man, I got a job." So I get myself all prettied up, tie, suit, shine my shoes, military,
Yeah.
Oh, well, came in the building, big building, opened up the door, the big room, one empty desk, nobody's there. I'm like, what the fuck? Did I get and I'm looking at the number. So I start walking in, and all of a sudden I hear, "Hey, rights." And I recognize the voice. It was my dad. And I turned around and I said, "What the hell are you doing?" He says, "Whatever you do, please tell me you don't want the job. They're going to fire me."
Damn.
I says, "You got to be kidding me." So I walked in. I said, "Where's the guy at?" He pointed to the door, which was right next to the desk. And I walked in there, closed the door, and I told the sucker, I said, "Look, you motherfucker." I said, "You got me by the balls." But I said, "You fire my dad." I said, "I'm going to pursue this." And I said, "I already have your name."
Right.
So that was it. Two of the guys, he says, "I won't fire your dad." And he didn't. And I didn't pursue it. But this is how crooked the government is.
I might be jumping on Guru's side a little bit, at least here. I was okay with the other stuff we're talking about. However, the vet getting preferential treatment on jobs and shit, not so sure I'm behind that part.
They don't.
I mean, if there's something that said vets should, I'm not so sure. That's what you were implying. They're hiring motherfuckers, but vets should have got that job as opposed to that regular person. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, well, all this is trying to, again, put band-aids on the situation to, and complaining about the bleeding.
Yes.
And nobody wants to look at where the knife is.
Yeah, that makes sense, sir.
That's where the cut is, where the knife is.
Yeah, and nobody wants to talk about not only where the knife is, but how to avoid the knife, how to avoid getting cut, how to not
both
get into it with the knife.
But there's a reason for that. Both we know. Everybody knows get you hurt. Everybody who knows of an Andrew Tate or so and so knows, or even on every level, but certainly on that level, the more you speak, the more they hurt you. I certainly know well on a cop watch level, you probably know the more boisterous you are. You probably saw the Long Island and shit where they came to this crib and all these different people, they've been charging new charges on them, going back in their vids. The more you speak out, they find ways to set you up.
Now, why is that?
Because the system needs to survive. It doesn't matter if they're good or evil. The system must survive. Yeah,
that's what they fear the most. So it's not just a matter of speaking out. I mean, that's the first part, but it's also talking and showing proactive things that individuals can do, so that the people who are dependent on you being dependent on the system can no longer be a parasite to you anymore. And that's what they fear the most, right?
Yes, right. You are cattle. You're a commodity. They can't have you really do the free shit. It must be an illusion. Yeah.
This is what this is where a bit of the sort of flip-flop mindset is of the citizenry class is, if you want to complain about the entitlement factor that the government is leeching off you as a parasite with your taxes and stuff, well, stop complaining about not getting any benefits as well, and thinking you're entitled to any of these things. You got to lead by example, secede yourself from all that bullshit.
Yes.
In
you'd have
doing
to do
so,
it. Yeah.
right. In doing so, not only are you fixing yourself, not band-aiding it, you're fixing yourself, you're also
Right.
starving the parasite at the same time.
Right.
That's how you solve this.
Agree. Both simultaneously. I agree.
Oh, government's just nothing but lies. That's all they are. Filthy, lying bastards.
What you'd have
You
to
know-
starve from. That's very logical. Yeah.
While I agree with that statement there, Wrights, at the same time, you're making a statement for also all the citizenry, because all the citizenry believes in government. So what does that make all the citizenry as well? Honest
Fools.
people? Fools, right. Honest people or liars?
Well, they don't know they're on. They don't know they're. That's a good question. They don't know that they're fools. They've been so indoctrinated.
Does that excuse them for lying?
No, it does not excuse them for lying. No, it doesn't. I agree.
Not knowing it doesn't excuse you for accepting and believing in a lie for faith value without question. That makes you just as much a culprit to the dishonesty as the narrative setter, doesn't it?
Wait a minute, Joe Cool, you're up to is your wife coming up? Oh, wait a minute, Chad. Okay, I'm on here.
I was about to say, I didn't know if she's in the chat. I didn't look in the chat.
Chad. You know Chad, right, Joe Cool?
I do. It's Chad up there. You say my wife. Why Chad got to be my wife, yo? What's that about?
Well, no,
I didn't think Joe swung that way.
Right? What's that?
No, never mind.
My wife was in here and she left out, but I looked. I didn't see her in the chat.
You bad baby. Jeez.
How you doing, Chad?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Good.
How's my girl? How's Ronnie?
Cranky, sick as ever.
Cranky. It was the first thing out of his mouth.
She's always cranky.
She's moody. That's the damn show. Right? She's moody. That's the damn show. And I mean, not day to day, minute by minute. You don't know which one you gotta get.
Oh, you gotta walk on eggshells around that one. I love her. Hey, listen, I've been friends with her for 5 years now.
I love her too, right?
I love her to death. But I will say this: you definitely have to be careful and walk on eggshells around her.
Nah.
Guru, she loves you.
That's because I don't walk on eggshells.
She just loves your voice. That's all it is. Your voice gives you the free ticket.
It's not very crackly for a reason.
Guru, I wonder if you could pull it off with her, because I gave her a really soft touch and I was really successful for a long time. But eventually she found a reason to snap on me. And I thought I was being super kind and blah, blah, blah. I wonder.
I've had some successful conversations with her, but, some people are a reminder that nature is very fluid.
Meaning you could suffer an L? Is that what you said?
No, meaning that everything in nature changes and transforms on a moment-to-moment basis. So what is right now is not necessarily in 5 minutes from now.
Yeah, exactly.
I get that part. I'm not sure how to apply it to what's her face. I can barely keep up. I'm like really high, bro.
Well, it just means that she can be more extreme in that sense. She can be.
Oh, that she is fluid. It is.
Yeah.
And I'm sure she would be forthcoming in agreeing with that. She knows herself quite well.
Oh, she would agree with you 155%, Guru.
I'm sure she would.
Yeah.
And probably with a little bit of step in her stride when expressing it as well. That's her.
I'm eating Oreos. I'm gonna mute up. I'm eating Oreos. I'm gonna be crunching it, y'all. Yeah.
All right.
You gotta dip them in the milk. That's the best. Sorry. That's all I have to say about that.
I used to do that and then suck them until they just became a mush.
And then he realized what chemicals he was putting in his body and stopped eating them.
Well, then I had actual cookies for dessert. Anyways, back to the topic at hand here. Where did we leave off?
I ask you, you sucked them until they were mush?
Yeah, you never tried that? You dip it, right? And then, it doesn't get soggy first. And then you just suck the milk off. And then you dip it back in and do that a few times. And then...
Like a teething baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Just saying.
Well, I was like 4 years old when I did that.
Oh! Out of
You're an adult or something. That's what I was thinking too, Jade. Like, I'm picturing this adult guru eating. Sucking on the...
Oh my gosh, you got me.
I'm not saying I wouldn't do it now. I'm just,
Oh my goodness.
I don't drink milk anymore, so.
Well, that's okay. Water, whatever works, Tea.
Dipping, yeah. Dip some cookies in some chocolate matcha. That's an idea. I'll try
There you
that.
go.
Guru, I got a question.
Fire away.
If my girl is lactating, it's okay for me to suck her milk, yeah?
Wow.
I thought that was easy, yes.
I don't see why. I mean, I'm going to do it lactating or not. So if it happens to give an extra benefit, I don't see what's wrong with that. Better that than sucking on a cow's, what is it called?
See, there's
teat.
At least it's your own species. I have no actual knowledge of what human breast milk actually tastes like. That's kind of strange. But I know all too well what cow's milk tastes like and the goat's milk tastes like. I got high recollections of that. That's also strange. Listen to the silence.
And I'm just picturing the day Fruity tells you she's pregnant. People like, can I suck on your tits?
Only Rice for Vets channel. Suck it on tits.
I don't have to picture that, so
You're damned if you do, damned if you don't on that one, man.
Yeah, well, you got but
can you use it for squirt guns?
I have.
Well, it might
depends on how full they are. Yes, you probably could.
Yeah, this might be a tactic,
and there you go. Everything's closed.
It may be a successful tactic in combating tyranny. You might want to give this a try there, Joe.
Well, perhaps that's where I got my cop watching superpowers, because believe it or not, I have dabbled in the adrenochrome. I mean, breast milk. Did I slip up there? Did I say it? God damn it! I gotta kill all you fucks, man.
I heard nothing. I heard nothing.
Too late. Get him.
Super Joe.
This is going to be another interesting night. Something
Always.
Always. Oh my gosh.
And just beginning. I think everybody's
it's always an interesting it's always an interesting night when you have nude guru on a panel.
Mm-hmm.
And your dad. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the two of them alone. Some of the I've heard some of the conversations the two of them alone get into. I'm surprised Wright's head's still on his shoulders.
Well, I get dizzy sometimes. Trust me, at nighttime thinking, yeah.
I was
Right.
talking about
Supposed to-
I was talking about the wife whacking your head off.
Oh. Well, you heard about that one, eh?
Right. Next time you come to bed, put the phone on the mic on mute. Jesus.
Wait, who doesn't like the wife whacking the head off? Come on, what did I miss?
Oh my gosh, I knew you were going down that avenue.
I knew too.
It also
Somebody
happened
had
at
to
my dad's
say it.
house. I swear to God.
They
Oh, Lord
whack-a-mole.
have mercy.
Whack-a-mole, cool, Joe Cool. Yeah.
All right, I'm taking a break from the Oreos just so I can participate in the conversation.
Did you drink your milk with your Oreos?
I dipped, baby. What are you talking about? I dipped.
Does the body good, you know?
get mushy?
I think so. No, that's not a thing. You're not good at it if you get to the point where it's falling into the so and so. Not once did one of mine fall, but I'm very adept at this. I know the time limits and soak it up.
If you let one crumb fall at the bottom of that cup, you fail.
Right. I bet you my shit looks good. I can put the camera on my milk, bro. I'm a pro at this shit. Ain't no clumps floating around on my shit.
Takes lots of practice.
All right. I was gonna say, do I roll a blunt or do I smoke a bowl? A bowl's already packed. Decisions made.
It's
I see a
motor
blonde.
bowl time.
When you can't decide, do a little of both, you know?
No, I'm still gonna roll a blunt. I'm not fooling nobody. I'm still gonna roll a blunt too. I keep losing this fucking lighter.
Everybody, let's go to the next video fast so the other people can watch so they don't think like we don't have anything.
Can I chime in on that other video quick?
Yeah,
with the topic you were saying about the immigrants. I mean, I have nothing wrong with immigrants coming to our country here in Canada. Okay, don't get me wrong. I have no problem. The problem I have with it is that, here we have people that are already homeless on the streets. Okay, some because they're addicted to drugs, some not. But the thing is, a new immigrant that comes to Canada gets more money than the citizens in Canada do.
What's the problem with that?
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Well, I mean, come on, they get $20,000. They get $20,000 a month, where
Yeah.
somebody who a month.
Who should
What
get
in
that
the
money?
world?
I have seen immigrants that have gone into food banks with checks for $20,000.
You should see what some of the Asians and Indians get on the west side over here and put that to shame. But nonetheless, what's the problem with that?
Well, wait,
Well,
I'm sorry.
But okay, but then you have somebody who's a native, born in Canada, who's only getting maybe, let's say, $700 a month to live on.
And so why is this?
Why is it so beneficial to give somebody coming to the country 3 times the amount that somebody that lives in the country?
He's trying to say, where's the justice at?
Yeah,
That's a real question. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Is it beneficial?
Hold on a second. First of all, justice is a fallacy. But putting that aside, let's get to the bottom of this. Why would a corporation, because that's what it is, a corporation, decide to make those decisions?
because they're corrupt.
Is that so? Prove the corruption then.
I forgot what he was talking
Okay,
about.
I did not see that coming, Guru. If you follow anything Canadian news, you'll know. If you follow any of the other Canadians, you'll know what that means.
I remember.
Well, if you're following the news, that's your first problem, But put that aside.
Oh,
Let's get to the root of the matter. Is it corrupt, or is the corporation just doing what the corporation is supposed to do? After all, it is a private corporation.
I'll say a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. So I'll take option C.
I'll get you to elaborate in a second on that. Baby Jane, you were drowned out there. What did you say?
I'm going to say it's the corporation being told what it's supposed to do.
For sure, being told what they are supposed to do. That's definitely getting closer. Who would be telling them what to do?
Who was a benefit?
The rich elite.
Yeah.
And who are those people as far as the corporation goes?
Soros. Because
not the names. I mean, sorry, their capacity. The capacity in the corporate structure.
Oh, I'm sorry. I probably should have saw that. My bad.
That's okay. That's fine. You know, you're right. You know, those types of people and people above. But what is their capacity or position?
Why?
You mean a Bill Gates or people like that? Is that what you're going with? That CEOs, people above CEOs? I'm not sure.
The CEOs would be the wrong capacity. That is a capacity, but that's not the capacity. Those are the ones who are actually getting the directives from the other people who have a different capacity, who are telling them what to do. What's their capacity?
I think in some capacity, but I think some of these guys, when you get to that level, they're all in. No one has to fucking really tell Bill Gates he really wants to get rid of motherfuckers. He want to kill motherfuckers worse than anybody who could put him on the phone. So I'm not sure.
In the corporate structure itself, there's a name for their capacity position in the corporate structure. What is it?
For Bill Gates, it would be CEO, I imagine.
No. They're the ones, the CEOs are getting directives.
Stakeholders, aren't they?
Stakeholders, you got it.
Stakeholders, shareholders, that's right.
Yep, you're right.
And so if the decisions and moves are for the profit and benefit of the shareholders, isn't that exactly the proper move for the corporation to make?
I would have argued that through the gate when you said who does it benefit. I thought that was a great question because it's obvious who it benefits.
Right. So here's the funny part is the citizens who are on the other side of the fence who think they have, again, back to this entitlement word of some sort, are complaining that the shareholders who are responsible for the ultimate responsible for who is making decisions on their behalf, the shareholders are the ones who are actually entitled because it's their corporation, right? So you guys can, citizenry can bitch and moan and complain all you want, but because it's not your corporation, you're just getting played into the blame and the complain game. And you'll continuously get nowhere because you just want to be spoon-fed, and you're not going to get spoon-fed, and you shouldn't be spoon-fed. And so if those if those people are making decisions in their best interest for their corporation, right? And this is coming from a guy who also does not advocate for fascism or capitalism or anything of the sort, but just outlining how the game is played in the way that is designed and presented. Logically, yes. Any sort of bitching and moaning and whining that the corporation in a free capitalist market situation, because that's what happens in free capitalism.
That's my argument as well.
Leads to fascism. Is the exact narrative they want you to sit and complain upon, because that means that you're still not going to do anything for themselves, and they're still going to be able to leash off of you and do these types of things. You're giving all of your energy to them by your choosing. And they're just going to sit there and continue to benefit as they have for all this amount of time, and nothing is going to change. That's what
nothing is going to change. That's interesting.
Nothing is going to change because it's their corporation. They get to decide what to do with their corporation, and so they should decide what they do and choose in their corporation. And I even reckon that anything further than just a bitch and a moan and complain about it, to take any action against a corporation doing what it wants to do, would actually make you the tyrant.
Here's where I would think I feel wide open going against the corporation because oh shit, I lost my thought. I can't keep a fucking thought to save my life.
Come back, Joe. Come back.
It's difficult, right? What the fuck, bro?
Have another Oreo.
I was thinking another bowl, so it might get worse before
I said some mush coming on.
Right. All right, if you can remember what you were saying, maybe I could pull it back because I think I had a good point. No, anybody? No. All right, we can move on. Now all I could think of was Oreos, weed, and shit. I'm not even getting close to whatever the fuck we was thinking about, bro.
I'm just gonna say I actually kind of feel bad for the immigrants because
Good girl.
For those who think that they're going to other countries for a better life, not the ones that are coming here to be tyrannical.
They're being
but what
too.
they don't realize is that they're just players or pieces on the
chessboard.
They're just pawns. Yep.
And eventually we will all be leveled out.
Well, I mean, to give you an example, I mean, I can't remember what country it was. There was like a whole pile of immigrants that had come in from, I think, somewhere in Africa. Don't quote me on it. But anyway, they had no places for them in Toronto. They wouldn't, and they basically put them on the street in tents.
Yep, I think that's happening in New York too. Don't quote me on that, but I think it is.
Hold on, Chad, did you just say that they're putting them on the street?
Literally, the immigrants in Toronto are being put on the street and given tents.
Elaborate for me how they're being put on the street.
Because there's no room, there's nothing supposedly to rent in Toronto, so they're literally just, when they come to the country, they're given a tent and told to go set it up on the street.
It's probably
so they're being that's the suggestion. It sounded like you're saying they're being forced to go on the street and live in a tent.
Pretty much.
No, they're not. No, they're not. That was their choice.
Valid.
Oh.
They chose to come here.
Yeah, actually, and they need to be grateful. If I went to some country and some government gave me 20 stacks or whatever, even as a political ploy, I'd be grateful. But I'd also understand that I'm on my own. They don't owe me shit. Thank you. I'll see what I can do over here.
By default, in the world, wherever you go, that is the case.
Right,
we are responsible for ourselves. Since when did somebody else all of a sudden, no matter who it is, have some kind of an obligation for
when we signed that deal with the devil, when we told them we'll pay into your system and you'll take care of me later, we joined that shit. Now we say you owe me. I joined with you with this nonsense. You owe me. That's the ones who believe that shit.
That was a bait scam, right? So learn your lesson.
Sorry, we don't have the money. We sent it out to the Ukraine war.
That's it. You can't get blood out of a stone. If I'm broke, go ahead and try and
Well, Chicago's having a hard time over there, I hear. Real bad.
It depends how you look at it, right?
I don't
personally,
know what they're talking out there. Sounds like a lot of mothers and dads are pissed off.
That's the problem with capitalism, Joe, is that, it's easy for people to, it's a competitive environment and there's incentive for people to scam each other, right? In nature.
Know that me and Flo, let me interrupt you. You know that me and Flo have this debate. Surely you've heard us have this debate, right? I say capitalism will inherently lead to that shit and he say it is not. I would love
I've heard pieces of that. I'm going to come up there for that
Yeah,
conversation with him specifically on his one of these times pretty soon. I think he
he'd
needs
be
to
better on
understand.
his than Jack's. Yeah.
Yeah, he's advocating for his own slavery and he doesn't know it. You know.
Yeah, I need some backup on that area.
I want to be there when that happens.
I think capitalism, man. If we're built to compete, and you tell me the rules are get the most fucking bread, and then you lay down the crazy fucking rules, and I can take advantage of, if I can get this motherfucker a nickel, and everybody else trying to pay him what he worth, I could cut all of that shit.
If it's about competition, well, then it's it's all in, game on. It's dog eat dog.
Who not gonna take steroids? Who not gonna take steroids if it's a competition? It's just there.
Well, I mean, that's what it's probably going to be coming to eventually, is a competition to survive. I think.
What do you mean coming to?
That's
the whole basis for capitalism and nationalism and all.
Oh no, I'm saying I'm seeing it more and more that it's coming to that point that it's going to be,
like Hunger Games.
Yeah,
exactly. Like Civil War.
Well,
because it already is that too. I think what you mean is maybe just a little bit more zombie apocalypse. Wait till you're.
Yeah. I'm wondering too, because I'm thinking we're there now too, but I'm thinking you're pitching some dystopia, something a little different.
No, okay. Yes, I agree with Guru. We're at the point of Civil War right now.
Capitalism is civil.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm saying we're more so now at a more heightened. Gesundheit, Jade. And more heightened.
I thought that was right. So sneeze.
More heightened state of civil war than we've ever seen.
Too mushy.
In most of our lifetimes.
Sorry.
But yes, I see it going more towards like a post-apocalyptic, Mad Max.
Run for the woods, run for the mountains.
Hunger Games,
well, of course. It has to by design because nature has a balance equilibrium, right? So there's an attrition in nature that makes sure that things don't get too far in the
seems logical to me.
Yeah, that's all that is. Otherwise, and that's a good thing. Just don't be on the wrong side of that attrition.
I plan on flexible.
I plan on being my own side. I just plan on surviving.
It could get tough because I plan on getting more stubborn, and I think our choices are going to become more clear. Right now we're able to justify and convolute them. Oh, I had to because of the job. Blah blah blah. They'll become more clear, more defined, and lines will be drawn.
Well, when their agenda is to cull the herd, especially to the degree they want, I think tough is an understatement for those who are dependent on that system that is designed to perpetrate that type of agenda, So.
Oh, man, yeah, for a world herd.
Yep. So, figure it out before the tsunami hits the shoreline that you better get to high tide, before it happens. And there ain't much time. That thing, you can see it right now. You can see it. It's feet from the shore,
Yeah.
Right.
It's time to start running.
Zombie apocalypse, we're gonna be raiding stores for food.
Right, and that's not doom and gloom. That's just the reality of 1 + 1 is 2. That's where we're at with it, and it just means take the proper response to that is to do the same thing each individual should have done all along anyway, which is just to take responsibility for yourself and do what you need to do to not be dependent.
Here's the problem, and I know you know it, but I just want to state it out and blah blah. We know what to do, but I have a license because I know the punishment if I don't, and the things that at least I believe I know the punishment. Who knows what's possible, and the things that will probably happen to me. I want to do a lot of things, but they are curbed because of the punishment that I'll pay. I want to be free and just disassociate, but fact is, where can I go? This is America. It doesn't seem feasible?
Great question. So yeah, it's not about a location in that certain sense, of
Okay,
course.
well, I take it. Yes, it's about the mental part as well.
Now that being said, of course, there's different places that have different mentalities of the people, and they're a little more strict in this and that. So that's definitely an aspect of things, no doubt. But mostly, that's in segregated, concentrated beehive corporate cities that you probably, if you're serious about what you're just talking about, that's probably the last place you want to be, no matter what. You want to start looking towards being where it's more feasible for you to live a more self-sufficient, cooperative-based life without the same level of resistance, at least. And that's definitely going to be outside.
That's kind of smart. Yeah.
Okay, so that's for a start, and then the next part is it really depends on how far you want to take what you just said. Like for me,
Right.
and this didn't happen overnight. This thing I'm about to say here, but at least as far as certain areas, particularly up here where I'm located, and in some areas in the United States, a little bit in Mexico, and some places in Europe. I have a multitude of allies that I've gathered and committed to work with over the course of a decade and a half or so, that we're going to stand with each other in the face of tyranny to no holds barred level. So that certainly is going to afford me.
All I'm picturing is a huge naked army coming towards somebody now, Guru. Sorry.
That's definitely going to afford me an extended reach of liberty because I've gone to that measure, right? And so it really depends on how far you're willing to go with that. Is your liberty more fundamentally important than going in a literal cage? And if that's the case, then you're going to have to take some more measures, of course, to resist, because you're going to get well, not necessarily. There's, as you know, there's a potential for resistance for living free will, right? Living free mind and living against somebody else's will against yours. So if you're willing to take those measures, then you should think about what you need to do in terms of that, and locate and find people who are who have balls, like myself, and there's lots of people. You're probably not going to find most of them around your current setting, because most of the simpleton class is based on lip service. Oh yeah, come at me and blah blah blah. And they're not really gonna, people with real courage.
I run into my fair share of the simpletons on a daily basis.
People with courage don't really need to speak anything. Actions speak louder than words.
Yeah, I be thinking wounds and trauma when I see motherfuckers, feel like they have to show out or whatever.
Right. And it's important also to understand that, like here I am going on, and when did I start living like to this degree? It's about 22 years old. I'm 47 now. So that's 42. That's getting on like 27 years. And of course, it was, work in progress type thing. It took time to not only understand how to maneuver around the clutches and find people and so on and so forth. And it just gets stronger as time goes on. Where was I going with that?
I don't know, but I was just digging the concept that a motherfucker can be free to at least some extent. I'm just trying to imagine it because I can't.
Well, you can't walk out in the woods and just know how to forage in 2 minutes.
That was dope.
You can take the steps that you need and start small, learn fundamental things, and build on that. And if you do that every day, every single day will be a step.
Hey, D. Johns, baby, I saw your comment.
Every single day will be a step that further and further increases your liberty and your health and your ability, which is ability is the synonym with freedom, right?
Ability is synonymous with freedom.
Yeah. however much ability you have
so.
and choose to use is exactly how much freedom you have.
That would be yes, that would be. Yeah.
So if you can extend your ability, right, that's a really good thing for you as far as in the freedom sense goes.
Yeah, they're damn near interchangeable, right? Do you have the ability to drive without a license? It's the same thing.
There it is. Now we're coming back to that last conversation we had the other day about rights and freedoms, and which also intertwines with the idea of divine entitlement. You know, that you were mentioning the other time.
Yeah, everybody. D. John said hi to everybody there.
Hello, morning, D. Johns.
I thought we all said hi to D. Johns too. Hey, D. Johns, I saw your comment on the video earlier. How you doing, man?
I'm still having trouble getting the nude army out of my head.
Yeah, I thought it was funny too. I was muted up, but I laughed. I thought it was hilarious.
I said I'm still trying to get the image of the nude army out of my head.
The nude army.
Oh.
Yeah, a bunch of nude gurus running at you.
We all wear 18-hole boots.
I was just wondering if everybody and everything was standing in attention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm, yeah.
We have our own flag.
Oh, you do? In your polls?
You're right. You got your polls for damn sure, right? That way your hands stay free for battle.
Stop. Oh my gosh. Stop. Oh my gosh.
Extend those abilities. I'm telling you.
You're funny.
You see, and Joe, this is the conversation right here that the elitists who parasite off of the simpleton parasite, you know, both sides are parasiting off each other. Those are this is the conversation that both sides don't want us to have.
Dope. That's true though, right? That's true. It's a silent agreement. They both act like they hate it, but it is a silent agreement. You can't talk about it if it's going to keep silent.
Yeah, they'll just instead do lip service all day long about band-aidism solutions that, again, just keep the narrative going.
And they become experts at what passes as lip service. It's amazing what little they can get away with or what extreme they can get away with when they want to. They don't have to do anything. We've never proven them that they'll stop for doing anything. They can charge your fucking your insurance $1,000 for a pill. You'll suck it up. Pay that money. Fuck.
Let me just put real quick here.
So see how much it is for an enema.
You like it?
This here, I'll just put it on screen. Is yesterday's quote, I believe it was, and goes exactly with this conversation. Anybody want to take the reign to read for us?
I am way too high to see that little shit.
Most people don't actually want real change because this means taking action.
Yeah, we picked the right person, right?
Chad, buddy. Chad. I think you were sucking on the cookies for a little too long. You're crackling up there a little bit. Maybe check your setting there or something, Chad.
You're crackling. Like see if you got your YouTube open too. I thought I heard an echo. Yeah, that was hilarious, right? He jumped. I loved his enthusiasm. He jumped right in there. It was beautiful. All right. Most people don't actually, I hope my internet's fine now. Most people don't actually want to. Most people don't actually want real change because this means taking action. I would agree, and responsibility for themselves. Let me stop there for a second. I've been running around saying lately that's what we do. We trade in our responsibility, affordability, for all of the freedoms and shit they take. And to me, as long as
crumbs.
Who what?
For spoon feeding crumbs.
Ooh, yes. Fuck,
Privileges.
you know. Yeah,
Sorry, I
yes.
didn't mean to interrupt you
No,
in your
no,
train of
that's
thought.
my bad. Means taking activity and responsibility for themselves. Yes, I was saying that they want to be able to. Everybody wants to be able to have a button that you can push to take care of whatever it is. There should be a government person at the end of a
Right.
number that does everything for you. Then I agree to the silent agreement. Most people just want to be spoon fed like they're rulers and oppressors. Wow. And have a profound jealousy over their superficial wealth. Agreed. This is why progress is so slow. They have a profound jealousy over their superficial wealth. That goes into the shit that I'm gonna say your name, Chad, just so I don't lose my train of thought. When you was thinking, kind of mad, pocket watching the guy that came in here in the other country, some homeless dude. You should hope it wants the best, but you're pocket watching. That's the profound jealousy over your superficial wealth that you don't even have.
Right. Everybody, you'll hear it many times. People complain about, oh, it's the rich.
Yes, pocket watching that direction all the time. If the rich just gave more of their money,
right, as if the rich have some kind of obligation to give a penny for any reason.
Yes, and why would you assume that the world is not soft and made like that? People sold their dream.
And missing the obvious and very important that, again, that would only be a band-aid. That would not solve the actual problem of being dependent and not being self-relied and responsible.
Again, anything in that direction of your self-reliance means we don't get our cut. You're here as commodity, as cattle. We're going to need our cut. If you go off forming your own businesses for real and don't give us our money, or you get your own land and do your own thing without us, we fold. How do we survive? We can't allow it.
Right. So,
I'm gonna, sorry, not to interrupt. I'm gonna go, guys.
Right,
I will talk to you later.
Thank you, Lady Jane, for your help.
It's been fun.
Bye. With that,
I'll call you later when my lace is undone.
Oh, already then.
I'm sure that's code for something.
Thank you, Lady Jane.
Love you too.
Thank
Don't
you.
undo them. You're welcome. Don't undo them too soon.
Well, I look forward when I walk, but we'll see how this goes.
Nice. I don't know where Chad went, but he just disappeared. Bye, Chad. All right. Bye, Joe Cool. Bye, everybody.
Bye,
have a good one.
Bye.
Did Chad not come back in the basement there, right? I don't see him.
I didn't see him.
I don't see him either.
I guess you ate too many cookies.
I don't see him in the basement. Hold on, let me look. Yeah, I don't see him in the basement, yo. Yeah, I don't see him in the basement either. All right. Yeah, I don't see him in the basement.
I caught that. Sorry, I was multitasking. Okay,
it was funny enough without you, Cass. It was so funny, but even without you, it was funny.
This is a smokable.
All right, I'm down.
Humor
and
coming up.
Really high, but yeah, let's make it a real thing.
So that is really the crux of the situation. You just got, and that's really why progress is so slow, because there's so much of that going on and so much indoctrination that individuals have to unravel that on their own term and figure out that, holy shit.
Yeah, that makes things much more complex and convoluted when you take that into consideration. Yeah.
And if an individual happens to just catch themselves and becomes awakened to the whole statism narrative here, which is what it is, then they also have to figure out how to heal and secede from it all. And where is the help for that? You know, it's like, holy shit, where do I begin? You know, when everything that is around me is all tools that were built and at my disposal to keep me entrapped and enslaved in that very system. You know?
It is literally really close to the analogy that it is in real life. It's like having all these tools and people there to help you, and you realize that you must leave, and you're cast into a place where you realize that from now on, all the tools and shit that you were accustomed to, you get to split from that, but you have no tools and abilities and know-how. All that knowledge you've acquired, most of it's going to be worthless now. That's daunting.
Yeah, and then you have to figure out what to learn and then how to learn it, and it's the stuff you should have known by the time you're 10 years old, like the back of your hand. And then where do you go for that?
Catch up the entire time,
right. And so that's why, you know, most people fold, right? Before it started, it looks too daunting to them. And then plus you're probably suffering now as well from different ailments that is going to happen from living a disease-based life, right? So it's going to make it more challenging.
It's not going to get better with age, right?
Right. And so now here you are stuck with a conundrum and being in a pickle of where do I start and how do I have the strength and the courage?
Yes.
And really it comes down to how much willpower do you have inside, and are you willing to?
This is always true.
Remove excuses and find ways around the challenges. You know,
that's what it comes down to. I know. I tell my girl that this is how I get by. Sometimes I tell myself it isn't an option, and I stick to it. All right, that's the real thing. You know what I'm saying?
That's it.
You say I'm not gonna do it, and you stick to it. You know, I can't do that. Period. I don't know.
If you just envision the things that are before you weren't before you, like they are, and how would you function now, right? And just start going from that position. Like when when my health took a turn when I was in my late 20s, things that were before me everywhere, all of a sudden were just non-existent anymore. Like going to a grocery store, all of a sudden, this mass amount of like so-called food that was everywhere on so many aisles became very condensed to this limited veggies and fruits, just a small amount, and the rest of it didn't exist to me anymore. It had to be that way, or else I was going to die.
I understand. I'll give you a good analogy too, along the lines that other people. So we're still in the analogy. It's like your car breaks down, and now you either have to find a whole nother way to success, because all those abilities to go to the shopping centers and shit where you used to go to are no longer there.
Right. Sometimes it may come down to walk or die, you know?
Right, exactly. You find a way around it. You know, you don't know your city had a bus schedule. What? Yeah, when your car break down, you get creative. You fucking call some people. You get off your ass. Learn some skills.
Right. When you look at it, what people are really complaining about in this, you know, societal setup of corporatism is they're complaining that the spoon that they've been fed by keeps getting smaller and smaller every day.
Agreed. People like me and you say, what the fuck did you expect? Why you whining?
Right,
you know,
exactly.
People thinking shit like that. It was obvious.
Right. I mean, you know, you're supposed to stop being spoon-fed by your mommy when you're 2, and here you are in an adult, and you're complaining that the spoon's not coming back to your lips. Go grab a fucking fork already.
Fork or something, right? Good newsflash: 10 years from now, it'll be further away from your lips. It won't be closer.
Right.
You better do something now. Don't wait 10 years.
Right, and stop blaming, you know, the person who
is pulling the spoon,
is putting the spoon there, and you know, think that they have some obligation to it, and then also stop making the excuses. I don't know how to feed myself. I never learned. It's not my fault, you know.
That's tough. Yeah. Oh, if he would just put the spoon closer. Everything would be fine.
That's right. You know,
well, as you die from starvation, right?
Right. You know, I mean, it's so bad for some people. What's next? You need somebody to like put their fingers under your chin and push up and down to chew for you too. You know.
Yes.
At some point, spoon feeding equals atrophy, right? And that's what's happened to people.
Yes, that's exactly what happened with the system, where we push a button and expect all of our fucking problems we solve. We no longer know how to solve any of our own problems.
Yes.
What's the new number? Is it 411? Is it 511? What'd you hear? But surely there's a number. I don't actually have to do a thing. There's a number to get this done.
Right.
That's the motherfucker's thing.
I just gotta trade a few pieces of paper, call the right number,
make a couple calls, talk to the right people, and poof, like magic. You know. But I didn't really do a thing. You didn't leave the house. You get good at phone play.
You know, I finished level 7 on you know, Knights and Warriors on the video game. We got somewhere there.
That sounds like a good positive to me. If you're being sarcastic, it went over my head because I love video games.
You know, aside from the fact is, I actually play about 15 minutes of one as part of my routine to get my brain functioning every day.
Yeah,
that's the reason I do that. It's like the old folks who do crossword puzzles. You know, it's a bit of a mind thing. They and I'm not dispelling fun. You know, fun is something we should all have as well. Distractions are distractions. Let's call them for what they are.
Okay, I dig it. Yeah.
Especially when two things. Number one, we still have learning to do as far as taking responsibility and being self-reliant goes. That's number one. And number two, right in the middle of a fucking genocide.
Yes.
Look what people are focused on constantly, right even in the midst of a fucking that they're being told about. You know, we're genociding you, but go back to play video games. Go back to, you know, just vote harder.
Yeah, vote harder. You're not trying hard enough. It's your fault. You're not riding with us enough. With us Democrats, we got to stick together. If you hadn't left, we would have pulled this off. You're not sticking together enough. You're not doing the mob mentality shit hard enough. It'll work. Just trust me.
Bait and switch works time and time again. You know, the magician's trick. You focus over here while I club you over the head.
Yep. And then politicians have a built-in out, because like it's like cops, politicians, anybody that's in office, they always say, wasn't me, it was the guy before me. They can always bring in a new guy. And you're like, you're still the police? Yeah, but that was the last guy. Here's a new guy. And he fuck up. You like, God damn it, I'm tired of y'all doing this. You're right. We'll get rid of this guy, bring in a new guy. And it's the same shit's gonna fucking happen. They can always stall you infinitely by doing that shit.
Of course. Because again, it's back to that delegation of responsibility to others, that where there is no actual responsibility of others.
We're used to it. Of course we'll fall for it. Right? We're used to it. We've been programmed. We're used to delegating shit.
It's kind of like the and I don't think you were there yesterday when I made a joke about it in the chat. On Talcott's. It's kind of like the Talcott and Paul Enslaved, Charlie Brown and Lucy football takeaway show. You know, just keeps happening over and over again.
That's a good one. Yes, that's a good one. And I be thinking, all right, maybe I don't know if I'm arrogant or what, weird. I don't know, but sometimes I think, no way they fall for this. Still, it's not really a thing. There's some trickery or something going on. They know they're gonna do the same loop, just like I know, dude's gonna come and say your buddies were a day, then you're gonna fall out. You knew that was gonna happen. Let's not pretend it's happened so many times. What are we still pretending that we don't know what's gonna happen?
Totally, yes. And here's this going a little deeper in that. You've got the same looping of bait come and vote harder bullshit going on in the corporate world, blah, blah, blah. That's still going on. Of course, the definition of insanity, repeating the same thing, expecting something different to happen every time, that's going on. And then you get the people who realize that's going on, but here's what they do. We have to wake everybody up.
Yeah.
Even though that narrative that they've tried over and over again
feels like
it's also a looping.
Yeah.
Right? So that's why I say many times that, you know, anybody who thinks that we have to wake other people up and that's what's going to result in meaningful change is only a testimony that those individuals are still asleep.
Well, I will testify to my sleepness. And I know I'm cutting my throat through the gate because my argument is based on rights. That shit, when we post these vids, and so every time some guy goes up against the government and say, I don't have the idea, whatever the fuck, I feel like, damn, if that worked, there's proof, there's evidence that we can do something. We changed that. I mean, the average person now knows that. And that's because we put out these vids. They're watching these vids. What else can we use this for? Maybe we have a weapon now. Can't help but get optimistic.
Nothing wrong with that. That's actually proactive solution. And that's the other narrative. I'm not talking about that, though. I'm talking about what people are doing, the lip service bullshit. On both sides. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, I got to stab myself.
You're an activist of true merit, right? Who's taking proactive measures on some degrees. That's
defining them, right? I'm refining them as well, right? I'm not just at least I like to think that I'm not just fumbling around. I like to think that, like you were when you were saying you've been on the forest shit for a while. I like to think that I've refined some skills at that shit.
Absolutely. And recognizing that, and then also recognizing it's a work in progress.
Yes,
and then,
totally. Yes.
And then actually implementing the work in progress.
Yes, it all says action, action, action.
Absolutely.
As opposed to the other thing where we plan ad infinitum. Oh my God. Grr. And then I think if we're only allowed to plan, I'm with you. The first thing we do is change ourselves. Anything beyond that is a gift. So if we consider ourselves, man, our word is bond, we can and we should be able to plan together because we can carry out a thing. Because I know you're going to do what you said. My word is good. Right. So if that is the case, we get in here and we plan. How come is it that we cannot get past planning? If our entire job is to plan, if we don't have to actually do a thing, we better be the totest fucks in the world.
Yeah, no kidding. Eh? We would have everything sorted out a long time ago. All we would have to do is just speak it, and it would be, you know. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. See, that's one of those obviousnesses that you just scratch your head is how could grown adults overlook that, you know? Especially after seeing the results for so long. It's like standing up. Well, I say, define standing up for me. You always get that fluoride stare as a result. What does that actually mean? Standing up, you know, does that mean, okay, I'm standing right now. I'm not sitting on the chair, you know? I don't see much change happening around except, you know, I'm looking from a higher distance, maybe. You know, I hear so much. You're on mute, by the way. Still on mute. You must be talking to your wifey.
You yeah, no wait. Friend. I'm gonna need a second. It's a bowl.
Okay, yes. Hi, Phoenix. And friend.
Yeah, I'm saying he can hear you say hi.
Hi, Phoenix and friend.
And Fred, he said.
Where'd your ass go hiding to there, Mr. Big Thumbs?
Well, I'm right here. Just listening to you guys.
Yeah. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. You're sucking on them Oreos, aren't you?
I hate Oreos. Oh.
Yeah, you don't like the mushy ones?
No, I don't care for that. I'm not a sweet tooth that much, Guru. I
But
don't eat sweets.
but Oreo, that's just every child has to experience.
I had them as a little. It was okay. I used to eat the middle and through all the cookies.
Yeah, I did that too. Some like the middle part and gave
Yeah.
the crunchy part to the dog.
Yeah. I'll just listen to you two and see what's going on here. While he's talking, I guess we could do this as he's talking right now. Let me play this other video, okay?
Yeah. How long is the next one?
30 minutes. This is your buddy.
Oh, this is the Larkin one.
Yep.
Okay, very good. Let's do that.
Oh, you wouldn't believe it. Well, I'm not going to tell you. Well, hold on here. What a mess that was. For some reason, Larkin didn't like me.
Larkin didn't like you.
No. I was trying to put them together, and he says no. Yeah, this is it right here. Yep. Okay. When Joe Pye, listen to me. Joe Cool's talking. All right, here we go.
Well, you know what?
Get him at you, huh?
Maybe actually, we should I'd like to have his full attention before we start. What's the other video? There's 3 you said.
The other one is about wooded area. What to buy when you buy woods.
What to buy when you buy wood.
Wooded area, property. What to look for.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess we can start. I mean, he's high as hell anyway, but I would like to have his full attention on it because this one here actually, that was a good prelude into this. Because this is, he's talking about the entitlement thing and holding people accountable. Do we forgive citizenry for, not knowing and so on and so forth? He's that's what this whole video is about. So I leave it up to you if you want to start before his
I'll do the other one. I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. No problem. You got any money on you?
If I can borrow some.
Okay. Well,
I got as much as you're willing to lend me.
Yeah. Well, plus you ain't part of the government, are you?
No, they just taught me well,
Here we go. This way you guys can have a match and take it easy, and people can see how I looked at this, and a lot of it I knew about, and a lot I didn't know about. I'm like, wow, okay. Mm-hmm. So I thought I show this to people if they want to buy property. This is going to help me out when I buy property next year. You know what I mean?
Right.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Looks like a bomb went off. Yeah, even local people I see can buy are this kind of devastation you see. They call it ground zero. So in this video here, we're going to do like a buyer's beware, right? We know a lot of you guys are out there and you're looking for homesteads and you're leaving the city life. And you might roll up on some property and you have no idea what's going on. You're not from the area. And today we're going to just kind of show you some tall tale signs to look for if you're looking at property. And we're also going to tell you, I'm with my buddy, Dr. Leo, remember? All right, so we're also going to talk to you guys about the damage that's done and, just how you can be more responsible with your land, okay? So we're going to start this whole video off. Stay with this whole video because it's going to be a lot of talk and education and things to look for, because you guys are going to get taken advantage of if you guys get out there and you're going to go try to buy some land. You're not going to know what to look for. You're going to buy it, and then you're not going to be able to grow anything on it. You're going to have a lot of washout. You're going to just have a lot of problems, and you're not really going to understand why. And we're going to try to fill that gap for you so you don't make that mistake, okay? So first off, we're going to talk a little bit about this area we're standing in right now and some of the things that these guys did that were not ethical. And we're going to just talk about that. And Dr. Leo's going to explain some stuff. He actually lives right over this hill here. So here we go. We're down here in the Ozarks.
Yeah, and I moved to the Ozarks because of the beauty of the area and the big trees, but it's changing very quickly.
Yeah.
So now, if you buy land in the Ozarks, either it will be very similar to what you see around here, with all the big trees removed because they're so valuable. But more importantly, you will be hearing the sound of bulldozers and logging crews all around you as this devastation continues.
Yeah. And one thing we were talking about in this video is going to be the ethic treatment of the land. Remember in the last video I did on removing those logs from the mansion, I was talking to you guys that we never go in and harvest live trees. We're only in for the dead trees. We're only in for the downfalls. Some live trees have to be dealt with, but for the most part, we want to let those trees alone. So we're going to spin this around right now. We're going to talk a little bit about how they actually, it's called skidding, and it's how they drag the logs out of the forest, okay? And we're going to show you guys what's happened in just a short time since they did this. And we're just trying to bring awareness to you guys so you know what to look for when you're buying your land, and also what not to do when you own it.
Yeah, correct. Because I have a PhD in forestry, and I can tell you that land can be logged there carefully in such a way that a few years after logging was done, you go in and you don't notice anything. There is no destruction. Nature actually does it all the time. Some of the trees will be dying and some will be taking their place. So there is such a way as natural forestry, or called sustainable forestry, where you can mimic the natural processes and you can produce timber and firewood like what Doug is doing, but without raping and destroying the landscape. So there are a few really big issues with doing it unsustainably. And as Doug mentioned, one is improper transport of the logs when the tree is cut down. If you drag it along the landscape here in the Ozarks, where the soil is very shallow and rocky and dry, you basically create grooves, and the next rainfall will wash all the soil off. It will end up in the creeks, but more importantly, there is no more soil to reestablish the forest that you cut down.
We were talking about that earlier. We're down here in the Ozarks, and it's very rocky down here. That's one of the reasons why Stacy and I moved way up north, is because of the soil. But it takes, how long did you say, for maybe a couple of inches of soil?
Well, it takes a very long time because the soil is very poor of nitrogen.
Right.
So all of these dead trees and their leaves take a very long time to decompose.
Right.
So, you know, it's basically irreplaceable within
our lifetimes, right? Or your kids' lifetime. So when the soil is gone, there goes your food and your biome and everything healthy for your feet to be in. Remember, we talked about grounding, and it's hard to ground on these sharp rocks.
It is.
All right. So we're going to show you real quick how they've skidded these logs out straight up this hill. They're supposed to go at an angle.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, it's more convenient for the loggers to be hauling logs up the hill because it's shorter. But this is what's creating all of this erosion, is when the water runs down following the ski trails. And it should be done that way around. So if you were wanting to take a log out of here, you would want to go at an angle, following the gradient, just gradually climbing up the hill. And this way, that erosion wouldn't be here. But it's just one winter. They did logging 6 months ago. In 6 months, there is no more soil left in this particular ski trail. You can see all of this erosion happening big time, and it will be exacerbated month by month, year by year.
Rain by rain.
Yeah, unless you do something. And just think about it. This could be prevented by careful logging right there. But once the damage is done, recovering it is almost impossibility. You would need to bring in material and basically disrupt this flow of water, creating small banks so that the water is diverted from the straight line down. And it's huge amount of material, huge amount of labor, and the kind of expense that few people can even afford.
As he was talking about, you can just see how at the top it starts. It's just going to come right on down. There's a big sand pile down here where the rock and everything has already started mounding up. You go at the angle like he was talking about, what that does is create a cross line. So when the water starts coming down, it'll hit that ditch, you know, that little cross line, and it'll disperse this way and this way. And this way, remember that Indian in the commercials when we were kids? The one crying about all the trash on the road? Yeah, this is probably even worse.
It is. And, you know, it's just one example. They logged out hundreds and hundreds of acres here. And it's a very small amount of logging that's happening. You know, I cannot take my children on a bicycle ride in the country here without seeing a new section missing. And the section is 640 acres. So square miles are being raped and raised down this way. And it's a shame because it's also completely uneconomical. If you had a long-term approach, even if you were interested in a sustainable stream of income, this is the worst thing you want to do. Because if you remove selectively cutting trees, the very expensive and high-quality timber, without destroying the whole ecosystem and the biome, this will keep feeding you and your children and great children for hundreds of years with no damage done. But here it's like one-time thing, and then for the rest of it, it's only liability because the forest will never regrow into the bigger 40-inch diameter oak trees that they've been taking out.
So we're at another section of the forest, and as we walk our way back up to where we came in at, we're going to go through each section of the forest, and we're going to explain to you the kind of do's and don'ts. So hopefully you guys are going to enjoy the video, and we're real passionate about this stuff, if you can't tell, because it really matters. And if you guys were just coming out of the city and you would show up here and you would have no idea, you could get snookered, So that's what we're also trying to prevent, is you getting snookered. See how these branches and everything, these are the tops of the trees. They usually leave those behind because there's no value to them. And see how they're all hanging up in the air, and see all this stuff? Go ahead, Dr.
This creates
Leo.
another problem because once you remove the trees, the soil is depleted of carbon.
Right.
And you want to replenish carbon as fast as possible, because what happens is these big trees that were here with the leaves falling on the ground every fall, it was providing nutrition and food for the worms and bacteria in the soil, keeping the soil alive.
Right.
Now that the trees are gone and they no longer produce the leaves, you want to give this soil life something to subsist upon while new trees are regrowing. So it's very important to take all of this carbon, and the tree tops and dry leaves is a very important source of carbon, and return it to the soil. So if only they were spending some more time chopping up these branches, or even grinding them down and chopping them and putting them on the soil, it would be very well. It would capture moisture in the soil, because now with all of the soil gone, it's very important to retain moisture for the soil life. So there is no soil water retention. And more importantly, with all of this vegetation suspended and not touching the soil, instead of rotting, and the fungi and bacteria and worms are transforming it back into humus, it will be dry and suspended like that for decades.
Yeah.
I have seen forests that's been logged 30 years ago, and the trees that don't touch the ground, they're still up there because there is no contact with the soil and with the bacteria in the soil and the worms. So it will take maybe another 40 or 50 years for this to be returned to the soil, whereas it's extremely important to take all of this material and do it immediately.
Right.
Now.
It's like kiln drying up there. So then it just gets harder and harder, and then it can't break down as easy. And then what happens is, too, like he was explaining about the leaves and these sticks breaking down, two things should come to mind, right? One, back to Eden gardening, right? You guys are doing that. It's the same thing in the forest floor. That's why it's always lush and beautiful, and the trees grow really well. And then the other thing is, did you think about it? No. Hugelkultur. A lot of you guys are taking the logs and the sticks and you're putting them in your raised bed gardens, and then you're putting the soil on top of there. And what happens is those sticks break down and they create all that nice biome for you guys. Same thing here in the forest. And now it's being robbed of all that natural goodness because, some guys came in and didn't care. All of this
bacterial activity is very important to reestablish the soil, because basically the soil is built from carbon as the raw material plus nitrogen.
Yes.
And nitrogen comes from nitrogen-fixing bacteria in some plants, etc. So you need these two ingredients for this landscape to recover. And with the branches being left like that, both ingredients are missing.
Yeah, and it just makes it terrible. And man, you guys getting some information here. We're really trying to walk you through this whole thing. Now we're down at the water, right? Because that's one thing we have to worry about. You can live a while without the food, but you cannot live a while without the water. And if you guys are getting your water tables contaminated, you're getting your streams by your place, and you don't know any better. All this stuff is damaging your water supply.
Exactly. There is the thing called riparian buffer. If you do logging, you're supposed to be leaving vegetation along the streams so that it protects the soil and there is no soil erosion, everything washing down into the streams. It's killing the fish, it's building up sediment at the dams. It's really, really bad for the whole aquatic ecosystem. But as you can tell here, there was no buffer left. So all the logging was done all the way down to the stream, plus all of the skidding, as we explained, was done improperly at too steep an angle. So all of this soil is just being washed down the gradient. It's being washed down into the streams and into the water. Not only that, but all of this vegetation, the trees that used to be here before the logging, it was retaining moisture in the soil with all of the leaves and the thick layer of humus there, giving it time after the rainfall to infiltrate into the soil and replenish the water table. Now that this spongy soil is completely gone and will not recover for another hundreds of years, all of the rainfall goes down into the creek and away from here. So the water table drops for groundwater and the springs dry up. One of the local landowners who did logging on 500 acres of land told me that there used to be 11 permanent springs on the property. After the logging was done, in a few years, only 3 springs were left. So we're not just losing the trees and the health of the ecosystem and our future, we are also losing right now the quality of the water and even water availability. The wells need to be dug deeper now, and the soil is just not there to capture this moisture and return it to us for our use, but also for the use of other wildlife and other things that depend on it.
You can see right here, it's almost choking off the creek. See, it's just going to keep filling down, and then this will move over and over and over, and then it'll either bust through it or form a new way or whatever, dam up back this way. So that's not good for downstream, or this whole ecosystem here is now changing.
If you have to transport the logs across the stream, you're not supposed to be doing it here, like at this very acute angle, because see how they undercut the soil bank there, and it will create even more erosion there. And also, if there was any vegetation here along the streams, everything gets busted when the bulldozers come first, making these skid trails, and then they keep dragging and dragging and dragging trees here. If you have to cross the stream, which is not recommended in the first place, you need to be going straight at the right angle, minimizing the amount of disturbance along the stream bed. And here they were almost going to the stream.
I know, I don't mean to laugh, right? But here they're supposed to go straight, they go at an angle. Up there, they're supposed to go at an angle, and they go straight. Oh, my goodness. And the loggers leave their trash behind.
It's a good spot to show you the difference between a healthy undisturbed slope and just a few feet away the one that's being disturbed. So you can see how much difference even a little bit of disturbance makes even after 6 months. So this is how any slope would be originally. It's protected by the moss and the roots of grass and trees and shrubs and everything. It holds everything together, so that the movement of water is very gradual. It's not washing any soil away. But just a few feet down here, it was disturbed. So instead of this moss and grass and everything covering it, now all of this is being exposed. And with the water, rainwater, and the water from uphill coming down, all of this material now is exposed that will be washed down into the creek.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. It looks like a bomb went off.
Yeah, you know, even local people are sickened by this kind of devastation, you see. They call it ground zero. And it's not just something you see in science fiction movies. That's happening here right now in real time. And you mentioned, Doug, about it being illegal. Well, it might be illegal in some parts of the country, but here there are no restrictions on the way you are doing logging. You are supposed to be protecting the water sources and everything, but there is no real enforcement. So they are able to do all of that and reap the benefits short term, leaving the landscape completely devastated.
Now we're just coming off the stream, and like I said, we're walking you guys back around to the front. And here's another logging road right here. Now, what they do with these roads, how they build them is, this used to be all trees right here, just like you see right here. It was all right here. They come down with a big bulldozer, they knock them all down, and then the rain comes and it washes away all that dirt, right? So that is not a road. Like, if you guys know roads, that's not a normal road. That is erosion happening, taking away all that topsoil that takes generations to restore. And right here, go ahead. What's that?
It's a shame because, you know, you could build a logging road properly, just as the logging trail there, or the skid trail, it's supposed to go at an angle like the county roads are built. It needs to be following the edge of the hill, gradually going up, following the gradient. And if you don't follow the gradient just because it's quicker and less expensive to build it straight up, then when the loggers are gone, it becomes a gully all the time.
And there's big ravines in here, like you could probably break your ankle if you're not paying attention. There's some pretty good ones in here, and it's only been one winter, he said.
Yep.
So just what's going to happen in year 2, 3, 4, 5?
Yeah, and just consider that if you wanted to restore it on your land, you buy 5 acres and you put up your small cabin there, and you think, oh, we're into permaculture, we will spend a lifetime restoring the land. Well, one load of gravel to bring and put here would cost you $300, and there are just 10 loads of gravel just on this small stretch. So $3,000 just to stop the erosion in its tracks. So again, once the damage is done, it's super expensive to bring it back to where it would start coming back to life. It's a multi-generational project at this point.
It's like Grandma said, an ounce of prevention is like a pound of cure, wasn't it? And once you guys use that gravel fix, right, you're going to have to do that all the time. Gravel on your driveway, gravel around the farm, gravel at the homestead. You always have to replace it. And if you have it washing out like this all the time, trucks and trucks of gravel for years and years and years. Very expensive. So see, you guys think you're saving money up front, and you see this place and you think, well, maybe we can do it. And it's just going to be like a money pit without a house on it.
Yeah, exactly. Because, you know, we think about it in terms of how much it costs. If you go into a store, you think, oh, how much is it per pound of food? Here we are, how much is it per acre? But there are different kinds of acres.
Right.
Here you are buying not just land that's exhausted, but the one that will be very expensive to even maintain.
Right.
And
and get results from, right? You guys want to get out here and you want to start growing your food like Stacy and I, 90%. You can't do that in year 1, 2, or 3 on land like this. You're going to need land 10, 12, year 15, and you don't have that kind of time. Yeah, or you're going to have raised beds all over the place, and that's what you don't want either, right? You want to be able to use your land that you buy, and you also want to be a good steward of it. So if you guys are owning land out there, don't let these loggers come in unless you really get to know them and talk to them and make sure they're ethically sound.
And that's a big problem, because I know that some people wanted to do responsible logging on their land, and they cannot find the crews.
Yeah.
Because everybody wants to take shortcuts. Actually, it's easy. It's faster. Yeah. But that's what so damages.
There's nothing we can do about that.
Remaining value of the property and the trees and the wildlife and everything. Another big thing is that all of this heavy logging equipment takes a lot of hydraulic fuel and oil and everything, and there may be leaks in all of these hydraulic cylinders because
is it breaking up on your
handling
end,
all of these huge logs. And
no, I'm good on my end. Can you hear me good?
I can hear you. The video is horrendous. Those robots, no way.
Bucket.
That would be you then. It's definitely fine on my end here.
Open on the bottom, and when there was a little bit left, they just flip it over maybe to
the video could not be me. You wouldn't be hearing my voice.
The soil.
I'm
hearing
I'm
hearing both the video fine and you
they were
fine.
storing their equipment while they were doing the logging. there are all of these spots saturated with oil that was just
Let me
drained
answer
on the,
that question for
on the
you. Is
ground
there
and
something we can do
replenished with the
about it? Yeah,
fresh
kill
one.
the tree
And all
tyrants.
this trash. Again, that's with the topography we have.
Right, you're on mute.
Yeah, I was coming back. Is everything okay?
I could not hear this shit. It was like frozen. This picture was frozen, and the words were going real bad, real bad.
Well, what the heck?
Guru said it was good.
You might
on
be
his
confusing he's purposely made this video with the videos not to avoid copyright problems. So the stillness of the videos, that's part of the video itself.
Right.
But I could hear the audio of the video just fine on my end.
It was near close. It was inaudible on my end, but I could hear you fine when you talked, and you could hear me. Square.
That's strange.
That is weird. Well, I'll just let it go then. Let it go. We did one. Guru did have one for you though, a video that he wanted you to see pretty well.
I understand that I don't hear the audio on this, right? So I won't be in on the conversation on this one. Is that bad? Well, if it's like it was a second ago.
You can try it if you want to.
Yeah, let's give it a shot. Maybe it's caught up by now or something.
All right, I'll try the second one then. Hold on. Let me
wait. Hit play while you let it. Maybe sometime they have to take time to buffer. I mean, it'll work right. Hit play, see if it.
All right, you want me to start? All right, I'll try it again.
No. I wanted it only if it's convenient. If it's inconvenient, you can move on to the next one.
Well, hold on here. There you go. The Guru had one for you already that he wanted you to watch.
Yeah.
You want to watch one of the? Do you want him to watch that one, Guru?
Yeah, give that a shot if you want.
Okay. This is for you, cool too. Oh, by the way, somebody called Gene Wild said hi to you.
Gene Wild.
Jen Wild.
Oh, Jen. Okay. Tell I said hi. Shit, chat.
Genn. Gene Wild.
Yeah, Jen. It should be Jenn.
Jenn. Yeah. Gene. Okay. Jen. Okay.
Jen.
Just for the record, the next one you're going to play, it's I wanted him to hold off before playing it because it was actually a good follow-up to the conversation we were having earlier. It's a video by Larkin Rose, a recent one he put out, and it very much talks about the blame game and whose true responsibility is it for one to take care of them.
Yeah, don't.
Okay, how come that didn't take? Hold on, let me try it again. Should have took.
What an argument that they really make it hard for you to do on your own keeps popping in my head. I hate to be a fucking cat who complains, but I go there every fucking time. It'd be nice, nigga, have a shot if they took their foot off your neck, but.
Well, yeah, for sure. Yeah, and you're not going to learn self-reliance overnight. It's a work in progress. But, you know, it becomes, again, back to like we were talking earlier, just a matter of two things. Number one, how important is it to you? And what are you willing to do to learn the skills that you need to and remove excuses, right?
I personally, as for myself, I believe the journey starts at one step, all that shit. And I believe that 100% works. And I'll jump out and take that step on damn near anything. If I think it's going to be beneficial on the end, even if I don't know what goes down that road, I'll jump out and do something stupid.
One thing is for sure, if you're standing focusing on distractionary things when there's a tsunami 5 minutes from shoreline, well, if your ass gets wet, you did it to yourself, right?
Yeah, but I'm not. I don't think that's what my purpose is. Strictly here to prepare for the upcoming battle. Blah blah. This is life, and you gotta live it as well. I don't think it's time where I can't enjoy the moments where I go. I don't know, rise with my wife here or something and go visit a rock somewhere, go visit a friend in Denver or something, because the end is nigh. Fuck that. Life ain't worth living no more.
Well, for sure, but I'm not talking about those things. I'm talking about the ignorance factor that most people have. Right? Most people ignore responsibility and ignore, part of the reality of nature is we got storms sometimes. So you got to know where to seek shelter, and you got to know how to mitigate that for yourself. Otherwise, you're going to get swept up in the current. And if we don't spend the time accordingly to learn those things, which is our responsibility to do, nobody else's. Right. Then when that storm comes, if you get swept away with the current, you really did it to yourself.
Am I wrong that the blueprint to do that is hidden here in the U.S.? Am I wrong?
If you're looking for the know-how to do that in the and I say this loosely,
the blueprint, a bunch of videos, a guy telling me how to take a transmission up out of a Chevy 67 Nova. Is the blueprint to the freedom or whatever we're talking about here?
Self-reliance?
Yes, away from the government, away from the U.S. government. Let's start with the U.S.
The path to do that and the knowledge to do that is not hidden. What might be hidden is the direction of where to look.
Okay, well then my question, I'd like to redefine it then. Yeah, is the direction readily available? Is there what do you call it? A YouTube genre like the Truthers?
Yeah. Absolutely.
What was to be the title of that community? What was the name of the community?
Self-reliance.
There's something called Self-Reliance Community.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't necessarily even call it community. I would just call it education, the know-how to be self-reliant and to cooperate with other people who know how to do that.
Okay. Yeah. I never thought of that, and I'm curious to see what's over there.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think it would all hinge on. It's so fucked up because the more you're willing to share, which is the more I would need to know, the more you expose yourself in some way, right? Even if it's just making an enemy, if you said something, did something wrong,
right.
Now something you to focus of their attention while trying to educate me. It would seem like the harder you try to help me, the more you endanger yourself. It's just interesting.
Yeah, then there's certainly a resistance to on the platforms more and more that information staying on there. But it's still there. And of course, there's going to be only so far you can get where, just like in university, It's theoretical. The practicality of it is something that your experience can't pay a price tag for.
All right.
Another part of the equation is that you can only have so much theoretical on your plate where nature being fluid itself, you just have to, every single environment is going to have its own set of parameters and challenges. So the more you get your feet and your hands wet and dirty in the soil with experience, the more you know how to mitigate whatever challenges nature throws its way.
Yeah, I got to agree with that one. I also think it's something to be said about, and I guess this works with your shit too. If a motherfucker is on other journeys, there's got to be room for the other journeys as well. Like, I don't know, people find other journeys elsewhere. All journeys can't lay down a very particular path. There's got to be. It seems logical to me that there'd be other ways to achieve this shit.
Sure. Well, there's just like anything in life with self-reliance, there's sort of a common denominator of fundamentals, and
that makes sense. Yeah.
And you can take that wherever you go, but
that makes sense.
After that, there's also a common denominator of variables. And
yes, self-reliance could suddenly mean I'm a rich banker and I'm fucking over my people. Hey, I'm self-reliant. Fuck you talking about? At least I'm self-reliant. I don't know. We created a monster now.
Self-reliant in the corporate world is an oxymoron. That's like the same thing with sovereign citizen.
Yeah.
Like there's no such thing as financial independence. That's a fallacy.
Stop. I'll forget it in 5 minutes.
But corporate wealth is superficial wealth. It's not real wealth. Never can be. Because corporate wealth is the ultimate form of dependency. You're always, no matter what.
Yeah.
I mean, even in nature, you're dependent on nature, but nature doesn't implode on itself in the sense of, well, if it does, if it internally combusts, then we're all fucked anyway. So it doesn't matter.
But we know with that business model, it's doomed to eat
by
itself.
By design,
and,
yes.
Yeah.
It's a competitive based thing. Yeah, and it's not. It's outside of the balance of nature, of nature's balance of perpetual, infinite motion.
There's always one person, if the object of competition, in the sense that it appears, there's always some people who's going to be willing to be a little less scrupulous. You know, if it's, you put it in the world of sports, someone is going to juice up. If you put it in, I don't know, baseball, somebody's going to put the shit on their fingers or the back of their neck. And then suddenly everybody's going to do it to keep up and catch up. That's going to be the nature of things.
The corporate world kind of gives you a superficial and synthetic buffer to the way things work in the cycle of nature. It gives you an artificial extra cushioning, which, if used right, could actually be a benefit. But the problem is, it always goes back to that spoon-fed thing, and people atrophy with it, and then they get more and more dependent. And so, just like any other addiction, they don't want to go back to, you know, at some point you have to still work the harvest, and it means you got to keep the soil nutritionalized and so on and so forth. People, instead of doing that, they just say, "Oh fuck," you know, stick my head in the sand, and the synthetic, the chemicals will take. Vote harder, the chemicals take care
of it. Vote harder,
right.
baby. We fucking up because you didn't vote hard enough.
Yeah. And then it's a cycle, right? It gets deeper and deeper and deeper, and then kick the can down the road, time and time again. At some point, that fizz in that can is going to explode.
Yes, it's going to come due. Yes, and it seems logical, right? So even those people, they're not dumb. They see any flaws. So the more we scream, the more important it is to cut you off early. You know, you really shouldn't be allowing motherfuckers to get up to a status where people are actually listening to them. Most motherfuckers, there should be a built-in device to shut them up. You know, 1 million laws, and if you get past those laws, 1 million bullies. You know, they should have inherent things so that you can't overcome the system itself.
Right, and the reason they do that is because them knowing how things work in nature like they do, they set up the stage so that if you're dumb enough to fall for their narrative, you implode on yourself, and they sit back and watch and just have the resource of nature by default while you take care of yourself as the diseased. So they can just walk and not have to, you know, worry about the fact that you're the one that's actually corrupt. They know that you'll do yourself in if they just tell you to do so.
Yes, and it's kind of embarrassing that now I can see how reliable we are at that. I don't want to sound like Kanye here or something, but people crave their slavery, right? They will fight tooth and nail. You know, like I always think of he a good master. You know, why you want to ruin everything? You know, what's master like next on the next one? You know what master next plantation do to you? We got a good master. That's all I be hearing when I be hearing. You know, it's the best country in the world, and you know what it's like over there. Oh shit! I don't know.
Because back to that false dichotomy that we're talking about, it really comes down to, is BDSM the only way of functioning in life? You know, I mean, do we have to have a master and a slave, or can we also have another option where we're kind of more just cooperating, and we don't look at each other as like who's more privileged than each other? You know,
that's a good question. I wonder how much of that man's nature is man's nature, and how much of it is ignorance. Right? Because I know I hear the argument, it's man's nature, someone's going to be greedy or blah, blah, blah. But it seems like with a little enlightenment comes a lot of couth, a lot of, character adjustments, with enlightenment.
From my experience, not only seeing but partaking very heavily on the other side of the fence, if you will. And not just for 1 or 2 days, but for quite an extensive period of time on 2 expeditions worldwide in different environments with different people, different groups, different settings. So the answer to your question is all of it is ignorant.
All right, I'm high. I forgot the question. I was looking at my girlfriend.
You said a minute ago you wonder how much of it comes down to just ignorance. From my experience, I would reckon all of it.
What was it? I don't mean to be dense. What was I
all
talking about?
of it is
just. What did I say? How much? What was we talking about? I said all of it comes down to ignorance. I have no fucking idea what.
That's the reason why people curtail and stay caught up in the spoon-fed excuse mode and so on and so forth.
All right.
When I said, do we have to? Is there another option, or is it this false dichotomy of BDSM, master and slave, the only option in life? Is there not any other option? And you said you wonder how much of that comes down to, just people's ignorance. From my experience, it's all of it. All of it comes down to that.
All right. Good. So that gives me hope, right? That's what I derive out of that.
More than hope.
All right.
It should be really good news to realize and know that there's a choice, right? That you can actually have an option and there's something you can do about. Maybe for the other guy, not so much if they're going to say stuck on their ignorant ways.
Yes, at least I have a choice. At the least, that's the least that can happen is I have a choice. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. I also believe that, man, it looks like if you give a person a different choice, like, I don't know what that choice would look like. I haven't found it. Perhaps you have. But it looks like if you give a person a choice, an option, and it would kill a bunch of their excuses, that I would have come up with tonight as to why, oh my God, that shit sounds so hard, blah, blah, blah. Because we're not educated. Right. If a person, had spent some time, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't want to compare it to something else. But if a person has spent some time over a period, learning what they need to know.
No, you're right. It's hard to learn it from scratch, especially when you've already had programming, and when you don't have if you don't have a good teacher, and you're just supposed to go out in the middle of nature and just submit to it without any experience. No, that's not going to go well.
Your tendency is to follow the programming unless something shocks you. Unless something snatches you around, your tendency is the program is pretty effective. Most people don't see past it. Right. Most people don't even get close to even believing it exists type shit. It's very effective.
I reckon that's what I'm here to do. I have options myself. I could have done what most people do when they discovered the stuff that I'm talking about. Just left the rest of society to hang themselves. But my compassion is more than that. And I'm here to do exactly that. Shock the shit out of people who are excited about being shocked and want that shock.
Yeah.
I'll do that,
Yeah.
I'm excited about that too, then.
And at the very least, the worst you could do is show motherfuckers that there are alternatives. Even if they think yours is shit. It should open up a wise man's eyes and be like, oh, fuck. Yeah, I could refine that or maybe tweak or do this and that. There are alternatives.
Other than communism. Yes, there's alternatives, right?
Right. Fucking communism. Actually, we had some good conversations. I don't even know where, but if they were in Jackson, you had a good chance to hear them. Probably not in Jackson, short for this shit. But, are any other isms good? Communism, fascism, capitalism, or have any of its socialism been proven effective or good on their own? And I don't think that we could find, first of all, a true representation of any of them, nor any that we consider successful.
I have a more of a different directive of questioning based on that, and maybe that'll put more of a better resulting outcome. How about we ask the question, are any of them healthy?
Are any of them healthy? All right, I'm not familiar with enough of them for most of them, but communism, in my opinion, not healthy. Capitalism is not healthy. Socialism is not healthy. Fascism is not healthy. Okay, I ran through a bunch of them. I can't think of any more, but I haven't found any that are healthy yet.
Okay, so if the answer is they're not healthy, then I think it becomes a little bit easier and more obvious for a clear picture of what not to advocate for.
Yes, is this feasible? Because I still haven't considered this yet. That different aspects of all of those put together, it's logical that you can borrow from aspects of them and form something that is healthy or successful or successful.
Well, sure, there's aspects in there a little bit that in order to even keep them going, everything is foundational from nature. Right. By default, we can't get away from that, can we?
Right. So if we found truth in there, then it would be truth outside of there, and so and so.
Perhaps it's mostly just serving the and it's an important function. And I was asked this question one time. Do I see any anything positive in nationalism and corporatism and so on and so forth? And I said, yeah. And it took them back. It shows us what not to do.
Well, that's clearly, but I get you. I guess in the end, nationalism, like everything else, it seems, would still be effective as a tool somewhere. Without being unscrupulous, there'd be a time for it. It seems like there's a time for everything.
Give me an example where you think there'd be a time for nationalism.
First of all, any thought that popped in my head at first, national went nation in the conventional form, which is probably unhealthy. So I lose that argument through the gate. So I immediately have to go to my representation or whatever my community is, whatever our group dynamic of so-and-so is, that being a nationalism.
So normally, now we're changing the definition, which we can do. Yeah. And I reckon if we just keep things simple, it just comes down to one simple thing. Yeah. If we're going to have an ism, let's keep it real. How about just cooperatism?
Cooperatism. Okay, all right, let's try that one. Is cooperatism healthy? No, that couldn't have been a question. Let's see, that's why you smoke. Is any other isms healthy? I don't know. Yeah.
If that's going to be an ism, and I reckon that it would be another one of those fallacy oxymorons to call to say this word cooperatism, because ism is belief based, and when you and I are just doing something unanimous function, we're cooperating together. That's not an ism anymore. That's a reality.
Wow. Yes. All right. So the answer, I think, to my question is that capitalism, all of these things, they're really. I'm going to say that part wrong, but there would be aspects of them that you could borrow from. All of them. Well, maybe assuming they all got some characteristics, and I assume they all would have some characteristics, because they were not really communism, not really socialism. Those things don't really exist, apparently. Just, I don't know, different variations of something.
I'm going to, for the record, state that I haven't found any positive beneficialness to any of them other than serving the function to show us what not to do. But I'm not closed-minded to hearing if there is one.
What about capitalism?
I just haven't seen one.
What about capitalism?
Okay.
You selling your free market. I don't know if there's capitalism or not. You selling your berries to Bob and him giving you services or some cash to be used at a later date.
an unnecessary distraction that takes away the function of just straightforward man-to-man cooperation. Why would we need to do that if you can just come over and I help you, you help me, we work together as a team if we want to, no obligation to do so whatsoever, because there isn't in nature. It's up to us if we want to do that or not.
All right, so there is no caste in what you're talking about.
That's right. No need for it. That becomes that becomes the beginning of diseasement, right? Of functioning and cooperation.
I try to even, that's a leap, right? I can't even imagine that. And I'm high, and it's hard to imagine that fucking world without caste.
Funny thing is, we talked about this the other day. Even though it might be hard to imagine that and fathom that on sort of like a consistent normalcy basis, we're all actually doing that by default, even with the superficial world. Yeah. What we're doing is we're cooperating to compete with each other. Even we're cooperating to fuck each other over, right? So why don't we just remove all the unhealthy things and just come back to basis? And it should be very easy. When you come over to my house and we have a lunch together, we're cooperating. We're actually cooperating right now, and we're doing it. We can't get away from cooperation because we're all sharing by default everything in this realm that we're amongst and living. We have no choice but to cooperate. We're sharing the air, we're sharing the water, sharing the resources. We're already cooperating.
Yes, I guess by definition we are cooperation. I wish motherfuckers had more active cooperation going on.
Right. Now, the only thing that's happened is in this default place, some people get a little insecure. It's like, oh, well, there's another aspect of humans here that can do these kind of negative things. So if somebody wants to come and club me over the head, they can do so. And I can do that vice versa. And so they start thinking about, well, how do I mitigate that? Right. And the problem is they look outside nature for superficial ways, and they ended up listening to their bullier who came up with the solution to the naive simpletism gullible bully for the solution. And you're not going to get anywhere if you go back to your fucking oppressor for some kind of remedy from clubbing you over the head.
Yes, all you can do is plead on their mercy, and that phrase would make a lot of people happy. Yes, I'm a man. Right. I don't plead. Don't go in
their court system where they're the one with the robe. They're the one calling. They're the one writing all the rules and calling them laws and making you believe that you have obligations by divine morality to follow them and all this bullshit.
One of the best things you can do, again, back to I guess kind of what we do over Porter's period in general, is to show that those rules are for us and not for them. The more times you can show that they don't adhere to those rules, the more the illusion will crumble.
Well, if
they're illusion, we only the ones who have to follow them, then they're clearly subjective. It should be clear to some people at least.
Yeah, the fact that it's for one but not for another is the fact that it's for nobody. Otherwise, it would be for all. It certainly wouldn't be of divinity, because divinity is
equilibrium.
Foundationally, we all have to breathe to be alive.
Do you know that I use that? And this is a nonsense argument, especially with you, because I don't think you have any interest in this. But I remember using this argument for the January 6th stuff, saying that what troubled me most, I was like, even if I was just an objector who didn't know nothing about it, just seeing that it was all white people, I'd already been leery. I would like, just because it's such a big thing going into the Capitol, blah, blah, blah. If it's any chance to succeed, I would like to assault all races. Then on that alone, because I'm dumb, I'm probably running across the street to crush her in the window because I'm an idiot. But it's a red flag, the same way it is when I'll go over the shit, and it's always, not as always, whenever it's one race, it's damn near red flag. Most are never, ever one race. So if they're that motivated to be out there protesting, most of the time they're good people and they're multiracial.
Oh, wow. Isn't that just the perfect prelude to this video. That comes back to do we excuse actions and ideals because of naivety and ignorance?
I think you and someone had that argument earlier, and I think we came up with no, you do not.
Right. I mean, it's let's put my smell check question on it. Is it a healthy thing to do so?
To excuse people's ignorance, is that what we said?
Mm-hmm. To excuse people's actions and ideals based on ignorance.
Yeah, to excuse their actions based on.
Does nature excuse people's actions and ideals based on ignorance?
I wouldn't say. I'd say it is wrong to excuse them, but there is ways to excuse them. Meaning, I'm not going to feel one way or another about it. You're not really hurting me. However, I can't really excuse it. That is against nature. I think I got to speak up or something.
Well, even if we don't, the consequences of the action will be as they are regardless. It's not going to change it. If somebody goes and sticks scissors in a light socket because they are naive to the consequences in nature aren't going to say, okay, you were naive, we're going to give you a get out of jail free pass. That's not how this works, right?
Yes, nature is a lot less forgiving than I am, yeah.
Right. So why again, here's another logic. If we step anywhere outside of the balance of nature and its wisdom and how it works, the only thing you're going to have right there by default is corruption and imperfection, because that balance is already perfect. So that is our tunnel vision guide. It's a divine compass that we have all the gifts and abilities and functions within our temple, our anatomy and everything to align with. And that's what we would align with in a feral state by default. But the reason why we're so disaligned with it is because we were born in the enslaved, indoctrinated world that took all of our focus and placed it in superficial direction. And at this point, it's overtaken that,
Can you mute Rights? Did we find that out last time? Can you mute him? I think that's background noise I'm hearing from him.
Rights, you with us?
Yeah, right here. Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. All right. You had some background noise.
Rights. Just being a good boy.
All right. No, you're not. I was about to call you a dick for not contributing. I thought you were asleep all this time, but yeah.
He was tying his boots.
Don't know where y'all going with
it. Did you want me to start the video up now so you can see it?
Why don't we? Sure. Okay. Why don't we go for that? Yeah.
All right. Joe Cool.
Yeah. All right.
Get your pencil, get your paper ready, get your roach ready. Get ready.
All right.
Line it up.
I got a bowl.
Motor bowl. There you go.
Rose here. Often my videos will bring up a question or a point or something, and then I'll explain my position and basis for it. This one's kind of tough. I'm not sure there will actually be a resolution by the end of this video. Now, this come up before, but this time it came up when I was talking about how I made a post on Facebook talking about how there are a lot of statists I would much rather hang around with in real life than a lot of the anarchists that I know online, because it is very common and perfectly normal for otherwise decent, nice, generous, kind, considerate people to believe in statism, because almost everybody does. And there's a whole bunch of people who are kind and generous and nice who still believe that crap, who I would much rather be around because of how they treat other people. Whereas there's a bunch of mentally unstable jerks in the movement. Obviously, not all of them, but it has at least its fair share. The movement has at least its fair share of just asshole jerks who don't know how to coexist with other human beings without being constant buttheads. But that brought up something that a number of people commented on it, and I've talked about it before, which is how do you define what it is to be a good person? Because I was saying there's a bunch of otherwise good people who believe in statism, but otherwise they're nice and they're kind and they're considerate and all that. And can you call them good? So I wanted to do a video about the idea of at what point does being mistaken and falling for propaganda BS constitute a legitimate excuse for personally advocating or even committing evil? And it kind of doesn't, but that leaves us in a position where there's a lot of people who, left to their own devices, would be fine people and get along with everybody else and be really nice and generous and all that, but they've been tricked into either believing in or cheering for or actually committing authoritarian violence in the name of law and so on and so forth. So how do you morally judge these people when it wasn't their idea? Like, there's a bunch of people who just on their own are obnoxious jerks. And I was pointing out there's a number of people in the movement who are like that. They're just obnoxious jerks. I don't want to be around them. Even though they don't believe in government, they're just assholes. Don't want to hang around assholes. I'm grateful for the fact that they don't want a ruling class enslaving me, and I will happily use my freedom that they advocate to disassociate from them personally because they're jerks and assholes. But what about the people who in their daily lives aren't assholes? They're totally nice, but they still believe in statism and they still advocate stuff. And you can go all the way, while we're discussing the topic, you can go all the way to the people who literally enforce it violently, like the cops and the law enforcement. Well, I don't make the laws, I'm just enforcing them mindlessly. I'm just using brute violence against you because my political masters told me to. But you can't blame me. You can't judge me for that. I'm just an unthinking robot of the worst people in the world. So you can't say I'm bad. Well, yeah, you can. And, you know, to point to the cliche thing, were the Nazis okay if they said, oh, well, we were just following orders, which, by the way, that's what they said at the Nuremberg trials. Well, okay, yeah, we did some horrible stuff, but you can't really blame us because it's somebody else's idea. I still see a bunch of Americans, cops and just cop worshippers, saying, well, who you should be mad at is the politicians who are making these laws, not the people literally initiating immoral violence against their fellow man because they were told to. Really? So now there's no culpability for the people who actually carry out the evil. And to them, I often say, have you heard of the Nuremberg trials? Doesn't sound like it. And cops constantly say that, well, I don't make the law, I'm just doing my job, I'm just enforcing it. Yeah, I know, and that's evil. But there is a distinction to be made. Now, it's not a distinction as clear-cut as good people and bad people. There's two kinds of ways to be bad. I mean, obviously, I'm overgeneralizing a bit. You can either be an individual jerk on your own. And by the way, there's a big range of people who can be jerks who don't actually initiate violence against other people. Like, I still might want to have nothing to do with them because they're obnoxious and annoying. But okay, if they don't initiate violence against other people, that's pretty good. Like, and the fact that, yeah, good job not advocating violence. Also, I don't want to have anything to do with you because you're annoying, but at least good job on the not advocating violence. But if you compare the average anarchist jerk who doesn't advocate authoritarian violence to the most like kind, generous, sweet old, Christian lady who's always trying to help everybody out and then goes and votes for an authoritarian ruling class to rob and control everybody she knows, how much culpability is there? It isn't none, because if it was none, you would literally say, well, all the people who voted for and became, members of the KGB or the Nazi SS or enforcers of the Soviet Union or Red China, well, they were just doing as adults. They're perfectly good. There's no moral judgment on you just for committing widespread violence against your fellow man. Yeah, there is. But there is a difference between would they have done that on their own, which is like individual malice, or did they just do that because they were trained to believe in authority and then they did as they were told? I'm going to mention the Stanley Milgram experiments, because I can't not, who demonstrated just how powerful in Americans the belief in authority is, so that an authority figure that doesn't even have the power to command or punish anybody, but just says the experiment must continue, most people will do as they're told because they were trained to do as they're told all throughout their education, Russian indoctrination system. Look it up. And they're surrounded by the idea that the law-abiding people who play by the rules are the good people. No, they're not, if the rules are bad. But when people are that brainwashed, most otherwise decent, notice I keep throwing in the otherwise decent people will act as agents of evil. That's the short version of what Stanley Milgram's experiments demonstrated. So how much can they be blamed for, I was just doing as I was told, and keeping in mind that they were indoctrinated into being that and believing it, and they were surrounded by that? And there's a million different examples you can look at, because now, from the comfort of today, we can look back on, the time of chattel slavery and say, anybody who owned people and treated them like livestock, that's freaking horrible. Absolutely it is. Now, how sure are you that if you lived back there and you were surrounded by people saying that that's legitimate and that's the way of the world and that's how it is and their property, so the owner has the right to do what he wants with his property, how sure are you that your mind, don't hide behind the comfort of today when you're surrounded by a bunch of people saying that's insane. Yeah, they know that now. How sure are you that back then you would have been among those, if you happen to be like white and there's black slaves, among those to say, I think this is horrible and should end. I know it's legal. I know it seems to be societally accepted to a certain degree, and it's heinously evil. How sure are you would have done that? Because it's really easy from today to look to some other form of indoctrination and brainwashing and cultural norms that were just insane and evil and say, well, I would have known better back then. Would you have? Are you sure about that? Because a whole lot of people today advocate different evils that are now socially accepted. They can point to other times and places and go, how dare people, like, how could anyone have gone along with what the Third Reich was doing? How could anybody have gone along with slavery? Meanwhile, they go along with whatever authoritarian injustice today is societally acceptable in the minds of the people around them, which makes them massive freaking hypocrites. Yeah, good for you. You can recognize evil when literally everybody around you goes, that's evil. The question is, can you recognize evil when everybody around you says, well, this is just the way it is? That's legitimate. We need that. It's necessary. It's legitimate. People have to pay their fair share of taxes. And, there have to be punishments. We have to take their house or put them in a cage if they don't pay tribute to the ruling class. Well, okay, I guess that's necessary. What evils would you on your own be able to recognize if you didn't have the benefit of everybody around you saying, well, that's evil? If everyone around you was saying, no, this is necessary and good and legitimate, and then you went along with that, how much are you to blame? And that's the question that to me is pretty hard to answer. I mean, I was a statist for many years. I advocated, I didn't think or talk in these terms, but I advocated that lots of people I didn't know be forcibly robbed to fund a giant military and police that I thought were protecting Americans. Yes, I was a brainwashed, stupid statist. But that's the point. How much can we just say, well, we were brainwashed, we didn't know any better? And here's the test for me. Did anybody know better? Did anybody figure out and stand up and say, I don't think this is okay? Because if it was nobody, you might be able to say, well, nobody else did either. We all went along with it. But if one person, or 10 or 100 or 1,000 or whatever, for example, in slavery days, the abolitionists stand up and say, this is horrible and evil. I know it's legal. I know the government enforces it. I know it's been around not only here, but the whole world for centuries and centuries, And yet, it's still stinking evil. And the fact that lots of people around me seem to think it's okay and go along with it, the fact that even a bunch of the victims of it have sort of resigned themselves to like, well, this is the nature of the world, and like, my job is now to be a good, hardworking slave for the master. Because yeah, that the brainwashing can do that even to the victims. But if anybody was capable of standing up and saying, this is wrong anyway, standing up against the majority, standing up against literally everybody they know sometimes, and say, this is still wrong, this is horrible. Like, if you examine this objectively from actual principles, this is insane. The fact that it's how we've always done things and it's legal and it's approved by society and government and all, doesn't determine whether it's bad or not. But it's a challenge figuring out how much we can put blame on an individual for what they advocate. And the thing is, I know the vast majority of voluntarists I'm talking to, just like me, used to be statists. Were you a bad person? Was I a bad person? Kind of. I mean, no. And also, yes, I believed in and advocated immoral violence against my fellow man. I didn't think of it in those terms. I didn't recognize it as that. But how much can we plead ignorance when we're personally advocating it? Or, in a more extreme case, when it's somebody actually out there inflicting the violence to make it happen, like soldiers and cops and stuff. I just followed orders and gunned down some random people I knew nothing about. Okay, you can't pretend to be a good person. But where do you draw the line? And the thing is, I'm not sure you can really draw a line, because, I mean, you can obviously draw the line of principle, which is you advocated something immoral. Like, that's not a gray area. But when I talk about like otherwise decent people, it's like you would have been a nice person if you hadn't been systematically over time brainwashed into believing some bullshit that made you cheer for something evil. The thing is, with enough brainwashing, almost all of us will do that. Almost all of us have done that. I did that when I was a statist. Again, didn't view it that way, didn't think of it that way. But I totally blame myself for not figuring out sooner that I was a cheerleader for evil unwittingly, didn't know it. And so I know there are anarchists who are quick to sort of condemn as the enemy anybody who advocates government. And I think the moral condemnation may totally be justified, but to view them as the enemy, like they're automatically the enemy and they must be destroyed, is kind of bogus if you recognize that most of us, if we meant well and were taught some BS, most of us went along with the BS and we advocated it and we voted for it. And some of us actually like committed it. At one point I actually like took the entry exam or whatever it's called to join the National Guard, and got really high things. And they said, you can be whatever you want. You can be a helicopter pilot and stuff. And that was a bazillion years ago. And something inside me just said, no. I was still a statist at the time. I believe the military protects us from evil, blah, 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 yada, yada, BS that I had been brainwashed into. But the thing is, to me, wherever you want to draw the line of sort of moral judgment, and if you want to say, look, he's advocating immoral violence, that's immoral. I agree. Yeah. Is he a bad person? Well, in that way, yeah. He's literally advocating or even personally doing himself immoral violence. You can't pretend that's not bad. That's bad. But I think there's a huge difference, even if they're both bad, like the serial killer psycho who's out there just murdering and eating people on his own, like of his own accord, it was his idea. And then there's the guy who signed up for the military to protect us from our enemies and blah, 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 blowing up some village full of people he knows nothing about because he's a brainwashed idiot, because that's what military training is, making you into a brainwashed idiot. I mean, that couldn't possibly be clearer, that the way they do military training is to crush out of you any shred of moral judgment or individuality and make you into a robot for the worst people in the world. And it works. And it works on people who went in with the best of intentions. Does that make it okay when they're committing evil? No, it doesn't. But it does make them different from the people who would do it on their own, who would delight in it, or the people who join up because I can't wait to randomly kill people. Okay, you're messed up. So to me, you can totally, fling all the moral judgment you want, and I will too, at people for advocating violent aggression against their fellow man, which is most of the people in the world do that by way of their belief in authority and politics and voting and all that crap. But there's still a big important distinction between the people who were tricked into going along with or advocating evil, which is still bad, and the people who are eager to do it. And the thing is, the people who are tricked, you can basically say, well, fundamentally underneath the BS, they mean well, they're trying to be good people. And if they can see through the indoctrination and let go of it, that's basically releasing the real them. Now, this is what Candles in the Dark is all about. I should put a link to that below, where I teach people a way to teach voluntarists a way to talk to the rest of the world, statists, anybody who believes in government, in a way that brings out the inner voluntarist inside the other person so that they come to recognize that there's a conflict between who they really are and the belief and authority that they were taught to accept. Because there's always a conflict. You can't believe in authority without having massive internal contradictions. Utterly impossible. Explain why in my book, The Most Dangerous Superstition. But if somebody isn't doing it on their own, and imagine something like, MK Ultra, where somebody is tortured and drugged and basically made into a killing machine. At what point do you say, all right, now you're not culpable at all? Like if you signed up with the best of intentions and they did this to you to the point that you can't even think, you're just a trained dog. And actually, that's a really good analogy because it's pretty easy to use training to make a dog really violent against somebody else. Is that because does that make the dog evil? No, he's doing what he was trained to do. Now, a person, theoretically, supposed to have a little more like agency and capacity for moral judgment than a dog, because there's no such thing as morality for dogs. But there's still so much power in the brainwashing and the indoctrination and the people being trained like dogs. And the military in particular, they're literally trained they literally wear dog tags because they're trained and treated as attack dogs. You're not supposed to think, we say do this, you go hurt somebody. That's how it works. That's what you're trained to do. You're not trained to go, I wonder what the background and the belief system of this guy walking down the road is. Like, no, he told you to shoot anybody walking down the road. Okay, pow, I deserve some medals. No, you frickin' don't. You gave up your humanity. But when people undergo that intense an indoctrination to the point where the real them, the them that used to be there, is just covered in layers of just psychological manipulation and terrorism to make them into that. And that's the worst case scenario. But the way more common version is people grow up in a society where it's like, yeah, government's necessary. So it's going to rob us all. You get to vote for who you want robbed and where you want the stolen loot to go. Oh, goody, that means we're in charge. No, it doesn't. And you're now advocating immoral violence against all your neighbors. But they didn't come to you and say, hey, want to advocate some immoral violence against your neighbor? They did the brainwashing. They did the indoctrination. And so that, again, comes down to the thing of if anybody is able to see through that and go, I'm not going to do this. This is wrong. Like in the Milgram experiments, every once in a while, somebody's going to say, this is just wrong. I'm not doing it. If anybody can do that, then what's everybody else's excuse who didn't? Did you really not have the capacity to go, this is messed up? And it's important to note in the Milgram experiments, a lot of the time, the people who thought they were shocking a complete stranger, they would like be nervous and shake, and sometimes they'd cry. Sometimes they'd beg to be allowed to stop. But all they have to do is don't go like that. You're not even being threatened with punishment. It's just an authority figure saying, yeah, the experiment must continue. So you can see their moral conscience going, this is so freaking wrong. But their indoctrination and brainwashing overrides that and said, nope, you have to do as you're told. Because your whole life, you've been taught that obedience is a virtue. Maybe not openly and in those words, but you see that everywhere. You learn that from almost all parents. You absolutely learn it from teachers. You learn it from cops. You learn it from politicians. You learn it from the media. You learn it from Hollywood. You learn it everywhere. That good people are law-abiding taxpayers. No, they aren't. But if you're surrounded by these ideas your whole life, how much culpability is there? And to me, it's hard to say. Now, it's all the way immoral. And the victims of immoral violence still have the right to defend themselves, even if the ones attacking them can truthfully say, well, I didn't know any better. I was just I'm just following orders. Well, too bad, because if your orders were to go attack that innocent person and you're mindlessly doing that and the innocent person goes, well, now I have to blow your head off. Sucks to be you. You deserve to have your head blown off because you weren't willing to question the orders you were given and you were doing something evil. The fact that you didn't come up with it on your own doesn't make you a good person. You're still the one doing it. But it makes it a very, it's weird because it makes it a difficult challenge to say, well, are they a good person? Like somebody could be so sweet and generous and kind, but they believe some crap that makes them advocate horrible things. And this has been true of humanity for a really, really, really long time. But so that's still tough for me to call. Like, is that a good person? Not in what they practically advocate, but inside that is a good person. Like they're so nice and generous and considerate and stuff, except their indoctrination. The reason, the more important thing to me of like whether you're sticking good or bad label on them is to realize that the people who are genuinely nice in their daily lives, but advocate authoritarian violence by way of government, they're not doomed. It's not hopeless. They didn't choose the evil on their own. Now, ultimately, they either chose to go along with it and vote or enforce stuff or whatever. So they did still choose it, but they were basically cajoled and bullied and indoctrinated and manipulated into thinking that's the way, that's the right thing. That was true of me too, when I was a statist. So there's the issue of it's kind of hard to know exactly how much moral judgment to throw at somebody who's like a sweet person most of the time, but believes in that stupid stuff. But the good news is the people who had to be manipulated and brainwashed and lied to and cajoled and, indoctrinated, all that stuff, those people are anarchists waiting to happen. Now, as long as they're advocates of the system, to get all matrixy here, they are in a very real sense the enemy of freedom because they are advocates and enablers of evil. They don't see it that way. They weren't trying to be that, just like I wasn't trying to be that when I was a statist. But because it took lies and deception and manipulation and indoctrination and propaganda and brainwashing and all that to make that person into that, it means that they can go back to being the decent person that they really are deep down inside if they can escape the lies. And again, that's what Candles in the Dark is all about, is helping the real inner voluntarist escape the authoritarian BS they were told, so that not only will they stop advocating immoral violence in the name of authority and law and all that crap, they will be free too. Because, and this is where it gets super sad, the malicious, evil psychos at the top are never the ones on the battlefields. They're never the ones enforcing anything. So the enforcers of authoritarianism, they are agents of evil. They are the ones carrying out immoral injustice. They are victimizers. And a thing that's hard to remember sometimes, and the more fascist they are, the harder it is to remember, they're also victims of authoritarianism. Like the fact that so many cops turn into unstable, violent, sadistic bastards, that's not good for them. Certainly not good for their victims. It's it's not good for them either. Same thing with people who go into the military and they're totally screwed up, and some come back sadistic, some come back just kind of messed up and incapable of dealing with the world. They're victims of it too. They are perpetrators and victims at the same time. And the thing is, what gives me hope is that the vast majority of people who personally advocate immoral aggression against their fellow man only do that because of all the indoctrination and lies and the, being surrounded by a culture and a society that pretends that's okay and necessary and good. So rather than arguing about, well, whether are they good or are they bad, I would say, do they have the potential to be good, awesome, peaceful people? And for the vast majority of people, the answer is yes. Now, are they peaceful right now if they're voting for authoritarianism? No. They were tricked into doing something that goes against their nature, but they're not hopeless. They're not doomed. They're not beyond salvation. Not to get all religious, but I mean, philosophically, they can still be helped out of that. However much you do or don't want to blame them for mindlessly going along with evil crap. And so that is the focus in Candles in the Dark of look past all the crap they've been taught and even all the crap they commit or advocate that is immoral authoritarianism to find the person underneath that wouldn't have done that if they weren't lied to and help them out from under the lie so they stop fucking doing it. And that is what fixes the world. Has nothing to do with government, has nothing to do with overthrowing it, having a revolution. It's just about freeing the human mind of enough people that who they really are can escape the indoctrination and garbage they were taught so that the evil psychopaths who are playing that game lose all their power. So there's lots and lots and lots of potentially very nice, very good people who believe bullshit. And I like to think I was, at least inside, a good person back when I was a statist and believing stupid bullshit and advocating immoral bullshit. So deep down inside, in the vast majority of people, they are perfectly capable of peaceful coexistence, except that they were taught authoritarian bullshit. But helping them out of that, you can release who they really are, the good person who they really are inside. And to me, that is the focus. Because I'm not going to defeat everybody who advocates evil, because it's almost the whole world right now because they all believe in government. But I absolutely believe that humanity will outgrow the insane superstition of authority. And, I'm doing everything I can to speed that up. And I know lots of you are too. To bring out of human beings the grown-up, responsible, caring, considerate, kind, good people who are right now being held down and tricked into evil by the authoritarian indoctrination. So that's what I focus on. It's why I'm actually optimistic. Because I don't think the vast majority of people are genuinely on their own evil, even though they've been tricked into enabling evil and don't even recognize it as that. When they see the truth, the vast majority of people are going to stop enabling and empowering the worst people in the world.
Boy, I like the ending of that. He's right about that, though. When you're in a service, you get brainwashed. They make damn well sure about that. There's no doubt about it, in my mind.
Yeah, that's I'm getting away from calling it using the indoctrination word and just replacing it for the more accurate, direct brainwash word. Everything in the entire world that we're talking about, from top to bottom, pretty much from womb to grave, is brainwashing. All of it.
It is. How else can you explain it? Ever since you were a kid, like you said,
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, what's going on here?
The two soft words for it is indoctrination and domestication, right?
Yeah.
Joe, what'd you think?
Oh wow! I think I must have fell out on your ass.
Yeah, let me. I'm not sure who's got the better snore.
Oh damn! Well, at least I give you an indicator there, man. Shit. Yeah, I must have been gone. I don't even remember the last
I think you made
shit.
it about halfway through or something.
Damn. I even felt the shakiness over here in Detroit.
Yeah, it's too bad. I mean, we had all the world's problems were solved. There's no more tyranny. Everything. We even lived it for a good 40, 45 minutes, and it's all gone now. You missed it. You missed Freedom Land.
Oh shit.
And the bad thing about it, you're gonna have a test on it tomorrow.
Oh no, I was gonna start right now. Why wait?
Yeah. I'm getting Oreos.
Yeah, I think something's a little mushy somewhere. That's all right. That's available anytime. There's another one too, writes that rebroadcast to you one of these times. You might not remember, but just out of curiosity, do you remember, writes, the very first Larkin Rose I ever broadcasted to you or shared with you?
The very first one? No, I don't offhand.
Roast?
There's so many of them. So many of them.
We probably did about 4 or 5, maybe 6 at this point. I was in the pursuit of trying to find it. And I will find it.
I'm trying not to talk too loud because I got the speaker up high. My wife's. I don't have my earplugs in yet. I'm waiting for it to charge up.
Oh, you can't use it while it's charging, that thing?
No, it's got a short cord to it, and it's connected to the computer, and it's still red. It's not white yet. I'm waiting for it. Well, it's taking a long time for it to charge.
I see. Before you can use it, you just you have to keep it your umbilical cord until it's fully charged.
Yeah. As soon as it charges, I can charge. It's been like almost 3 hours right now, and it still hasn't been charged yet. It's still red.
You could probably still if you're needing that to go for a smoke or whatever, you could probably, it'll still work. It probably just changes color when it's fully charged.
Yeah, it does. It turns white, she said.
Right.
Right now it's red, and I'm waiting. It's like 3 hours. I'm really surprised it takes that long.
I think the other headset you had, that took a good 6-7 hours to fully charge, didn't it?
I don't know. I forget how long it was. It took a while, but not this long. I mean,
no. I
every
remember it's
time
quite a while. If it's totally emptied, it took quite a number of hours.
It took a while, yeah. It definitely would take. Yeah, but I always had to charge when I talked to you.
Right. Yeah, you're probably. Usually they don't have much charge in these batteries when you first get them, because that first charge, I think, will probably indicate something to do with battery memory for the charge later or something.
Oh, okay.
I say fully let your battery be empty before you charge it, and when you get it, when you charge it for the first time, fully let it charge.
Right.
How long does it usually take you, Joe?
It depends. iPhones quick. All I know is phones, and they drain quick, but they charge a lot quicker. Not long at all. But I don't think that's what you're talking about. I don't know how that's helpful.
It's going to depend on the capacity and what kind of USB thing it is, right?
I gotta buy a charger for it. I got it on my computer, but I don't have a charger for it. I can just leave it charged. So I gotta go get a charger for it now. Separate charger.
A separate? Why? So you don't have to plug it into the computer?
Yeah, that's why I know it's I can charge it constantly. When I need it, I got it.
You know what? You know what I would get in that case instead of it. I mean, you can get that too if you want, but what I would get is just a separate battery, and that way you just swap one out for the other back and forth.
I don't know. These things are so small. It's unreal.
I think you can get an extra battery for it.
Yeah, I'll find out then.
Maybe ask your daughter.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
I know nothing about these. I'm totally lost with these ones. I never seen them before. I mean, I never had one before. Say.
Mm-hmm. Well, it sounds pretty good.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, it's almost identical to before. Maybe a little different, but not much.
I want to sound more professional, like Joe Cool.
You keep eating mushy cookies.
Well, I was going to use his videos and start using my own narrative on it, just to make it sound good.
Well, that might be one way to make a buck. I say go for it. I want to hear this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's getting bad out here, I'll tell you.
No, it's getting great.
Oh my God, I'm telling you, it's just.
It's all perspective.
I'm so happy.
Yes, it's getting great. The more the more that spoon shrinks, the more people and their fat ass excuses to be corrupt and violent toward each other start to dissipate.
Jesus, man.
The more that tit shrinks, same thing.
Yeah, that's right. The more the milk dries up, the more it's time to start growing up.
That's about right too. They had a deal with the parents got pissed off at the school board because of the transgender shit. Kids didn't show up at school, and the school started having a fit.
Right.
I haven't heard anything with the results on it yet, but I'm going to find out if the school board changed their attitude or.
Sorry, change their attitude on what? Did I hear that right?
The school board was teaching transgender to the kids.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So the parents stopped the kids from going to school.
Yeah, well, good. They never should have sent them there.
Yeah. So the school's having a fit right now. I'm trying to figure out what's going to happen with this. I'm proud of the parents. I really am.
That's the narrative we should just be. That's the focus of that we should be talking about the most, and encouraging other people, and saying, "You're a dummy. Next time, don't wait so fucking long." Right? Like, I mean, that's all. This is exactly what that thing, that clip from Larkin is. What we were just listening to is all of it comes down to all this corruption that's going on. The blame game is a distraction, and it's not a healthy one. Even though that video was kind of focused on it, I like to try and shift people more into a healthy focus, question air, as I was doing with Joe earlier. And why don't we start asking questions? Is that a healthy focus? Is that a healthy direction to be choosing for ourselves? So in this case, is sending our school to the state for education when we know damn well that it's president on lies, corruption, and indoctrinative ideals. Is that a healthy thing to do? Was it ever a healthy thing to do?
No, it was not.
Okay. So if the answer is no, then if we are doing that anyways, what we're doing is we're making a choice to do something unhealthy for our children. And we are doing that, are we not? When we're doing that.
We are.
Nobody else.
Uh-oh. He took off on us.
Yep. He's out. Joe, if you're still there, come back if you want. If not, and you're spent, thanks for being with us as always. Another great conversation. Really enjoyed
it. Yeah, he just didn't want that test. That's all. He took off.
Just after, right? Just after he was slapping you for the snoring too. I was cracking up on mute. I was like, "Oh, he's not going to live himself down." This one. I'm gonna make sure he doesn't forget to. I'm gonna send him a text message about that.
Yeah. Tell him he's worse than I am.
That's why I said I don't know who the louder snorer was. Who interrupted better.
I think people are starting to wake up a little bit more because I'm starting to see more and more people starting to.
They are
defy the government, but the problem is a lot of them are still blaming the government when it's really their fault. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, and that's part of the indoctrinative conditioning. That's probably the from my oversight and watching, the deepest part of the indoctrination that is the most difficult for people to get over. It's like the last sort of loop ties for people to break away. That's the ultimate shackle, right? Is the blame game. Sit there and it's your fault. You shouldn't have done this to me. Blah blah blah. And while you're doing that, every second you're focusing on that, you're neglecting self-responsibility at the same time. And isn't that exactly what the oppressors want people to do? Is not focus on taking responsibility for themselves.
Didn't I do that? I did the same thing you just said.
Right. And a lot, right? And it's taken a lot of conversation, to bring that to light, to have it be understood, and then get to the point where, well, what can I really do then and not waste my time? But just recognize that for a second too. Like, if the objective of the keeping the oppressed is to keep them distracted, well, wouldn't the most clever tactic be to set up the bait stage for the oppressed to stay distracted by focusing the blame on the oppressor?
Yeah, it would. It wouldn't do no good, but yeah.
Right. And well, it doesn't do no good for the oppressed, but that's the ultimate palm in my hand success from an oppressor point of view, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Right. So now I'm going to do, if that's the case, then it'll make logical sense that I'm going to set all the stages up that I can to keep people focused on blaming, of course, anything but taking responsibility for themselves. But if I can continue to get you to blame me, then I've got you in the palm of my hands, because the longer you continue to do that, the longer you're going to be my slave.
Mm-hmm.
And the longer you're going to come to me and beg me and plead with me, don't do this, don't oppress me, don't pimp me as hard, don't loosen up, just give me a little bit more freedom back, please. Right?
Yeah, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Oh boy, I can see it. And you hear people out there complaining about it all the time. The news, even on YouTube.
Right. And then I can also set up other bait stages, such as, well, we're going to fix it the next election.
Yeah, that's what they're doing now.
Right.
Yeah.
And that over and over again, right? Well, we tried it this way, it's not working out. Okay, every 4 years, right? So we'll fix it the next. And it's just like, how many times can you see this fucking Charlie Brown and Lucy football being taken, slip from under the rug narrative happening over and over again before you finally figure it out that it's all a fucking facade? That's been my position. Larkin was saying in that video there that it's a little bit difficult to get fully into this blame game thing. It's the responsibility 100% on the individual when you've also been part and parcel to that at some point. And he said, like most of us have been. He said, most of us have been status at one point. Well, here's where it gets a little interesting, because at this very moment, you're actually talking to somebody who is in that not most of us category. I was never one of those most of us. I was never on the bandwagon of statism rhetoric and patriotism and any of that stuff. Never, right from the get-go, right? My whole entire life, I have always been that individual that he was saying as well, that is looking around going, none of this is right. None of this is moral. All of this is fucked up. What are you fucking, you guys are crazy. What are you doing? I've been that person. So from that, if you can objectively look at it from, or try to, of course, because it's impossible to actually do so, just like it's impossible for me to actually truly see through the eyes of patriotly indoctrinated, because it's never happened. I've been subjected to it, but it didn't work on me. But I can see the results of it. So from the other side of the equation, I don't see the indoctrination as an excuse at all. And especially if we're going to give any level of, and I don't ever suggest to go based on hope in life, because hope is a waiting game for the lazy. Take action. But he was saying it gives me a bit of hope to see that the corrupted are not uncorruptible, and I agree, they're not. I mean, you're an example. Joe's an example. Everybody I have conversations to, I've got thousands of examples of healing cases. That's what it's all about. It's about healing. So certainly you can uncorrupt yourself. But the only way that's going to happen is when you actually accept full responsibility for everything that you've done in your life, and not have any blame or judgment or excuses anywhere else. That's where it's got to begin. And the fact that it has happened for some people mean it can happen for anybody. Absolutely. We don't have to have that question mark in it, but to put anything else as a buffer in the way is only going to delay that from happening. So it's, again, back to that healthy question. Is it a healthy thing to do to even sit and stew and focus at all on any factions of blame? Or does that end up just becoming the ultimate waste of time from actually doing anything proactively and making a positive, healthy, proactive, real solution for ourselves?
It's a waste of time. It is. That's what they want, like you said.
Right.
That's exactly what they want.
And it's nonsensical, isn't it? Right? When you see it for what it is, it's nonsensical. Especially if if we're not going to fix ourselves first and foremost, then the only thing we're really doing at best is paying a tribute to lip service and being a hypocrisy.
I lost you. Totally lost. Hold on. I don't know. Wait a minute. I think it's my. I don't believe this. Hold on for a minute, dude.
Okay.
Hold on. I mean, I totally lost you. I took the thing just got done charging. It didn't turn white. It just shut off.
I've been holding on since your daughter said before we started. It's still wondering what to hold on to, but we'll get there.
I'm trying to get this thing. Hold on. I might have. I probably won't hear you for a minute. Hold on. This is new to me, so I don't know. Let's see. All right. There's no point. I see it now. All right.
And change color, did it?
Oh shit. This is not going to work, is it?
What's the matter?
I don't know if you can hear me now, but I can't hear you yet.
I can hear you. You can't hear me?
Wait a minute. There's already one in here. Well, why did they do that for? Hold on, dude. I'm trying. Okay. That there.
I guess he can't hear me. I guess this is where me and the audience we talk about rights. The pictures I have where Wrights was caught with his shorts down, and does anybody want to see that? We caught Wrights with his pants down. Should we broadcast that? Post it for everybody?
I heard that.
Oh shit, he's here. Oh shit.
Yeah.
You didn't hear that, folks.
Oh damn, are you loud on this thing? Whoa.
Adjust the volume setting.
How do you do that?
On your computer. Bottom right.
What's on my computer? Oh, okay. Oop, wrong one. Woo. No wonder it's way up here. Keep talking to me, will you?
Testing.
Wow, okay.
I'm fixing it.
Let's see. Yep, fixing it right now. Is that you talking?
No, I wasn't saying anything.
Hold on. I didn't even touch this. All right, I got it. Okay. The video came on by itself. I didn't touch it. All right, I'm with you. I can hear you. I'll be dang.
Yeah, all good now.
Do I sound okay with you?
Yeah, you sound good as ever.
Well, this is totally different. Okay, I'm with you now. Sorry.
That's all right. You'll get used to it quick.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice. I don't have to wear no headphones. I can walk around probably further without you here.
Yeah, probably fix that.
Yeah.
I think.
I'll find out right now. I'm talking to him. I want to walk around a little bit.
Usually, I think it happens near your window when you have a smoke. So if you're good there, it's probably good to go.
Let's try it then. So anyway, people, they're bitching, and the problem is, what's going to happen when they have?
Right, is the mic a separate thing because you're getting quieter as you go over there?
Really?
Yes.
Wow, I didn't walk 5 feet. How about now?
It's getting back to normal now. So if the mic is a separate thing, then maybe there's a little clip that you're supposed to put the mic on your clip to your shirt or something, or
maybe it's not coming on my computer, not coming out of my headphones.
Oh yeah, you might be. Yeah, the mic might be from your computer at the moment. That's possible.
All right, let's see how this thing works then. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go to my settings or my Bluetooth.
Maybe put it on a screen share then, and in the event that we get lost and we can't hear each other, I'll call you on your phone.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Guru. Sorry for the hassles there, but I'm trying to get this thing.
No, that's good.
Go. All right, now let's go to Bluetooth a minute.
Actually, hang on. Before you do that, there's a better way we can tell. Come back to StreamYard for a sec and go to settings in StreamYard, and let's see what it's identifying.
Bingo. Yep. All right, audio.
Yeah, your mic is change the mic. There it is. The first one there. Change that to Bluetooth. It's showing in there. Stereo mix field tech. But yeah, the third last one. Boat Studio. Yeah, that one. Change it to that. Okay. And say, that's it worked.
Oh.
Yeah, it's good. Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
I lost you.
Can you hear me? You lost me? Am I back?
Yeah, I lost you when I did that.
Okay, when you did that, we didn't lose you. It changed, and you could tell it was the mic on your headset. So possibly, maybe try that and switch it over, and then maybe refresh StreamYard and see if that.
Okay, because I couldn't hear you. Okay, I'll go back down.
I hope this isn't the same problem as the other headset. That means something else is going on. Let's find out.
Okay, here we go. Can you hear me now?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
All right, let me go back. Hold on there. Go back to settings, get that thing. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, ain't no way.
This is the same thing that was happening with your headset.
Well, I can hear you on my headset now, but apparently you can't hear me on when I'm talking to you. You hear me on my computer.
You mean on the headset that we thought was broken? You can hear us now?
No. The ear, whatever they call them, damn things.
Speakers.
What are they called?
Speakers on your computer?
No, what's on my ears right now. I can hear you.
Earphones.
Earphones, but apparently I'm talking, but it's going through my computer by the sounds of it. Because when I walk away, I can hear you fine.
You can so you can hear right now on your through the earphones, not through the speakers.
Right.
But when you switch to the mic, then you can't hear through the earphones anymore?
Nope.
What the fuck? That is bizarre. Okay. Let's try some things then.
Wait a minute, I just tried some. Hold on here. We tried whoa, no shit. Hold on here. How's it sounding now?
It sounds the same.
Okay, I just did something and I hear stereo now. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me walk away. I heard something go bloop bloop bloop. Wait a minute now.
Yeah, you're still let's if you could put your screen share on, let's turn off everything but the Bluetooth.
Okay. Wait, there's something. I can hear you just plain as day in these things. There you go.
Okay, let's go to the control panel. It's already there. Yep. Okay, let's go to hardware and sound. Okay, let's go to no, don't go there. Don't go there. Go to okay, the third option is sound in the middle, and on the right there's manager audio devices. Let's try that. Okay, that's what I was looking for. I wonder if we can clip that. And let's just try something before anything else. There's an icon that just appeared, a new one on the bottom in the tray in the middle. That's for the sound box. Very bottom of the screen, all the way to the bottom. Okay, and in the middle, One more.
In the middle.
Yeah. No. The one on the very right. One on the end there.
Okay.
Yeah, that one. Try right-clicking on that. Oh, we can't stick it. Okay, never mind then. Okay, in the box in the top left that opened. No. Don't click. Pause.
Okay.
Come back to that button. Yes, left click that.
Okay.
Okay. Now in the box that just opened, the headset option, the top one there. Okay, right click on that and disable.
Right here.
Yes. Okay. Now can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Sure can.
Okay, good. Okay, so the blue that part is correct for the Bluetooth. Now go to the recording tab.
Recording
That's
tab.
a
No,
little higher up there
Oh.
from where you are. Yep, right there. Okay. Now
Uh-oh.
same thing. The second.
I lost you.
Oh, can you
When
hear
I
me?
did that. Yeah, I lost you when I went on recording.
Okay. Go on the recording tab, and then when you're on the recording tab, go there and come back again for 1 sec. Then let me just see. Okay, when you go there, the middle option is microphone array. Hover over that, right click and disable, and then come back here. Can you hear me right now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? If you can hear me, you're on mute. You double clicked. Still on mute. Say something. Okay, I cannot hear you at the moment, but you can hear me. So click on that again. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now go back to the recording tab. Okay, and the one at the very bottom is stereo mix. Okay, I'm assuming you can't hear me when you go to that, so listen before you go to it again. Click on recording, and now the one at the very bottom is stereo mix. It activated, so you got to disable that too. So click on recording, the one on the bottom, it's stereo mix, right click and disable. Can you hear me now? Say something. You have now try unmuting yourself.
Okay, how's that?
We're good.
Can you hear
We're
me?
good. Can you? Yes. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me? Shit. I can hear you. Click on that again. Testing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Weird. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, you can hear me. Okay. Okay, go back to that thing again. Go back to go back to that. Here. Okay, that one at the bottom there. Are you hearing me through the headphones right now or through the speakers? Headphones. Okay, come back to that thing again. Okay, the third one at the bottom there is speaker. Right click and disable. Okay, and it looks like there is 2 Beats Studio headphones plugged in for some bizarre reason. I don't know why. Something is definitely glitching here. There shouldn't be showing 2 at the same time. And one of them is disabled, one of them is not. Can you go to recording again for the tab for about 10 seconds and then come back again? Recording tab at the top. Higher up, recording tab. Yeah. Can you hear me right now? Type yes if you can hear me. Oh, you can still hear me. Okay, if that's the case, go back to that. Oh, you closed that tab. Gotta get back. Click that again. Okay, now click on manage audio device. It's the one on the right on the third middle in the sound category. And down lower, not that one. Yeah, that's the one right there. Okay. And go to recording. Okay, if you can still hear me, just move your mouse in a circle so I know. You couldn't hear me? Move your mouse in a circle right now if you can. Okay, when you were on recording, if you could not hear me, move your mouse in a circle. Okay, so go back to recording, the recording tab again for 10 seconds and then come back here again. Okay, go ahead and come back. Yeah. Okay, so you still could not hear me, if that's correct, circle. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to go to the recording tab and you're going to deactivate the bottom one again. You won't be able to hear me. And after you do that, then close the Chrome browser and then reopen the Chrome browser to come back. Let's see if that fixes. Disable. 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 Say something. Let's see if I can hear you. If you can hear me. I can't hear me. I can't hear you. Okay. Let's try actually one more thing before you refresh the browser. Yeah. Click on the that speaker thing at the bottom again. Okay, and hover on the top one, the headset. Can you hear me? Circle if you can hear me. Okay, good. Hover on that one, yeah, and right click. And disabled properties. Go to properties for a second. Make that as default. Go to advanced. Okay, click on levels. That's to the left of advanced at the top. Okay, click on listen. Default playback. Okay, playback through this device. That's set as default, which is good. Continue running when the battery. Okay, click on general again. Okay. Click on the properties. A little bit lower to the right, in the middle, up higher. Okay, and click on driver, second tab on the top. Click on driver details. Okay, close that. And click on details, the next tab to the right. Okay, click on events. Okay, that's fine. Click on the driver tab again for a sec. Click on driver details again for a sec. Close that box. And click on general, first tab on the top left. And there's a change settings button on the bottom left there. Click that. Click on driver. On the top. Second tab. Second one. Yeah. And click on up-to-date driver. There it is. Yep. And search automatically for drivers, the top option, left click. Yep. Okay. Click on that search for updated drivers on Windows Update. Bottom there. Click on that. And just close that box. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Windows 11 version is ready. Okay, we definitely don't want that. Up to date. Okay, close that box. Okay, and now close this box. And close this box. Okay, now go to no. Come back to that. Okay, go to the playback tab on the top left. On the left, the very top, playback. Yep. Okay. Look at this for 1 second. Hover over the second headset. Hover over that. Right click. Look at this for a second. Go to properties. Okay. Try and unmute yourself for a second and let's just see if it works.
Test, test.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Test.
Okay. Mute again. Mute again.
Test, test. Test, test.
Mute yourself again. Can you hear me?
Test, test.
Okay, if you can hear me now, press circle. Or circle. Press mute.
Test, test.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? If you can hear me now, circle your mouse.
Test, test. No.
Can you hear me now? Circle if you can. Can you hear me now? Circle if you can. Yes. And circle your mouse if you can hear me now. Can you hear me now? Circle if you can. Circle if you can hear me right now. Circle. You can hear me. Okay, now unmute your mic.
Hello?
We're fixed if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Let's see how far I can walk now.
Okay.
Really? What the hell was going on with that thing? Huh.
I think there was a little glitch in the installation and it double installed it. That's all.
Huh.
You can blame that on Windows 10 too.
It figures. All right, let's see what happens now. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Actually, it doesn't sound like it's coming from your mic still, though. Or maybe just say something.
All right, how about now?
Yeah, I think I put the mic right up to your lips for a second and say something.
I don't. Okay, I gotta take it out of my ears. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
He's putting it back in my ear. There you go. How's that?
Yeah, I think it's got to be coming from your mic now, because that definitely, when you did that, changed what it sounded. So.
Well, I can't talk that loud, but yeah. As long as you can hear me, okay. Got my head against the window now.
You're at the window right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's definitely your mic. There's no way that's coming from it. So yeah, it looks like we figured it out and you're good.
Thank you. You know, you figured it out. I appreciate it. I would never known to go through that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
through Bluetooth.
That's actually the way that I'm used to. That's how you do it on Windows 8. That's the first time I've seen where that is on Windows 10. So now I know how to get to it. I'm gonna have to remember that.
That'll be $5.
Get out your checkbook.
Yeah. I'm never gonna win that war. Mm-mm.
Capitalism at its finest.
I'm glad. Is it muffled? I mean, can you understand me? Is it loud? Is it not loud? Is it?
It's decent. It's, I guess, maybe slightly muffled, but I think that's because you're trying to talk quietly.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not problematic muffled. It's fair enough, especially for at the moment. And I don't even have my volume totally cranked. It's a little more than half. So if I had to, there's a lot of room.
Because I got two of these things in my ears.
Yeah.
Plugins, you know. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
I don't have a headset going around my head, you know.
Right.
Huh. Okay. Well, as long as it works, it's the main thing. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep. No worries.
So anyway, yeah, I had a hell of a time getting these. The Larkin one. Every time I do something, a motorcycle drove by, a jet plane drove by, you know, a train went by. I said, "Give me a break!" Every freaking time, you know, I shut the window, you still could hear the train go. Oh, give me a break! Yeah, I was having one hell of a time trying to get him on there.
Well, we're gonna fix you up. I talked to Fruity this morning.
How's she doing?
She's doing great. Excellent. Well, actually, I got some stuff that I'll tell you later when we go backstage. Some plans that we did. I don't want to announce to the whole world, but some pretty exciting stuff that we're doing. And also, I told her about what we talked about. We're going to make you a little template that you can use for that little showcase preview thing if you want to do it that way. And then you can just point to Rumble, like I was saying to you there in phone messages. So I can't remember. Can you tell me again what the name of? You're still mostly doing your editing on your phone, is that right?
Correct. Right. Because I don't have it on my. Yeah, I have no room to go anywhere else right now. You know?
Right, and that's still what's easiest for you, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Right now it is. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just, I was talking to Freddie about that, and she was asking, well, does he know how to use Canva yet? And I said, well, Not really, and that would be a learning curve. It might be a reason to do the learning curve, but it would still take a while. And so she said, well, what does he use normally for editing? And I said, I can't remember the name of it. But so we want to make you something in that program that's for sure going to be very easy, that you're used to already, a template, and then you can just add whatever clips you want for the little preview thing that you make. You even change the music with a switch of the button type thing. Try and make something real simple. You know?
God, I don't know how to act. I'll have to smoke a cigar and wear a little scarf for a minute. You know, wow, getting all high tech.
What's the name of the editor program you use again in your phone?
Hold on, I'll tell you in a minute. Okay. I don't know by heart. I just go to it and that's it. You know. Hold on here. Okay, let me get out of here. You Cut Pro.
You Cut Pro. Okay. And that's 3 words?
Well, it says you cut and and Pro, at the end.
Oh, so You Cut is one.
You Cut is one word, then Pro is a.
Okay. So pass that on to her, and she's the one that's got the phone. So we'll probably throw you, a couple different variations, and then you can, flip back and forth so that it's not so repetitive every time.
When we go backstage, I'd like to find out how you put a meme up there instead of this YouTube putting whatever they want up there. You know what I mean? That drives me nuts.
You'll have to elaborate. What do you mean by put a meme up where?
When you broadcast your video, you put a meme up there. You don't like the picture of the video.
like before when like you mean on StreamYard?
Yeah, like StreamYard, YouTube. You know, people, because when I put it on Pro, it just picks out any picture and it puts it up there. You know, a frame.
We might already even have stuff from before that overlay. It's an overlay. That's what you're talking about, right?
Do they call it an overlay when
you put this picture over top of the screen?
No, I know how to do that. Like when people scroll down, they see YouTube and you see these pictures before you enter. You know, a picture that grabs the audience. You go, "Wow, what is this?"
You're talking about thumbnail.
Is that what they call a thumbnail? Okay, I thought
that's what a thumbnail is. Yes, no, that's a thumbnail.
What's the difference between a meme and a thumbnail?
A meme is just a fancy word for sort of an attention grabber. Here, I'll go on my screen share and show you. Hold on.
Okay.
My quotes of the day are technically considered memes, but they're not a standard format meme. The other things are, though. Okay, you can see my screen now?
Mm-hmm.
That's a meme. That's a meme. That's a meme. These are all memes. So basically, memes are, something that people do, a picturesque poster type of thing that grabs somebody's attention and has a message of some sort. That's typically what it means. It could be funny, it could be serious, it could be whatever.
So what I want is a thumbnail.
Yeah, you want a thumbnail. That's right. That's an attention grabber for a video. I don't know why they call it a thumbnail.
Well,
Good question.
That was the first thing that ever threw me off when I first started looking at this computer. You know, thumbnail. Like I told you, I'm looking for a thumb with a nail on it. I'm like, where the hell is it at? I'm looking right at the picture. I'm like, son of, and I had to, figure it out.
Right. You're talking about these. These are all thumbnails here.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm really zoomed up, but for most people, it'll look like this. Right? Those are all some.
Yeah, that's attention getter. Something that looks, appetizing, and
Yeah. Yeah. So, and that typically, Fruity and I use Canva to make. So, and I'll showcase that to you for a second on my channel. Here are my thumbnails for my videos. All these. Well, this one here was actually a snapshot thumbnail from the video. I thought it was a fluke that YouTube snapped a good picture, so I decided I'll keep that one. But these ones were all done in Canva.
That's what I have too, right? Okay, good. I'm gonna have to learn how to do it then eventually. I'll have to put this thing in my kitchen and just start working on it.
Yeah, and that's something as well that and we can spend maybe an afternoon. I showcased that to you before, but we can spend a few hours kind of just showing you a couple of the basics again. You can get your feet wet in it. And while you're doing that, because it is a learning curve, Fruity and I can also, if you want, give you a couple thumbnail templates where all you have to do is just, it'll be kind of a branding thing almost like it is here. Like if I wanted to use this style, as you can see, these are like templates. And I can switch the wording in this area here for whatever that specific video would be a good title for type,
Mm-hmm. I got what you mean.
Yeah, we can make you a few templates like that you can use if you want.
Just to get used to it.
Yeah, and you'll have different options. That's what we're going to do is try and do as well for this little 30, 60-second video. Same type of concept, try and make a simple template where the same thing, you can just insert a few different clips for that video, and the wording in the template is also changeable to match whatever that specific video is going to be focused on. But the rest is kind of already templated to save you time. And if you want to change the music, you can, or you keep it, or that type of thing,
Yeah, so that'd be great for Rumble,
Yeah, yeah. And you can point it from YouTube. Then you don't have to worry about all this. I think you should at this point. It's getting quite nuisancey for you, especially. For the most part, don't even bother doing like full-fledged videos on YouTube. I think you should just do and you can short clip them as well, like have them in both formats. What I mean by that is this format.
And I remember that. Yep. Yeah. I know how to do that. Yep.
Right. So we can make a template for each where you can, pull off a double whammy each time. And so instead of focusing on making videos that dance around YouTube censorship, you just make 30 to 60-second templated promo clips that you post on YouTube, and then your actual full videos go on Rumble, and the YouTube promo clips point if people want to see the full actual video. Then in order to see it, they're going to have to go to Rumble. It'll say that in the short clip, for the full video in the description at the bottom type thing.
That would
so
be
if they
great.
if they really want to watch it, then they got to do the hard effort of actually clicking on a link in your description that takes them to Rumble and watches it there. Oh, heaven forbid,
Yeah, I like Rumble a lot better. I can do a lot of more to Rumble than I can with YouTube,
For sure, and it's this is a good strategy that I'm going to do myself, and I'm going to encourage other people to do more of, to help encourage people to transition more away from this Nazi platform, and get used to that a bit more, because we're going to have to anyways at some point, and it's getting there.
Yeah. It's well, you already heard about UK, or not you haven't talked to DJ. They're starting a censorship now. They're trying to put it in law right now in UK.
Flow State is live. Anyway, so they're putting in a censorship law.
Yeah, they're trying to do it right now. DJ was telling me about it.
Well, what took them so long? They already did that 2 years ago in Canada. Wow, you know,
Wow,
lucky
really?
they've had
Wow.
extra time. Mm-hmm.
Oh, PJ, I didn't know that either.
Oh yeah, it's rampant up here. There's some really bizarre things with it too. I'm shaking my head watching it about the censorship part. I think if it's bad enough, you can actually get criminally charged or something like that. It's pretty stupid.
Wow. Well,
Yeah.
when that happens, if we're going that one place you're talking about, you know what?
Right.
Yeah.
Since I'm already on screen share, let me continue my pursuit that I was doing
Yeah, go ahead.
earlier. Let's see if I can find it. I was trying to locate that very first Larkin Rose video that I ever showed you. And this would have been well over a year ago now. And you have it recorded, but at this time, you pretty much were not ready for this video at the time I presented it. But I presented it anyway, knowing that full well as a seed plant, and also because there was some other people in your audience who were ready for it. So we did that at that time. And so, sorry, let me just try and find it here. Look at 3 years ago, they were already starting to plan the Jones Plantation movie. That was a long pursuit and process.
That's what turned me around right there, is that plantation. It's exactly what turned me around. You know what I mean? It woke me up.
Yeah, I think it's his masterpiece, the most crucially thing that his piece of work that he's done. It helped me a lot in bringing semantical understandings much quicker to the forefront. Just putting it together, you know, in so many ways.
It was worth it. It was worth it for me anyway. It was worth it.
Totally.
I'm so excited for next year. I am. I just can't wait till next year. I want to just, oh God, I hope everything works right.
That's it. Might have been around here. Guilt-free freedom. No, I'm going to recognize it right away. He's sitting on a chair backwardsly having a talk at a conference in this one. And
I don't remember that. I just something. I probably will want to see the video.
There's a good chance. And I don't know how old it is. That's the thing. We're already 9 years ago, so I got to be getting close somewhere.
He's been on for 9 years. Wow.
Longer than that. Much longer. I think he's been at this almost as long as I have. So probably about almost 20 years ago.
Wow. He knew ahead of time, just like you did, what's going to happen. That's amazing.
I think it started with tax stuff for him. He was in that movie that I saw my one of my pre-launch videos from Freedom to Fascism by Aaron Russo. If you remember that one, that's the one exposing the IRS for its fraud. And Aaron got killed after he talked to Rockefeller.
That was the guy who was out in the street talking at first, right? When it first started? And it sounds familiar to me.
We're at 10 years ago now. If there's anybody in the audience, bear with us. We're just
I don't
taking
even
our
know.
sweet time.
We can go check it out. I don't think so. They always watch it when we get done. Let me see. They'll get one. It's always that one person trying to get some information out of me.
Well, his YouTube channel goes back. His first video is 14 years old. Gotta be awesome. Yeah. Country. I've only watched like not even 20% of his content. I should really take the time to go through it all. He's got so much good value. There's only one thing fundamentally so far that I kind of, well, maybe two things don't see eye to eye on him with, and that's I don't think he wouldn't advocate for capitalism, especially the more original free market version of it. I don't really hear that coming out of his mouth, and he's also not against intellectual property and copy in the sense of he feels that people should be entitled to the ownership and get paid type thing, and that's kind of a mucky thing to do, take that away from people. So I don't see eye to eye with him on that at all. I think if you put something out there, it's for everybody. After that.
Well, I agree with you. Like you said.
Can you imagine if you had to pay every time to listen to a song?
No.
No. I mean, it's just ridiculous, right? The idea that you like make something and you're the only one still entitled to any. That's all just cap shit too. And that only applies or would matter in capital environment.
I like the idea about the apple tree, You can't eat all the apples, just have people come over and eat it,
Exactly. And nor can you own the apple tree,
No.
You can claim that you do, but they're just empty words, right? Well, it's mine because I saw it first. Well, not when I blow your head off,
Yeah.
It's not yours anymore, And just the delusional fallacies that people believe, right? Belief should be like the first thing that we take out of our palates of things that are, it's one of the dirtiest, most delusional fallacy in our brain that we're indoctrinated to have is this thing called belief.
I believe it's mine. No.
I believe it's mine. I believe it's this. I believe I'm right. All these things. Yeah, it just set the stage right there for all the other simpleton gullibilities that people have. Without that, how far could gullibility really get if there's no such thing as belief?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So no people wouldn't be able to fall for scams if there was no such thing as, if they weren't taught beliefism. Beliefism wasn't there by default.
I was one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
And I was too, even though I didn't fall for it nowhere near as much as the next guy, because I'm more objective and open-minded. It was still implanted as a seed in my mind. And I still fell for some scams in life. No doubt about it, And I'm grateful that I did because it taught me what I need to know.
Yeah, what a hard lesson, though, That's a hard lesson sometimes. Ooh.
Yeah. It's hard because of that belief. It's hard because we have to realize that, I'm not as smart as I think I am. I can't see like I think I could. Right. So, but then you got two paths you can take. You can realize that and become stronger because now you're more careful. Right. Mm-hmm. Or you can be arrogant and say, no, I was right. Or fall into this ideology that people just can't be that bad. Now you're really in trouble. Right? They can be that bad and worse. So got to be very careful with beliefs and conclusions. And I have to find this video because I'll never forget this day. And even though it wasn't sort of centered directly towards you, there was just things that were said in it as well that I knew were going to be seed planting things that hit home about not just patriotism, but militarism and veteranism and so on and so forth.
Even though I could kick myself in the ass being in the military, I did learn a lot. And, being inside there to see what's going on,
right?
That really gave me an education.
Yeah. So in that sense, there's something to be grateful for, right?
Yeah.
It showed you something, right? It taught you. And again, most times we learn what not to do in these environments, right? We learn, oh, that's corrupt. Shouldn't stand for that.
Oh, and demented. Ooh.
Yeah, and lunacy beyond belief. Thing.
Yeah.
And how deep in denial and ignorance the average citizen class is to that, right? Like they didn't see it like you did. They're not sitting there having it that right in front of your eyes like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so all they know is just what they're taught on the television, which is the whole propaganda of be all you can be, all that stuff, right? And cheer for it, cheerleading, right? They're teaching people to cheerlead the entire corrupt way in ignorance.
Well, you hit that home. You're right.
And then, now here's the conundrum. Now you got to you went through that, right? And then now you got to come back home. And you have to tell all the cheerleaders, you people are fucking dumb. Because I saw what you were cheerleading for, and it's not what you think. And you guys are cheerleading for the enemy.
Yep.
And have to say that without getting your head blown off by the very people that you thought you were going and standing for to serve and protect.
Mm-hmm.
What a fucking pill to swallow.
Yeah. Ask me if I do it again.
Yeah. I doubt it. Anybody with a eon ounce of intelligence would certainly, but the bizarre thing is you still got the same military play out happening day in and day out. But what you don't have is, most of the elders, they figured it out at some point, and now they're mad and upset about it. A lot of them, because they realized. But here's the thing: now they also have to face their home turf of citizenry, who aren't going to listen because you're just a disabled old fat vet that doesn't know anything. You were just a pawn in the thing, anyways. What do you know? Don't mess up. Don't blame me for being the cheerleader. I was enjoying my party. I'm going back to my football game and cheerleading the corruption, even if I don't know what I'm yelling for. Right?
That's true. Yeah.
Isn't that what's going on?
Yeah. Unless it happens to them. The draft pick, you watch and see what happens. Oh, they'll be like scattering like flies. I don't want to go. Yeah.
And they'll sit there going, wait a second, why are you doing it to me? Because they're trained to do the blame game, right? It's what do you do? What do you want me for? I'm just a little guy. But there's nobody else left. We all the strong people got slaughtered. We already used them as collateral damage. You're the next in line. We got nobody else. It's your turn.
And you're lucky. You're in the new army now. Peck your ass for some cotton. Protect yourself. Yeah. Oh my God! Yeah, you're right. I'll never do it.
I wouldn't doubt if the number one ingredient in Agent Orange was preparation. Just saying.
Oh man, my friend had that. Took him 10 years for them to acknowledge he had Agent Orange, and then he wouldn't give him any retro pay for it. He got screwed. I mean, he's doing okay now. It took 10 years. Just like that Lejeune, Fort Lejeune, 1953 to 1987, 35 years. They knew the water's contaminated. Didn't tell no one about it. Yep, good old Camp Lejeune. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, just it's their turn now to wake up. I'm done. I'm just gonna get out of the grid. I'm done with it.
Might have been this one, Acapulco 2000. Quick. Oh. Yes.
Damn, he made a lot of them. Yeah, it would be a lot easier just to go and Rumble and just download it, shoot it out.
Yeah, I think so. And
Yeah.
also we'll go over backstage when we're finished this and show you how to easy trim multiple times on StreamYard so you can record that way, because that too is just going to be so much easier for you than have to set up your camera and worry about interruptions of noise and all that bullshit.
I couldn't believe it. 3 freaking times, different things. I could no polluted my audio. I was about determined to get it though. I did it. But damn. I do believe in the concept of what you're telling me. I'll tell you that full-heartedly. Definitely believe in it.
It's quite a conjure. Oh, is this one? The Nature of the Beast. Another one. That'd be a weird peek that one too. Possibly.
9/11. Ooh.
Maybe it's not actually on his channel, but guilt-free freedom. Like he has another movie called The Mirror. I'll have to find that. Be good. Maker. Good warrior.
I want to make a movie how dumb I was going into service and put a boot in my ass automatically when I pulled the spring. I'll make millions off of that.
That's probably a reason all the army wears steel toe boots,
Yeah. Yeah. I'm done with it. No, the only thing I put that video today was just to show people that if they don't give a damn about veterans, why would they think the government would care about them as civilians? They don't.
No kidding.
They just don't care.
And we should not, there should be no hard feelings that they don't care, because they have no obligation to care, nor should they care.
You know what? There's no hard feelings, but once I get off the grid and they come after me, after I have nothing to do with them, then there's going to be some hard feelings. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you 100%. Then
Yeah.
that's a different narrative, and that's that's an act of war and threat against you as a man. No, now there's no color of law. There's no costumes mean nothing. It's man to man, and I would stand right beside you in defense of that all day long with every piece of weaponry and ammo we had at our disposal to defend against that.
Well, like I said, if this house ever burned down, I'd have to tell the neighborhood to leave. I'm serious. I am. They'll see fireworks they wouldn't believe around here.
That's the way it should be. We go to whatever distance necessary to defend in self-defense. And isn't it interesting how at the end of the day, after all that, the very people that you would ever have to actually end up really defending yourself against is not these fake foreign terrorists that they like to, propagate on the mainstream media, but it's actually the very ones that you signed up to serve.
Yeah.
Right?
To protect. Yeah, they're the ones going to come after you. Yeah. Yep. Damn, you're right about that. Damn.
That's because there was no foreign terrorist.
No.
That was a scapegoat. They said, there, that's your enemy over there. Now go fight them. Ignore me, but fight, put your life on the line for me, for these terrorists over there, even though you haven't verified that there's any terrorists over there. They're just saying terrorists over there. And if there's a few of you left that happen to be alive after that, come back and continue the pursuit of paying your taxes. And if you don't do that, then we're just going to throw you in a cage.
Yeah. And if you get hurt, we ain't going to help you.
And we're the ones who are going to hurt you. Literally.
Yeah.
Literally. That's what they're going to do, right? They're going to, use their little minions of cops or whatever, and which end up being most of the cops are either from the cells or pulled from the military. A lot of people don't know that. You might not have had this question, but I know a lot of military had this question when they're getting discharged. They get asked if you were to be given a command to pull a gun on your own citizenry, would you do it without question?
No, I never had that.
This is a very common question.
Wow.
Maybe not where you were for. It's probably more those in direct combat. That class gets asked that question because they've gone the distance, right? And if they answer yes, they get offered "quote unquote" special positions.
Oh, I can believe that. I can't. Yeah, I can believe that.
That's really who's running the material. The jails and the positions that actually count in the military. Those people who are drafted for special positions. That's who's running it all, right? The special positions running.
Well, look at that lady, Kay Greggs, and her husband. What she had to go through, and he got sodomized before he got to go up on high rank.
I'm not even sure who you're speaking of right now. What was this story about? Oh, that lady. Oh, yes. Yeah, her name. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, wow. Talk about sleeping with the enemy.
Yeah. He wasn't just sleeping with her. He's sleeping with her boyfriend, his boyfriend.
I mean, what would be the best way to describe that position? The cloaked prostitute? I don't know. Something along those lines. Trust science. community guidelines.
You know what really kills me? You hear these demagogues, they call senators. Oh, we're going to do this. We're going to do no documentation, no saying how they're going to do it, implement it, but we're going to do this. We're going to do that. Vote for me, Okay, yeah, right. Well,
for how many decades, at the very least, probably centuries, has that been the status quo speech rhetoric prior to every election? And how much of that actually comes to fruition? How much of that would even matter if it did come to fruition? And how much of that do people acknowledge is just a wasted energy after all this time?
Yeah, well, I've seen it ever since I was a kid. Vote for me. I'll do this. I'll do that.
Me too. And so if it's been going on at least for that long, there's probably a good chance it's been going on for a hell of a lot longer than before we were even here. And yet still, it's been going on for that long, and yet still people are falling for the Charlie Brown loose football. Joel.
Yeah, the Charlie Brown football trick, yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
right?
with Lucy, yep.
Charlie Brown is the epitome cartoon of the simpletism rhetoric of the slave class, the lemming class. That's what that was all about. Most people will never see that, but that's what that cartoon was really all about. It's a mockery of the stupidity of people. Yeah. Well, he's backward on that chair, but I don't think it doesn't look to be talking to other people in that one. Honest about the area. Couldn't have been this soon, but I'm just looking to see if no way. Well, let's see if the ones that I picked out to be
One of these days, I'm going to get myself a big computer with a lot of memory to it.
Okay, so that's not the one, but that's definitely a good one too. The Nature of the Beast is called. That's an excellent.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Excellent speech he gave. Are you able to hear that? Did I put the audio on?
No, I didn't hear it.
Okay, let me redo my screen share then. Just a quick sound check.
Shut down your free will. I'm going to shut down your hopes and dreams.
I can hear that.
Yep.
I hear that. Okay.
Rose. Figure out that a person or a state or a politician or whatever.
Another one.
Philosophy. I'll have to get this thing bigger.
Welcome to stage, Mr. Larkin Rose. Thank you very much. I'm not even going to use a microphone because I'm loud. If you couldn't hear that, move to the front of the room. You don't make any sudden movements or loud noises because it might hurt you. Politicians who want to boss us around, because yeah, there's a bunch of.
It's not that.
Gosh.
Oh, this one. Sure.
And get your.
Gotta be one of those.
Excuse me.
This will power grabs. Short and get intense.
If I could just get it in the search part. Here. And boots. Illusion. Get off the plantation with Larkin Road. That sounds interesting, doesn't it? Get off the plantation with Larkin Road.
Yeah, it does sound good.
Ideas of solutions. The myth of authority. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's not even on his own page that other people have kept. It must have been on somewhere else. I'll find it. I'm determined.
You sound like me.
Predators. Thank the troops for what? Might be one. Island Part 1. One. That one. They. That's to go. We all live on Jones Plantation. That are anarchists. Oh.
Ooh, what's that one? Try to find a little Irishman in a pot of gold at Washington. What? Little rainbow.
Nine year interview. Months. I gotta find this because I'll never forget. There was just certain things he said. I won't be able to do it as well as him, but
That's what we're here
fuck your
for.
rights is one of them. Fuck your rights.
He knows me, eh? Guy knows me well.
this 2 months, 4 months.
Anyway, while you're looking through this, I think we'll do this every Friday. How's that sound? That sound good?
Yeah, we could make that kind of a thing you want.
Yeah, just way we
a little more teen.
Mm-hmm. Keep putting it out there, people. You know, you got to start putting your link out there too. So people know who you are. You know.
In due time, you know. Again, there's not much. There's only so much they're going to see with it right now.
Yeah,
they're getting people. You know, value-wise, people are getting everything through my talks on your panel. You know, it's all there actually. If you wanted to do everything in the project, all you have to do is go and watch every stream that I've been on of yours, and everything that my project is about. You've got it all already on there. You know.
Okay. Well,
so there's actually a lot more on your stream at the moment on your channel, record-wise, and anything they can really get a value through anything I put together yet. But that's okay, you know. That was intentional.
Whatever it takes, you know that. Wake up as many people as we can.
Act. Remember before when amazing how much changes in a year. It wasn't very far down at that time. Search and find video. But there we go. I found it.
Did you?
I found it. Here it is.
Fuck your Constitution.
Well, at least from it.
And when I was growing up, I was taught the mushy-headed thing that the Declaration and the Constitution were sort of the same thing written by the same people and more.
They have to maybe hold on.
Constitution. And when I was growing up, I was taught the mushy-headed thing that the Declaration and the Constitution were sort of the same thing written by the same people and more.
Let's see if it's on his channel then. Anarchapulco 2017. Let's see if I can find it. How many years ago was 2017? We're
6 years ago. No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Roughly
6 years ago.
6, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see if I can find that then on the channel. 6 year Anarchapulco 2017. That was a Charlie Brown and football saga I just did. Thought I found it, did you? There it isn't.
There it is. I can see why you get lost in this. There's a lot of videos. Wow.
Arc of Vegas, that's 4 years ago. We got to go further. 5 years. I'll look at the 5-year mark because it might have been there. Nature of the Beast in Anarchapulco 2018, so it's 1 more year after. Where is it? 6 years. Not on here. On his channel. That's gotta be this one.
Gotta be. Yeah.
Hey, Larkin Rose here.
Should have made this video a while ago, finally getting around to it. Mostly these days I've been working on the mirror, and in order to focus on that more, I've more or less retired from doing public events and public speaking and that sort of thing. I was nagged and cajoled into making an exception for last year's Anarchapulco, and it was so cool and nifty that I was nagged and cajoled into making another exception for this year's Anarchapulco, which is happening next month.
That's before it happened.
This one is even going to put last year's.
So that was a prelude to it. Persuasion. I guess it's not on his channel then. So I'm going to do it direct. Linus Larkin, Rose, and Narco 2017. That way. Sacred Cow Shish Kebab. That rings a bell. I think that's what it's called. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yes, this is it. I'm going to give you the link. And we'll watch as much of it as you want. And I'll give it to you because your quality sharing is always better than mine. So I'll put it in private chat here. Stop my screen.
Got it. Okay.
Go ahead and share it from your end.
Attention business. Hold on. I got a commercial. Better put that baby there. Okay.
I'm going to warn you, this is a sledgehammer that's coming to smash you over the head. So I do sell football helmets, but if they're made in China, it's not my fault.
People are going to need a wake-up call. There we go. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Turn this thing big. Here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
Tell me if you hear it.
I can hear it. Yep.
Okay, here we go.
Anarchist author of The Iron Web and the Most Dangerous Superstition, IRS challenger, tax protester, and creator of the upcoming app, The Mirror, Larkin Rose.
I'm going to start with a disclaimer. This week I've heard a lot of people talk about nonviolent communication and compassionately talking to people, and I talked about that in my seminar that I did a few days ago. And I just want to warn you that this morning I'm going to be abrasive and offensive and say swear words. Now that might lead you to assume that I disagree with all those people who said those other things, and I actually don't. And so I hope you're not so offended that you run out of the room before the end, because then I'm going to explain why I'm happy that different people use different approaches. Voltaire is quoted to have said that if you want to find out who rules over you, find out who you're not allowed to criticize. And most Americans these days will say, well, sure, that applies to tyrannical regimes and stuff, but here we're allowed to criticize anybody we want. We're allowed to say bad things about the people in power and stuff like that. And to a certain extent, that's true. For the most part, you can bash the control freaks at the top of the authoritarian empire and they won't kill you. Every once in a while they will, but usually they won't. However, there is a form of censorship that is more effective and more insidious than old-fashioned state brutality of you criticize us, so we're going to beat you up. And that is the censorship that comes from people censoring each other, from people being indoctrinated to a point where they don't allow others' opinions that clash with things that they were trained to think and assume and basically worship. And I think a good measure of what people dare to say, what people dare to discuss, and sort of the limits of what you're allowed to say in polite company or even impolite company is the way comedians talk, because a lot of comedians go out of their way to be edgy and push the envelope and be as offensive as possible to make people laugh. So where are the areas that they won't go? I mean, they'll talk about poop and they'll talk about sex and they'll talk about whatever they can think of that might offend you and make you laugh. But there are places they won't go. Now, admittedly, they will bash politicians. Most of them reserve it for bashing right-leaning authoritarian collectivists and give a pass to the left-leaning authoritarian collectivists, which is a little bit pathetic, but oh well, at least they bash some of them. And some of them will even bash some police, but they usually put in the pathetic bootlicking disclaimer of, well, I'm not saying all police. Most police are brave men and women who yada, 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 blah, 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 but some of them are nasty. So they'll go that far. But there are things they won't say. There are people and there are concepts and beliefs that most comedians, no matter how offensive they like to be, don't dare to say. I'm here to say those things today. And I can think of no better example than fuck the troops. Why do people think that hired mercenaries are so holy and sacred that we're not allowed to point out bad things about them? Everywhere you go, in the news and on TV and on the radio, everyone worships the troops. It's on, stores say, oh, we'll give you a special discount if you're a hired murderer of the state. And you're not allowed to come out, you're not even allowed to come out and point out and show video, look, here are the US troops committing murder. Well, you're a horrible traitor for pointing that out, because we've been indoctrinated to worship a gang of people whose job it is to go to the other side of the world, blow shit up and kill people, and heaven forbid you ever criticize the people who do that. And imagine if they did that here. So much of statist mythology and statism, if you apply it in any other context, you can see that it's just utterly insane. For example, somebody says, hey, yeah, I work hard to protect you. Okay, what did you do? Well, there was a bad guy the next neighborhood over. Oh, and you went and stopped him? Yeah, well, how did you do that? Well, we strafed the neighborhood with bullets for about a month. We dropped several tons of bombs on it. We killed 200 or 300 civilians, but we got the bad guy. Now, who would say, wow, thank you for your service. Thanks for protecting me. Nobody. We'd say, you're a fucking lunatic. Stop doing that. And when people do that to brown people on the other side of the world, it's just as fucking evil. So fuck the troops. And for the people who want to say, but my son is a Marine, how could you maybe you should have fucking taught your son morality instead of blindly obeying the evilest people in the world when they send you to be mercenaries on the other side of the world. Then I wouldn't have to bash him. But they're fighting for our freedom. How much of this statist bullshit are people going to repeat before they think about it? Yeah, because the guy in a cave in Afghanistan, he was totally going to come over here and conquer and enslave all of us, if not for the brave US troops driving around in Humvees on the other side of the world. Yeah, they were definitely going to enslave us. How does anybody believe that? And I made a video called, I forget what it was even called, but about what do you think the troops are protecting us from? What do you really imagine? Literally describe what you think would happen if there weren't US military bases all over the frickin' world. Who do you think is going to come here and forcibly dominate 300 million Americans, 100 million of whom are armed? It's a total freaking joke that we need a military at all, and it's utterly insane to say they fight for our freedom when they work for the one organization that is actually a threat to the freedom of the American people, which is the United States fucking government. And as many people have pointed out, if the troops were actually interested in defending our freedom and in upholding their oath to defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic, they would all be invading DC. I can't believe he would criticize the troops like that. They are out fighting for freedom and spreading democracy. Well, since that came up, Fuck democracy. Democracy is a nice term for the majority violently oppressing a minority. And we're taught that that equals freedom. The best example I can think of democracy, pure democracy, direct democracy, is called gang rape. And it's not okay. It's not okay for the majority to force its will on the minority. And of course, what it actually does, and we all know this, but most of the world thinks, yeah, democracy is how we work out our differences. Democracy is what keeps us at war with each other. It keeps us clamoring to government, please force my neighbors to fund what I believe in. Force them to behave the way I want them to behave. Meanwhile, the neighbor is saying, no, 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 force him to be what I want him to be. Democracy is not freedom, it's the exact opposite. It makes perpetual warfare, and it always will. Now, some people are going to say, this is not a democracy, this is a constitutional republic. Don't worry, we'll get to that. So in addition to they're fighting for our freedom, which is bullshit, and they're spreading democracy, which A, they're not doing, and B, if they were doing, would be evil anyway, one of the most ridiculous things is they're fighting for our flag. Well, since that came up, whoops, where is he? There's lots of things to insult. I'm missing one. Fuck your flag. What? He's insulting Old Glory, Stars and Stripes? Yeah, I am. You have any freaking idea what it is you're worshiping? Well, to me, it represents freedom. Well, to me, it represents tuna noodle casserole. But what does it actually represent? If it represented freedom, would it be flying in front of every office of the biggest extortion racket in the world, the IRS? No. Is anybody who says it means freedom complaining about that? The fact that it flies in front of every DEA office, ATF office, the TSA, it's on all their uniforms, the US military, it's on their uniforms. Does anybody point out, why is it that the oppressors of the US and the world wear the symbol of freedom on their uniforms? Because it's not the symbol of freedom. What is it? I'll give you a hint. It's a hint you've heard about 7 bazillion times. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. A republic is a ruling class. When you pledge allegiance, you are swearing loyalty to your political masters. It doesn't have a goddamn thing to do with freedom. It has to do with Stockholm Syndrome and swearing allegiance to a bunch of control freaks. That's what the flag means. That's what the flag actually represents. It means the territorial jurisdiction of a ruling class. Fuck your flag. And since republics came up, constitutional republic, that's what makes us great and unique and yeah, well, fuck your republic. I was taught for the longest time that that's what makes the US unique. We have a constitution. We get to vote, yeah, but it's a democratic republic. And we have a constitution with a Bill of Rights, and that makes us special. That makes us unique. That makes us great and free. And I'm ashamed to say it was only a few years ago. And by the way, anybody listen to this, you can do painstaking research, as in spending 3 minutes on Google to confirm what I'm about to tell you. Democratically elected constitutional republics with a Bill of Rights, that has been the most dangerous, destructive, oppressive, murderous institution in the history of the world, far, far above anything else ever. And if you don't believe it, let me give you a few examples. Most murderous regime in history, Red China, also known as the People's Republic of China. Yes, they have a constitution. Guess what? Their constitution says they're all allowed to vote. Guess what else? Their constitution has a Bill of Rights. Communist China is a democratically elected constitutional republic. Number 2, Soviet Union, also known as the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Yep, has a constitution. Yep, it lets them vote. Yep, has a Bill of Rights. The Weimar Republic. Now, most of America is ignorant enough to say, the what? Nazi Germany. It's the thing that turned into Nazi Germany, which was completely constitutional. The Weimar Republic was a democratically elected constitutional republic with a Bill of Rights, and they brilliantly put in a line that said, if things get really bad and there's an emergency, the head doofus gets to suspend civil rights. And guess what? He did. And we got Nazi Germany, thanks to democratically elected constitutional republics. And what is the cliche example today of the most oppressive backwards regime on the planet? North Korea, also known as the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Look up the frickin' Constitution. Yes, they have one. Yes, they're allowed to vote. Yes, they have a Bill of Rights. No, it didn't do them any fucking good. How dare he blaspheme our Constitution? People talk as if it's actually sacred, and it demonstrates the fact that statism really is a religion, and it really has dogma that people aren't allowed to think about, they're not allowed to question. And so, while we're at that, fuck your Constitution. And when I was growing up, I was taught the mushy-headed thing that the Declaration and the Constitution were sort of the same thing, written by the same people, and more or less, freedom, yay, hurrah, hurrah. And it was only many years later that I realized, no, the Declaration was pretty dang close to being an anarchist document, because the whole point was, hey, you guys who think you have the right to rule us, in that case, the British Crown, screw you, you're not the boss of us. Whereas the Constitution was, we're now the boss of you. And I didn't know for the longest time that the main people behind the American Revolution hated the idea of the new Constitution. Thomas Paine, the author of Common Sense, and Patrick Henry, good old give me liberty or give me death, railed against the Constitution and said this was going to be worse than a king very quickly. And guess what? It very quickly became worse than a king. And now on July 4th, you have the ridiculous spectacle of a bunch of Americans waving an American flag, which is a little bit weird because there wasn't an American flag on July 4th, 1776. There wasn't a frickin' United States of America yet, but never mind the foggy-headed stupidity. They're also waving a flag of an authoritarian empire that was created after the Declaration said, we don't like this authoritarian empire, and they're waving the flag of an authoritarian empire that is now many, many times worse and more oppressive and intrusive and unjust than King George ever was. Yes, a constitutional republic was a step in the wrong frickin' direction from having a king. That's how bad they are. And that lovely Constitution created the biggest authoritarian empire in the history of the world, with the biggest war machine in the history of the world, and the biggest extortion racket in the history of the world. And constitutionalists are saying, but if we try it again, it might work. No, it frickin' won't. And by the way, when you sound that, when you say that, you know what you sound like? Communists. Well, constitutional republic didn't work in the US or the Soviet Union or China or North Korea or any of the other places, but they just didn't do it right. Well, gee, where have I heard that before? If your theory fails every time it's applied to the real world, maybe your theory sucks. Minarchism sucks. It doesn't fucking work. I can't believe he's bad-mouthing our country. It's unpatriotic. It's treasonous. Well, since we're on that, fuck your country. And fuck your loyalty to your country. The idea of a country is what it actually means. Again, it's the territorial jurisdiction of a ruling class. And loyalty to that is trained into the subjects of every empire, every ruling class. They train their subjects to think, we're great, we're awesome, we're special. It really is, patriotism is Stockholm Syndrome. It is feeling an attachment to your political enslavers. And when I ask people, okay, you say you love your country, what the hell do you mean? Is it the people? I mean, there's a bunch of people there that are pretty dang cool. There's a bunch of people there that are obnoxious and a bunch that are downright evil. So I wouldn't draw a line around them and say, these are the good people, but when you go over the line, that's the bad people. That's utterly stupid. Or do you mean the land? There's lots of pretty cool land, but if you step over into Canada, it's still pretty cool. Like, what are you loyal to when you talk about loving your country? What is it that you actually love? And they don't know. They've never thought about it. I didn't think about it when I was all patriotic and a statist. I never thought about it. And it never occurred to me that the entire purpose of getting somebody to feel loyalty to their political jurisdiction they live in, it's like loyalty to your slave plantation. I'm proud to be a slave on this plantation instead of that worse plantation over there. It's a divisive thing. It's about dividing people and having people be at odds with each other. My country's better than yours. And both sides do it. So yeah, patriotism is not at all a good thing. And it again, it makes people say and believe stupid things. Love it or leave it. Which at least that's not quite as bad as my country right or wrong, which is I'll be loyal even if we're the evil guys. Like, okay, so people don't say that much anymore, but they do say love it or leave it. Well, do you apply that to like your car and your house? Hey, dude, nice car, but your left rear wheel, it needs air. If you don't like it, you can get out. How about if somebody points out evil shit going on in your country, you try to fix the evil shit instead of bitching at the one who pointed it out? But no. But no, we need blind loyalty to our masters because anything else is treasonous. This guy sounds like a traitor. He's an offense to all of us decent, law-abiding taxpayers. Well, since that came up, fuck law-abiding taxpayers. Every tyrannical regime in history was funded and manned and carried out by law-abiding taxpayers. It is nothing to be proud of. And people don't even think about the terms they use. Law-abiding. That doesn't mean good. It means you're doing whatever the hell the politicians tell you to. Taxpayer. That doesn't mean you give your money to good things. It means you give your money to politicians. It is the essence of Stockholm Syndrome to be proud to say, I do what the politicians tell me and I give them my money. And that's what law-abiding taxpayer means. Every regime, every army, government doesn't create any wealth. It steals it. It steals it from law-abiding taxpayers. Now, I can sympathize with people who get robbed and out of self-preservation go along and they give, they hand over money, like, the victim of a carjacker. If a carjacker steals your car and you give them the keys to avoid getting your head blown off, doesn't mean you advocate carjacking. And for the people who, pay up to avoid being caged or robbed or whatever else, I can at least understand that when you express pride in it, that's utterly insane. Well, I'm proud to pay my taxes. No, you're not. That's the lie you tell yourself to deny the fact that you're a victim. You're enabling your abuser. And that's why I use the term battered citizen syndrome, because that's really what it is. It's an exact parallel. Well, yeah, they steal our money and they boss us around and they do all this evil crap. Well, how about we don't have them? No, we can't. I don't know. I can't even picture life without them. And they really love us and they really care and they're trying to take care of us and they'll probably be better soon. And it's sad. It's funny, but it's sad because that's what the American people do. That's what the people of every country do, is they make excuses for their oppressors. And then they take pride in being law-abiding taxpayers and pretend, we're proud to pay my taxes. Really? So if there wasn't a threat, if you were just left in freedom, you'd spend hours filling out long, stupid forms and then give a giant pile of money to the federal government and a pile to the state and a pile to whoever else? Really? And you'd pay for every single thing on the list on what's in the federal budget? Really? You do that voluntarily? No, you wouldn't. You're lying to yourself and you know it. Even if there's some things that you would fund voluntarily, first of all, the government version is always idiotically inefficient and corrupt. But even if there's some things like, well, roads, I wouldn't mind paying for roads. Cool. What do you mind paying for? Everybody has things that the government does that they don't like, which means everybody who pays taxes doesn't really want what they're forced to pay for. So to pretend I'm proud to pay my taxes, it's sad. It really is an expression of Stockholm Syndrome that I'm going to pretend that I'm going along with this. I'm going to pretend that I like this while I'm being abused because it's too embarrassing to say, yes, I'm a pathetic victim who lets my abuser do whatever the hell he wants to me, and I do nothing to resist, not even speak out, not even condemn his actions. And that's what it is to express pride in being a law-abiding taxpayer. It's to express pride in being a slave, and that's just sad. So yeah, fuck the troops, fuck democracy, fuck your flag, fuck your republic, fuck your constitution, fuck your country, and fuck law-abiding taxpayers. Now, I would like to do a drastic downshift. Put something more pleasant up there. A lot of people, if they heard this rant, or if they read some of my articles or saw some of my videos, one being Message to the Voting Cattle, which is almost as rude as this talk today, but not quite. A lot of people who believe what most people believe and have been taught to respect law and authority and yada, 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 and have been trained into statism will respond to this by saying, he's so hateful and he's so intolerant and it's so divisive. And that shows just how profoundly warped their perception of reality really is. And I can understand why it sounds like I spend so much time being against things, because I am against things. But the reason I'm against things is not from hatred. It's not from intolerance. It's not from trying to be divisive. It's the exact opposite. Government and the belief in authority and democracy and all the things I was talking about, those are based on hatred and intolerance. The word tolerate doesn't mean you like it, doesn't mean you approve of it. It just means you allow it to exist. Nobody who votes for a political master is tolerant. Nobody. Because you are always trying to empower somebody to force your will and your preferences and your values onto others. That isn't tolerance. And the fact that you've been taught that, well, if you do it this way and call it democracy and vote and it's legal, then it's okay. No, it's not. That's the mythology you were taught to trick you into advocating evil and thinking you're compassionate and tolerant. And it's mostly the political left that loves to wear the label of compassionate and tolerant. And I love to point out to them, yeah, you're caring and you love other people and you voted Democrat and you like the welfare state. And so you're some of the people who voted to have me put in a cage for a year for not paying tribute to your political masters. Thanks for being so compassionate. I really appreciate it. And of course, Republicans do the same thing. All candidates do the same thing. Everybody who votes for a politician wants me violently forced to fund whatever they think the state should do. And to be open and fair, I did that too when I was a statist. I voted for people to be robbed for what I thought was important, for what I thought was needed. Meanwhile, I would bash them for trying to vote for people to rob me for what they thought was needed because I was a total freaking hypocrite, as every single statist is. Eventually, I noticed the contradiction, I noticed the hypocrisy, and I started to whittle down what I believed in. Government, all right, yeah, involuntary taxes, that's not okay. And it can't really have a monopoly, because if somebody else says, well, I'll exercise the right of self-defense for you for a fee, you know, they have the right to do that. So it doesn't have a monopoly, it doesn't have a territory, it doesn't have, and I whittled away and said, there, now I have the ideal government, and said, that's not government. I whittled off all of the things that made it count as government, and then I realized I don't believe in government anymore. I can't. It's impossible for it to be legitimate and moral. Now, I talked before at the beginning about how a lot of people, including me at other times, want to be gentle and invite people to think about concepts, and they say, like, don't be offensive and don't offend people. I'm really glad to have a bunch of people doing it different ways. And I do it different ways myself. So I don't at all think everybody should do it the way I'm doing it. No, everybody should do it whatever way they think is best, whatever way they're best at, and whatever gets the best results. I happen to believe that if nothing else works, people should feel guilty. They should feel bad. They should feel insulted and condemned for advocating evil. Why does war happen? Because people worship the troops. And people feel good about signing up to become the troops. If half their neighbors said, ew, you're joining that violent, evil gang, well, don't ever talk to me again, you psycho, they wouldn't do it. They need the peer pressure that says, what you're doing is fucking evil, stop it. And if you can gently talk them into that beforehand, outstanding. Then I don't need to offend them. But obviously, that hasn't stopped it yet. So if the choices are offend the hell out of them to make them maybe think, even if they get defensive, even if they hate me, by the way, I don't care if anybody hates me. If I can make them think about something and they think I'm the most horrible person in the world, I don't care. They thought about something and they might change their mind. Incidentally, I know a lot of former Marines who are now anarchists, some who saw combat and some who didn't. And several of them have told me, yeah, I needed someone bashing the hell out of me because of all the worship and all the praise and everybody thanking me for my service. And now I know a bunch of former military people who are embarrassed as hell when somebody thanks them for their service. Like, who do you think I served? I didn't serve you by going and terrorizing people on the other side of the world and kicking in doors and pointing machine guns at people's faces. They weren't coming here. They weren't going to attack us. I was serving the giant ruling class and its corporate buddies, and that's all. And along that line, I highly recommend a book called War is a Racket by Smedley Butler, who was, at the time of his death, the most decorated Marine in history, who had like 30 years of combat experience and finally figured out, wow, I'm just a tool for some of the evilest people in the world. So sometimes I point to that because people say, well, if you haven't served, you can't criticize. And if I haven't been a serial killer, I can't criticize them either. That's an interesting standard. But these things that are felt sacred by people, the Constitution and the flag and yada yada, everything I just went out of my way to insult, that is the mind control, that is the indoctrination that is necessary for evil to continue, and it's why I bash it. You know, the whole notion of nationalism and like my country's better and your country's that. You can't get giant groups of people to have wars with each other unless you fabricate a distinction. This is team A, this is team B. You know, imagine there aren't national boundaries and people are living their lives and somebody says, we really need to like go kill the people that live on the other side of the world. You say, what? What are you talking about? Like, instead of, well, we'll draw a line around them. That's called Russia. This is called the US. These people should all be scared of those people. Meanwhile, their ruling class is saying these people should all be scared of those people. Nationalism is totally a divide and conquer tactic. Everything government does is based on fear and hatred and intolerance and divisiveness. They can't function any other way. Who the hell would say, yes, you can have power over me, if the guy didn't first say something really, really scary is going to happen unless you give me power over you? They have to keep us afraid. Who the hell it would feel like, you know, we're safe, we're happy, everything's going fine. You know what we need is a big, violent, dominating psycho stealing our money and bossing us around. And so government and the belief in authority, that is what is intolerant. That is what is hateful. And here's the part I don't usually talk about, and I should more often. It's more fun to just rant and rail. First of all, what I hate is not the people. It is the ideas. It is the insane superstition of authority and government and all that goes along with it, all the political mythology we were taught. Why I bash those things? Yes, I'm very much against those things. But why? Why bother to be against them? I bash those things. I spend my whole life bashing those things in one way or another, not because I hate those people, but because I love humanity. And I see what humanity is supposed to be. And I see the millions of people kept in cages for having the wrong plant. And I see the hundreds and thousands or millions of people who are killed as a result of nationalism and authoritarianism. And I care about those people because they're human beings. I rail and rant and rave and get angry because those are human beings, real human beings going through that, being subjected to that. And yeah, that pisses me off and it makes me rant and rave because I have compassion, because I have empathy, because I actually love humanity. And ideas that are antithetical to humanity, ideas that are literally murdering millions of people, they have to be condemned. They have to be done away with. But I think it is worth pointing out why I do that and the love behind it. Because I may not sound very loving when I'm standing up here insulting everything that so many people hold dear, but it really is from that. It's because what people hold dear, they were trained to hold dear to make them into slaves, to make them into agents of evil, to make them into cheerleaders for authoritarian domination. And that's not okay. And that's not what humanity is supposed to be. That's why I bash this. That's why I rail against it pretty much 24 hours a day. Because I know what humanity is supposed to be. Because I can imagine a world of peaceful coexistence, like we all can. And because I see what we have instead, and it's evil, and it's horrendous, and it has to change. I bash authoritarianism because I love humanity. That is why I insult people's bad beliefs. That is why I'm an anarchist. Thank you.
In a world where Antifa riots in the city streets, cops rage out of control, and the leader of the free world is a fat-ass casino owner, one event stands alone to make anarchy great again.
I actually love humanity. That is why I'm an anarchist.
Backwards in the building like we the ceiling, we illin'. No matter who find it appealing, I'm here and I got a feeling that we'll be dealing a lot of pain with the penicillin get drilled in your head. That we are monsters and yeah, we come from the slums and for months we've been bumped, but for once I am now comfortable. I want to grow, I want some more success, and I want to know that greatness can't be rushed, can't be less, so face the bus. Feel free to hate on us, we lace them up. Dudes, we done paid them up. Keep snakes away from us and safe from us, you might wanna be. Remember when clowns used to make fun of me and that they wanna be me, see me and they run at me. I'm gonna be the greatest, yeah, I wanna be, but I am not the one to be the biggest for the sake of being played. I'm here like I never left, said so hell. Nah, cause I can't just fail, so just prepare your ears, it'll get for real. Okay, from here, we will never take for sale, it's fly time. My mind and my thoughts, my highs and my thoughts, my wins and my losses, when will I fall off? It's a chance for me, you are now listening to Veracity. Yeah.
Fuck the media, fuck the banks, fuck drone strikes, fuck tanks, fuck hunger, fuck war, fuck ignoring of the poor, fuck the left, fuck the right, fuck the government. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
You make it through?
Wow, that was good. Yeah, I sure did. I sure did. I'm going to keep that. If you don't mind, I'll put it on Rumble.
I don't mind. I endorse and yeah, that's an understatement.
On that. I'll say, Guru, this is Guru special, because it ain't mine, it's yours. But I'll tell you what, that wow.
Well, it's not mine, it's Larkin's, but I advocate 100% and back that everything in there 100%. Almost everything I stand for was summarized and stated very well in that 30-minute video right there. So I don't know if you remember that or not, but
no, I don't remember. That's the truth. I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, it's.
I'll remember it now, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Now you're ready for that to sink in and you understand it.
Yeah, I can see it. I really can. You're right. Did I see that before, though? Wow.
You did, yeah. It's even it's on your channel somewhere. Well, maybe it's on the other one actually that you no longer have. It might have been that far back actually.
Sorry about that.
No.
Yeah.
It's all good. It is what it is. And I knew very well, of course, at that time you weren't really prepared to understand it yet. But again, that wasn't the point of that. As you can see now, if you can go back, like just in your mind 2 years ago, you can see how something like that would have been me tactfully throwing a seed in your subconscious for later on down the road, you know, and also anybody else who was viewing and watching that at that time that was ready for that thing, you know. That's what it was at that time.
Oh, that's amazing. I mean, I really woke up in that one. He was right. He was right. We are being used.
Yeah, that's about as accurate as it gets. Used to the core, but
Yeah.
not even used. I mean, it's not even much like compared to what we watched in the plantation video. Not even much force is required for the usury to go on. People are just so willing to walk into the usury, so trained, so domesticated. They're begging, can I have a job? Please give me a job. I need a job. Please protect our jobs. Don't take our jobs away.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what's going on right now.
Right. And without trying to be condescending or insultive. Idiots. Idiots. Simpleton idiots. All they have to do is change the semantic. And you can rule the world. You don't have to call it a plantation. You can just call it a country or a nation. You don't have to call it a corporation. You can call it a country. And everybody begs for it. Oh, I got to be loyal to my country. Well, as you're watching that video, I'm going to put my screen share on for just 1 second here. As you were watching video there, you noticed that Larkin was struggling to find when he was looking for the "fuck your flags" one. He was struggling for that one. Well, it just so happens. Oh, I had it ready to. Oh, here it is. I'll fill in the void for Larkin there. I'll help him out.
Flags for sheep. Is that him? This is not an idiot. Yep, yep.
That might be some nude character in the woods somewhere. Maybe.
He could be me next year.
Notice I got the blue line flag is the one that just happens to be in the middle there.
Yeah, you don't have blue flags over there, do you? In Canada?
No, that represents the police force flag. One with the blue line in the middle.
Over here in America, but does that represent all of the police force?
Oh yeah, worldwide.
Oh, does it really? I didn't know that. I thought it was just here in the United States.
No, but of course they'll add it like they'll change the country's national flag with a blue line in it. So in Canada there'll be a blue down the middle here, and in British they'll have a blue in the middle down here. Yeah, that's what they do.
I didn't know that. You just taught me another one. Wow. Dirty bastards.
And it's gangism, right? And it's all the same thing. Again, it doesn't matter what colors are on these flags. It's all one symposium.
I was watching the news and it surprised the shit out of me. I couldn't believe I was right, but I didn't. I did say it. I can't remember what video it was. You know about the big three? They're on strike right now.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, Ford, Chevy, and Chrysler, they're on strike.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The contract right out. And they're out there right now fighting like crazy. On the news, and I couldn't believe it. On the news, it says that these people are fighting for nothing because the robotics are going to take their jobs, and it's coming right around the corner.
Right.
And they don't realize it yet. And I said this, I think about 2 or 3 months ago, this is going to happen. And my jaws jumped. I went, damn. Then I thought about you. I went, damn, Guru's teaching me good. You know? So, yeah, you get me thinking there's a lot of shit here. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was a plan all along. And again, that's a very good thing.
Yeah, it was.
Anytime we can have a machine that can take over, as far as hardship goes, I think we should. Right? Why subject ourselves to be a slave when we can have a machine do it for us? Only one thing, though, with that. Only one thing. Very important. Never let technology replace the know-how. Do without. We do that, now we become a slave to the machine that is supposed to serve us. And that's Stephen Molyneux's rhetoric. That which we want to, that which we create to serve us ends up being what rules us.
I like that saying.
Whatever we think this is mine, but it goes hand in hand with that. Whatever we think we own in this life owns us. Immediately.
And that could happen too, very, very fast.
No, it does right away. You just, most people don't see it. Whatever you think you rule over rules you as well, because you will do everything to you will chase, it's chasing rainbows. You will do immediately everything after to chase that narrative because of your belief of that narrative.
And anything you're talking about.
Of anything. Yeah.
Yeah,
the concept of ownership and rulership is just that. A concept. It's a fallacy. There's no such thing. Except you being ruled by that concept. That's a true rulership, and that's a true ownership. You get owned by the concept of ownership.
Damn. And that's what they're trying to do now.
No. This is a fundamental thing that goes on in the mind, the psyche of every single human being. Now we got told about these ideologies, right? Like we weren't born with the ideology of ruling and owning. We were trained by somebody to think about that. That wasn't by default. So that was planted as a seed in our psyche. And then it was watered throughout our entire upbringing by everybody participating in those delusions. Because that concept rules us. We're ruled by that concept. It's not real, but we're ruled by the concept. So you got all these people running around with that ideology concept, performing and chasing after. That's why it's called the American dream, right? You're chasing after that to try and make it a reality. And by doing that, right from the get-go, it's ruling you. The concept is ruling you. Not a person, not another man. Concept itself, the very fact that you think that, the idea itself, it's you're a prisoner of your own ideology in your mind. You're not free, and you cannot be free until you break free from those mind shackles that are keeping you enslaved. You have to do it yourself. That's why I say nobody can ever wake you up. You have to do it. You have to realize what to do. You have to let go of all those ideologies that are holding you enslaved. And the only way you're going to do that is when you truly understand what I'm saying right now. Otherwise, it won't make sense to those. What do you mean? Ownership is important. I have to own something. Otherwise, if I own nothing, I'm going to submit to the ruling class, own nothing, and be happy. I can't have that. That's another bait scam. Another one of these falling for the narratives. There is no ownership to begin with. They want you to be scared of that. And they want you to point the finger at them and blame them. Oh, they took away my right to own something.
But they give a shit anyway, you know?
There is no right to own something. Because there is no own something. That's all a fiction in the mind. It's a pretend. The only thing that's really going on by default is there's, saying this to Joe the other day. There's me, there's you, there's the water, there's the land, there's the earth, and we're all accessing it and sharing it. Do we all have entitlement to it? I reckon entitlement is a soft word. It doesn't cover it. You have no choice but to access it while you're alive. Where else are you going to be? With your feet not on the ground? But you don't own it. I don't own it. You don't own it. Nobody owns it. Because if you did, number one, you wouldn't have to do anything to defend or protect it. Nobody could touch it. If it was truly yours, no, you don't even own your body. No such thing as ownership.
I never thought about it that way.
What you're doing, semantically accurate, is we are occupying temporarily. We are occupying. All of us are. And we're sharing it by default. We don't have a choice but to share it. Sharing is the default. Even if you cut me off from 99% of all the resources and access to all the land that's here, you can't cut me off from where I'm standing or where I'm sitting. So you're still sharing it. You can't get away from this. But people don't think like that because they've been planted this idea to chase after fallacies, phantoms, and trade away the abundance that we're all just accessing, the abundance that's here, that we all have beyond entitlement towards by default. People can't even see that. They get, they totally trade away all that for a couple of crumbs, for a piece of paper that says deed, to make you feel secure that you actually think you own a little bit and have entitlement of a little bit of something because you're a little bit of a good slave and performed well.
I have
you wouldn't get that if you didn't do that, would you? Sure, go ahead.
The question is, okay, I understand that no one owns anything, not really. I understand that. But what about a contract? Now, I've heard you say before that when you have a contract, you have to abide by that contract. To get out of the contract, you have to get off the grid of this freaking contract.
I think there's some confusion somewhere going on here. So
okay,
let me try.
That's how I'm trying to get it in my head. Go on.
Okay, let's see if we can put some clarity on these things. So a contract is nothing more than two people agreeing on something or more.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. I said that you have to abide by that. I would never say such a thing because by default, I can show you immediately that I can break a contract. So even a contract is really just only as solid as people perform the action to it. It's only a promise. That's all. It's nothing more than a promise. In other words, me and you, we're gonna get together on Fridays at 9:00. That's a promise. It's a form of contract, right?
Mm-hmm.
But is lightning going to come down and strike me in the head if I don't show up on Friday?
No.
So it's really nothing more than just something stated so that we can have a way of function, right? And I reckon that it is important so that people have a foundation of cooperative function that is healthy and works, that people commit to whatever it is that, in other words, make good on your promises in life. It's important because that's integrity, that's honesty, and that's necessary for a healthy way to function. There also should be some breathing room because nature is fluid. Let's say I get into a car accident. Are you going to hold it against my head that I didn't make it on time on Friday? Or are you going to forgive me? It's just common sense, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's all there is to it. Within a healthy reason of acceptance, it's a basis for cooperative function. We don't need to blow somebody's head off because they weren't exactly to the T on it or whatever. Let's be fluid and be flexible, but also draw a healthy boundary of accountability towards it. So in other words, if somebody keeps blowing you off and blowing you over, well, you got to have a sensibility to you and ask the question, are they serious about this? And if you do it and it's starting to look intentionally and you have no real logical explanation, well, there's a default consequence of this. I don't need to go any further. I don't need to seek remedy from you or some sort of compensation. I simply stop looking for promises from you because your promises are just a potential. Your actions are what count. So if you show me your action is not to make good on your promise, well, what you tell me doesn't mean anything. I have to love myself and put myself first and say it's not healthy for me to make an agreement for function with you when you're not going to follow through with that agreement. That means I have to find somebody else. That's a consequence for you. And that's how that works. The rest of it is just back to those phantom shackles in the mind that have been staged in our mind through the idea of law, which is not law. It's rulership. But again, they changed the semantics so that people have a diffused and confused ideology that they need to obey those rules and be a good servant. But it's all phantom. It's all just made up by somebody. By probably lots of somebody.
Well, okay, here's what I'm trying to get at. Okay, I understand what you're saying. You're right what you're saying. I'm more or less talking about the government-wise. In other words, you're born into government.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, because
well, you're not born into government. Let's start there. You're not born into government. You're born into life.
All right. Then let me put another. Okay, we're born into life, but we're subjected to government. Would that be fair to assess?
Define government.
Government is the one that gives you a contract, more or less, with a social security number, ID number for, like your driver's license. You're constantly an ID state, one way or another, passports, TSA, you know what I'm saying? It's a contract. You can't.
So in other words, let's call it for what it is. You're born free and a corporation makes an offer to you through your parent.
Right, exactly. Thank you. Yes.
That's the accurate way to put it. You're born free. Your parents are offered a contract on your behalf because you're not in a capacity yet to even have a contemplation of any of this stuff. What is a contract at 2 days old? So your parents are acting in your best interest, or supposed to be, right? In good faith, as they say. And they do all these things with the corporation contractually. That's all that's gone. So what? Okay, let's go to the next thing. What's the next part in this narrative, which brings some kind of a question, and then what is that question?
Okay. Well, they give you a name. You know that. So then you have to go to school. If you don't go to school,
we should stop there.
Okay.
Every step of the way here should actually be, this is a very healthy conversation. We should break down the individual actions to understand what is actually happening here. So the first thing you said is they give you a name. Incorrect. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. What happened was the corporation created a franchise or a trust, a sub corporation. And the sub corporation needed a name to have a unique identity from all the other sub corporations that the corporation created. And they asked your parents to pick one. And so your parents picked a corporate name called the name that they call you. And that got registered with the corporate state as a sub-trust franchise. That's what happened.
The way you're talking sounds like I'm how do I say this?
This doesn't change you. That's what people think, right?
Yeah.
That people think that I am this sub-trust or I am this name. No, you're not. What matters is what you choose to operate under. So if you're going to say that I am the citizen of this sub-corporation called, I'm not going to say your actual name to dox you, but let's say your name was Philip. Let's say your full name was Philip Riddens. Okay, Philip Riddens. If you're going to, when asked, are you Philip Riddens? And you say yes. That was an abbreviated question. The real question is, are you accepting full liability for Philip Riddens' trust account? That's the real question. And you say yes. That means you're going to accept full liability for whatever consequential accusations come as guilty as a result of the trial or whatever that happened.
Now, isn't that a form of contract?
It's 100% a form of contract. Now remember, what does a contract require? Fundamentally,
two people
or more people to agree.
Uh-huh.
So it requires your agreement. Another synonym for agreement is consent. It requires your consent. You have to consent to be in a contractual agreement with me, do you not? Like right now, we're consenting to have this conversation together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, just because I'm consenting to have this conversation right now, does that mean I'm now obligated to consent 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the rest of my life?
No, just a certain time frame.
Only when I decide.
Well, that's even better. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. By default, there is no actual obligation to be in any contract whatsoever, is there? You weren't born into a contract. You were born once again at ground zero as you, with no contracts yet. You are never, ever, 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 by default, obligated to be in a consensual contract with anybody for any stated given time. That's a fallacy. Not possible. Even if you make an agreement of such, if it can be broken, it's not really an agreement. Or it's not a truism, it's a fallacy. If you and I say right now, that's why people doing all these funny fictional things and it's all corporatized, marriage and stuff. Till death do us apart. Really? You sure about that? You're so sure about that. But they get you when you're young, when you're too dumb to realize that, well, things kind of change sometimes, you know? That's the point. Nature changes constantly. It's fluid. So if you're going to have an agreement with somebody, that goes back to what I was saying earlier. You ought best to be careful and make sure that you leave room for that fluidity. And if there's anything that you feel that you're in bondage to, you've agreed, you've over-agreed, you've over-promised. There's this word that is very useful. That comes in very handy for this type of situation. What is it when two people reconcile? Reconcile with your adversary. Find a way for man to man to remediate the situation man to man and go on with life. Because it's all a fallacy anyway. It's all just in the head. So back to the thing in question.
It sounds to me the way you're talking that when you say subcontracting or what did you say,
franchise? You're a sub.
Franchise.
Yeah.
It sounds like a business.
It is a business.
I'm a commodity.
Right.
To be sold.
All forms of contractualness and agreement is the basis for how to function, cooperate, and perform tasks. That's business. It just so happens to be that there's umpteen million various different forms to try out. And the ones that happen to have been chosen and are so rampant are not aligned with the cooperative, healthy, harmonious function of nature. And that's why you have this disease-ridden populace around you. Because that's the result of that. They've chosen, instead of to be cooperative with each other, with a healthy amount of discernment and a healthy amount of forgiveness, right? And always learning. It's a learning thing, and none of us are perfect. We don't know it all, so we're going to make mistakes, and that's okay. Let's laugh about it, but learn about it, and move on and move forward. We don't need to stew and, And most of the things that people stew in, the only reason why they do that is because they're so hung up on the superficiality that the corporate world makes you be hung up. So if you have a limited access to resources, for example, a very scarcity, even though it's the illusion of scarcity, but because that's all you know how to function is in a scarce arena. For you, that's a reality. You're probably going to be much more insecure and much more overprotective and much more reactive in an unhealthy way when somebody around you comes and, in their unperfect ways, accidentally encroaches and, happens to set a fire to the dwelling that you're dependent. But in the other world that I live in, when we accidentally set the fire to a dwelling, you know what we say?
Mm-mm.
Well, now we have the reason to make a better foundation tomorrow anyway, so we needed a good reason for that. Because we have no limitations. We just, so we're not insecure about these things. We just, okay, that happened. Let's do what we need to do, get her done, have tea, and enjoy the nice rest tomorrow, move on with life. And that's how it goes. And we enjoy the flaws and the goods, and because nature is fluid like that. Nothing here, nothing. Every sandcastle you make is going to get blown over by the wind or washed away or kicked by somebody's foot. It's just going to happen. But you can make another one tomorrow. Mm-hmm. But if you didn't know that, and that castle that you made was like your life was riding on it, well, I was going to win $1 million if you didn't sit on it. All of a sudden, protecting and guarding that little sandcastle becomes a whole different thing for no reason. And that's what people are doing. They're trading in the little crumbs of insecurity away for the freedom. And that's what I mean by freedom. The freedom of living without fear.
Well, like you said, we're the only human beings in the world. We got to pay just to have, what little things we have to live.
Which is also a fallacy. We don't really have to pay. We just make each other pay. You can't come to this house because I say that I own it. I mean, I could prove that fallacy in 2 seconds all day long if I really want. The only thing is there's going to be a lot of other people around me who aren't happy about me proving that wrong, and they probably want to kill me. So I'm going to let people have their delusion because, man, I'm telling you, there's a whole bunch of land out where I am right now that there's no stupid delusional people around that aren't telling you. Just the foxes are here and, the cougars, they sit up in the tree, and none of them are looking at me and going, You didn't pay your taxes. You're not allowed to park by the apple tree and pick some off there.
Oh, by the way, your Starlink is working good.
Actually, this isn't the Starlink. I'm still in the transition again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you're okay. My apologies. All right.
I might actually be extended, but I'll explain that more. It might be another 3, maybe even 4 weeks before we finish that. But you'll understand that when we go backstage and I tell you what Fruity is up to.
Okay. Yeah. I understand that.
Yeah, some interesting things.
You tell Fruity I said thank you though if I forget.
I sure will.
I mean, really.
She might even be listening. I don't know. She too. She comes and listens to your streams while she works sometimes.
Does she really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Oh,
she's
bless
here
her
with
heart.
us more often than we realize.
Oh, maybe that's the person I keep. I always see one person out there looking. It could be her.
That could be.
Yeah. How's the game?
And normally I would know, but she's on the other side of the pond right now, so that could be. Okay,
Well,
so
thank you, Fruity, if you're listening.
Okay, so back to the narrative. The next step. Does that clarify the contract thing, or is there any more haziness with that?
No, that doesn't. I didn't know it was a franchise. I know.
Yeah, that's the way to look at it, right? It's you're a franchise or a sub. A member. That's another way to put it. You're a member, right? But just because you're a member, it doesn't mean you have the capacity to decide what all your benefits are going to be as a member. It's the one who created that membership that does. That's what people don't realize. It's like they think that government is supposed to be serving me.
Yeah, that's what I was taught when I was younger. Yeah, that's right.
Right.
We are the people. Yeah.
Right. And they're laughing because the longer that you think that, the longer you stay in servitude without realizing that you're in the Alice in Wonderland opposite side of the glass scenario. Most likely you will never see that your belief that government is your servant. Remember what we said earlier? That which you create to serve you is what you serve.
Well, I could see it though. I could see it plain as day. I mean, I'm looking at TV. I'm reading. I'm going through the internet, and I see nothing but chaos. I see nothing but domination over us. They don't listen. They don't care about listening. They laugh at us. They tease us. They just, we're going to do this, and they do it, and nobody questions it. I'm like, wow, give me a freaking break.
Because the servant class keeps begging for it.
Bunch of freaking morons.
Complaining about it from time to time, but begging for it, and voting for it, and paying for it, and advocating for it, and working for it, and making excuses for it, justifying it. That's why. So you can't, again, the blame game, right? The oppressors are only giving the oppressed what they're asking for. And then the oppressed are blaming them and saying, oh, don't do this to me. But you're asking, this is what you want. You're begging me for it. You fucking asshole. The madness of this, stop the cycle. Anybody who's listening to this, just put on the brakes for a second. Take a look at the actions for what they are, not what you think they are. Second, question it and look at it. Say, wait a second. Am I performing a healthy function for myself here? Is my view a healthy view? Is my view an actual real? Is it a factual view? Or am I just going along in blind faith, as Larkin said? because I was trained like a fucking monkey to do so. And all of my neighbors are cheerleading for me to do so. And it would be a heavy hand for me to even fathom the idea to question that. Most people fear the idea of retaliating against peer pressure. Oh, I can't do that. Because now I'm going to have my peers, they're going to chastise, and I need to save my balls. Well, put a fucking jock on and be a man. Grow bigger balls than your fucking, closed-minded, which is the root of all of it, is closed-minded. That's the problem, right? People are just closed-minded. That's why it's hard to have conversation with people. If the mind ain't open, it's over before it started. So why would one care about the opinion of somebody who's closed-minded? There's only one answer. Do you know what it is?
You don't.
But why do people? That's what I'm saying.
Oh, compassion.
No.
No. Because we're indoctrinated doing it.
Yeah, you could say that, and
it's like church. You go to church, you keep praying, you start believing, you start hearing. I don't know.
But why would I still listen to somebody who's closed-minded?
Oh, you wouldn't. You wouldn't take your time with it. No.
Right. You wouldn't if scenario A, but if scenario B, you would. So what's scenario A and scenario B?
Scenario B would be, or scenario A, excuse me, would be forget about the person who doesn't want to listen. Scenario B is a person who does want to listen and you want to get educated for it.
You are right on target. And let me just make it a little bit more simple for understanding's sake. Only a closed-minded person would listen to somebody who's closed-minded. You have to be closed-minded to listen to somebody with closed mind. If you're open-minded, you do not listen to somebody with closed. You don't even engage with them.
Mm-hmm.
There's no point.
It's even better.
This is what you have to look at when your mind is open. You have to stand in a sea of simpletons, of millions and millions of closed-minded freaks that don't know that they are, and you gotta not shoot yourself in the head. You have to be that strong. It's a tall order.
When I was driving a certain person, you know what I'm talking about. He says, "Oh, look at this car. He's got a, to use. It's over $101,000." And I looked at him. I said, "I don't give a shit. It's a car. It drives. That's all it does for me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care how expensive it is. But look at it." I said, "Look." I said, "You know me. I could care less about it." They kept him quiet. So I don't know.
Well, here's what you should do. Tell him to do everything he can to buy that car, and then give me the address. And in the middle of the night, I need a reason to sharpen my keys. So when he wakes up the next day, there'll be a letter waiting for him, and it'll say, "Thanks for the tool."
His car to shit. Yeah.
That which we think owns us.
Yeah. I'm getting tired of people. I really am now. I mean, I'm trying my best. I mean, yeah. And they walk away. I'm like, you stupid person.
Well, that's what you should do for your own sanity when it comes to that is just the sooner the better. Come to acceptance with it, because that ain't going away. That comes part and parcel with being awake, is floating amongst the sea of ignorance, and you have to have your wits steady with you and not let that affect you, right?
No, I walk away. I just say, you stupid. I don't say it personally. I do in my head, you stupid, and I just walk away.
Well, that's it. Ignore the ignorance, right? That's it. It's their choice.
Oh, I'll tell you how bad it's getting. We went to a store and we were greeted by a greeter, as you walk in. And the guy was hilarious. He was. I mean, I laughed my ass off. He's laughing at me, and we were having a good time. So we went back there again 2 weeks. He was there again, and we started laughing our asses off. And now here's a clincher. So I'm over there getting the groceries. And I'm thinking, you know what? The guy was really good. He very people friendly. So I talked to the manager, and I told the manager, I says, look, that's that greeter over there. I says, fantastic person. He's a people person. So I got done. The guy says, and I said, make sure he knows about it. And so next time I come in, I'm going to ask him. Yeah, I will. Okay. He thought I was going to complain, about something.
Mm-hmm.
The manager. So as I'm walking out the door, I told the guy, I says, you got a surprise coming. I said, your manager's going to talk to you. And he really got scared. What did I do wrong? I said, you didn't do anything wrong. I said, you're going to get yourself a good compliment. Are you sure about that? I said, yes, I am sure. Really? You're not lying to me? I said, no, I'm not lying to you. This guy was actually petrified.
Mm-hmm.
And I never even thought a person would be that scared just giving a manager a compliment. I says, when I see you again, you'll hear about it. And you can tell me. But he was scared. I don't. It just threw me off. I didn't understand that. I mean, why would you? Common sense would tell you that, hey, I'm talking to you, and it has to be something good. It ain't bad, But no, he was all scared. So I don't know.
I'm well aware of how bad it's. There's still people wearing masks.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you. I see it on occasion. If there was another mandate right now, there would still be a lot of people. I guarantee you. Not as much as the last time. There would be a lot more resistance, I'm sure, about it right now, especially how close it is. But if there was another mandate right now, that was really like hit with a heavy hand, not kind of just a mocking one that they've done occasionally here and there, but another heavy-handed one that they did like the last one, where every single day they're pumping it out worldwide and so on and so forth, and fear tacting people that the cops are coming, the boogeyman's going to come and take you away in the middle of the night if you don't wear a fart bag on your head. There would be a good lot of people that would still be obedient.
Damn. Again, that's one of the reasons I'm glad I went in the military, because I don't believe in that bullshit. I don't. If you're gonna die, you're gonna die. There's a time for you to live, a time for you to die. And that's it. Who cares? You just pass on. I just don't like the pain that you might have to go through when you're dying. That's the problem.
Well,
I don't
sure.
like.
But that's yeah. But there's an inevitability that doesn't matter. That's just kind of there. There's nothing we can do. We're gonna have to go through something in the transformation.
Yeah.
And I think the important part is again I'm looking forward to whatever life brings my way. I just bring it on. I embrace it all. It's all temporary anyway. There's nothing that's permanent with any of this. Nothing. Well, in most senses, I'm not saying that there might not be some things that carry with you for a long time, even past the parting. But as far as what's important fundamentally, everything is designed to heal and recycle and transform.
That's all we're doing is transforming to one to another.
Right, infinitely, and consistently. Right now, every moment, ever so slowly. Right, now, you can't even see it, but every day that goes by, you go look in the mirror.
Whoa,
aging happened.
Was that you or was that me?
For what?
Did you hear that?
I didn't. What was it?
See something pop. I heard. Hold on. Bear with me, man, please.
Mm-hmm.
I heard. I don't know if that's my headphones. No, nobody showed up. What the hell was that? Okay, go on. I'll keep my ears on it. That was weird. Okay, go on. Huh.
Do you want to reminiscence on the past back then with me for a minute here? I was doing this while I was looking for that one little meme that had the flag thing. So there's a few more memes here that are right in the same caliber, and all of these were ones at the same time that I ended up bringing on your streams. Yeah, I wonder if you recognize them. This one here is one that I showed to you, and I think it's the first one that you had such a holy shit reaction to, that you thought, man, some people are really going to be set back and take back if they hear this one. So see if you recall this one.
Standing still and watching a bully. Oh, thanks. Standing still and watching a bully makes you just as much a bully. Standing still and watching a tyrant makes you just as much as a tyrant. This is true. Standing still and watching a criminal makes you just as much a criminal, right? And voting and pay for any of these makes you a domestic terrorist. Yeah, yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah. I do remember that. Yeah. Yeah, I was all ecstatic about that.
And there's this again. Bottom of it, go fuck your flags, you know. You domestic terrorist pigs, everybody.
Piss on you, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that. Son of a gun.
A lot of these memes are, meant to have that shocker value. I mean, to me, there's nothing shocking about that. It's just a way of life. But, to the domesticated mind, there's a shock value to that.
There is.
And if that gets a person to feel uncomfortable and take a second look at things, that might make them think and look into things further, or inquire what makes a person say something like that, or whatever, right? Mission accomplished. Because that sets the stage for the potential of everything possible when a mind is open. See, I can't open a mind and I can't wake somebody up, but I can make a statement and a vibration that can get somebody else to feel that and do it themselves.
You did a pretty good job on me, I'll tell you.
I did this. What I'm talking about. I did exactly this. I told the truth. And I told it over and over again, no holds barred styled, in the fashion that I know how, and made it part of my work in progress to improve upon that with everything that I'm trying to do down the road as well. And in so doing, it was you who had the interest. If you didn't have the interest, nothing I did would have mattered for you.
No, but I'm saying you took your time. You seen something. You did.
I did
what you had to do. Yeah, and you didn't say like screw you. Even though I had arguments with you, well, not arguments, disagreements with you. I mean, nighttime I would spin my head like, God, I grew, But it turned out to be good.
Of course.
I can see it. I mean, the light bulb came on, and I'm like, wow. And I want to learn more.
That's what it's all about. Once you get hooked, it's like a bug, right? It's the truth bug. And because that's what this is about. All I'm doing is I'm telling you the truth that I'm learning myself. I'm learning the truth. I'm seeing the truth, and I'm telling about it over and over and over again. And I can do that all day long, and it energizes me more and more and more. It never deflates me. I enjoy it with the highest, most gratitude, because what if I didn't see that? That'd be terrible. So I'm so grateful that I'm blessed with the ability to see the truth for what it is, and be able to talk about it. And if other people can benefit from that, great. That's what it's all about. So I'm just being me, but in being me, I'm also being an activist and being an activist, as I've mentioned before. And that's really all that I'm doing, you know, and I appreciate the gratitude back and whatnot. And that makes me encouraged to continue always, you know, and seeing that. But I really want to point out how it really does boil down to the individual fundamentally. It's totally up to them. It starts with them, it continues with them, and it will stay with them the whole way through for as long and as far as they want to take it. And I'm just doing a part that I have the opportunity to do in the sense of reverberating truth, you know, reciprocating it, being a poet about it, you know, making an art about it, having fun with it, and all these kinds of things. Making it fun. This doesn't have to be a drudgery. Finding out about reality doesn't have to be sad. It doesn't have to be negative. It's not. None of it is. The one part about it that people are enslaved in their minds, that's not so nice. But the fact that it fundamentally boils down to it being a choice, that's got to be the most profound piece of good news a person could ever find out about. That you no longer are obligated to be in shackles and never were for your whole life, you know?
Yeah, but you took your time with me. That's the main thing. I mean, you just could screw this son of a bitch, you know? You ain't gonna learn. But you didn't. You just kept, you know, repeating and just, you know, and that's what I appreciate. Thank you.
Oh, sure. And you're welcome for that. It's a pleasure for me. And I would not be somebody very cut out for the role if I didn't have an understanding that it's going to take time, you know, and nobody's going to understand it the first time. And it's stated it's going to take different approaches and it's a learning curve and this and that. So that goes hand in hand with it, you know. My expectations, a proper teacher and a proper impart of truth person or whatever you want to call it is, I don't know, proper, maybe a bad word, one that's going to be the most productive or successful in that pursuit. That's a better way to put it. It's going to be the one that removes any personal expectations, get that right out of the way, because everybody's on their own path. I had a teacher when I was in school. I think it was around grade. What grade was it that I asked that question? It must have been in junior high. Can't remember which teacher was. I just remember the conversation. I remember pondering during class, thinking about it. I wonder what it's like to do this from the teacher's perspective. And then I just thought to ask the teacher. Why not have a conversation with the teacher about that? That would be interesting. So after school one day, I think I had detention. You know, from a pretty cool teacher, one that was not pretty hard on people. So I didn't mind the detention, you know. It's kind of like, oh, well, I'll just chill out and talk about this, whatever. I had a bit of that conversation. I wanted to hear, you know, now that all the students were gone and the teacher could be more himself, right? You didn't have to worry about being a lesson teacher for everybody and so on and so forth. You know, things change when everybody's gone, even with teachers, right? Mm-hmm. And I started to ask him about that. You know, I was thinking in class, what is it like to be in your shoes? And how does it work? And you know, what are the struggles and whatnot? And the thing that I remember most about that conversation is, here's where the system is wrong, the most fundamental. If you have 28 students, you need 28 fucking courses. And he used the F word. He was that frustrated about the system because he couldn't teach the way that he would really want to, which would be everybody's got a customized curriculum based on where they're at, what their interests are, where they want to go, right? What they're enthusiastic towards, what their passions are towards. That's the curriculum of the corporate school is one size fits all across the board. cutthroat, survival of the fittest, thrown in the lion's den from 5 years old. Let's see, it's sink or swim, right?
Mm-hmm.
We had a conversation about that, and I understood what he was saying very clearly, and I took that understanding upon myself for any opportunity I had when it came to instructing other people in life. I used to be a guitar teacher, teacher in other ways as well, and I realized because of that conversation how very important it is to walk with the student on the path that they're on, not on your path.
Which makes sense.
Show them the road ahead, show them they got options. You can turn left here, but there's also right and up, and careful about this one over here. There might be a cliff, look around first, stop, that type of thing. Not hurry up and come over here. What are you doing standing over there for? You could be over here if just this and that, That's the corporate school way to go, and just fear. And so everybody is, that's just all obedience, commanding, right? Which is really the stage setting for militarization, so that if you end up being either hand selected or drafted or signing up on your own terms for the military, then you're ready for it. You're preconditioned to be obedient in servitude, right?
Excuse me, I just heard that noise again. You didn't hear that?
I did not, no.
What the? Okay, go on. I'll try to figure it out.
That's okay. Maybe it's is it plugged in? Is the light the same on your headset? Maybe
No,
it's something to do with it being plugged in with the battery or something, or
see if there's a warning sign or something. I don't see nothing. No, I don't see no light on or anything. That's weird. Okay, go on. I just thought you might have heard it because that went boom, 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 boom. That's what it did. Okay. Well, I want to be one of the best students that you've ever had, so I'm going to try to do the best I can. Trust me. I'm not going to just, lay around and do nothing. My time's coming. It's coming short. I mean, I'm trying to get it all together in my head, what I'm going to do in steps. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And when that day happens, get ready because I'm going to really be needing you then. Because we're going to be discussing a lot of things. I'm going to be buying a lot of stuff too.
Oh yeah. Well,
it's coming. It's coming.
Don't excite me too much. You get me to think about foreplay here. There's 18 holes in the boot. We're still doing the first 2.
Yeah, Barbara. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you?
But no. Just to respond to you, I'm enthusiastically looking forward to all that and ready for it already.
Okay, yeah, because it's going to come up. I'm telling you, if things work right, it's going to come up. I mean, you're going to be like, that son of going to drive me nuts. He's doing it again.
No, you can't drive me nuts. That is my activism. I'll say it once, I'll say it 100 times. There's nothing more than me putting my attention towards somebody who is genuine about self-reliant progress. What more productive focus could I have if I've already done that for myself,
Well, you helped me out with that vacation thing. I like that. Yeah, it's working with my daughter.
Awesome. Fantastic. Yeah. Right. So there we go. Right. Steps. Yeah.
I love you, Guru.
Yeah, it just has to be put in a way that somebody is down to their perspective and something that they'll draw towards and be attractive to,
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. And not too much at once, right? It'll just be overwhelming.
I am going to test my earplugs out. I'm going to go in the kitchen. I'm going to get something and see if I can talk to you at the same time.
All right.
But if I lose you, I'll come back. Trust me.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, people better
I'm gonna
realize
get my porn bomb right. Oh, sorry, you're still here. Okay.
People better start realizing, man, they ain't gonna have any food. They ain't gonna have no freedom. They ain't gonna have nothing. Nothing.
Well, they
Gonna,
will. It'll just be right in front of them, but they won't be able to recognize.
wow. Oh yeah.
And
But me.
that'll be
Yep.
an interesting time for a conversation with some of the last minuters.
Yeah.
And we'll see how that goes. And I'll be willing to work with those people too. Just realizing, I know it's hard to come to terms with, and a lot of people want to try and do whatever they can, and I think we should go as far as we can to reach an extra hand. But sad but true is this part is some people are just going to get swept away with that attrition by their own choice, naivety, or not, is regardless. Just got to accept that.
Are they gonna have enough time though if they come to you? Well, that time is gonna might be too late for them.
It depends on. That's going to be highly subjective on a lot of things. How fit they are, what kind of experience they have at all from the past, how much of their own ego stuff they have to get out of the way. So, but it's interesting how a person ends up performing when the stage is set and it's more of a survival situation. That changes things a lot. So we'll see, but ultimately, so if a person, you know, is it problematic? If you're standing, I'll use an analogy. If you're standing on that beach with somebody and a tsunami is coming, right, and you're trying to make it to shore and try and get up the hill with other people who see the tsunami, and there's 3 people standing in your way, fuck them, right? Get them out of your way. Get to shore, or sorry, get to safety. Bring anybody else up to safety who wants to be up to safety. Anybody who is a liability or a dead weight needs to let go of the hand. Let go of the hand. Otherwise, you're going down with. You're going in that fucking tsunami. And you will do that instinctually. Your own. It'll be a reflex. You'll know. You gotta. There's no time to wait for shit or get off the pot here. If you haven't shit or get off the pot, well, the flush already happened. Figure it out, or you're gone, and I ain't going down that fucking toilet with you.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll get to that point, right, where it's like, when the tsunami is there, it's not right now. We're sitting back and we're having teas and stuff. And we're talking about it as the wave is building its momentum and so on and so forth. But we'll get to that point where that wave is literally at the shore, and whoever is at the current is they made their choice. The rest of us will just move on, and we'll be able to talk about it. Yeah. Well, there's the tragedy that they were told about but didn't want to listen to, and that's it. And we let it go and we move on. And it's best not to really focus too much on it, because it'll all be just any focus on really anything in the moment other than for learning purposes is just a waste of focus and energy.
It's done. It's done.
Yep. That's it. I'm already on that it's done sort of train, expecting it at this point. I can see it. It's just inevitable, right? So, and of course, I've had a much longer time reflecting on that to be even more comfortable with it. So, yeah, it's going to be tougher for people who didn't have that extra cushion luxury of time to afford them or whatever. But, that's just the way it goes. And as much of a, maybe a bit of a traumatic shock it's going to be to the psyche on people as we continue this. Well, look at the little one we just went through, and people wouldn't call it a little one. That was what just happened the last 3.5 years was a hell of a traumatic psyche shock to a lot of people. That was due coming. And it was forewarned about. you know, and most people head in the sand. Well, I'm going to say it this for anybody this time who might have caught wind of that and maybe start having a second guess. Wherever this echoes out, whoever might be listening to this, listen carefully. That was a dress rehearsal. Understand that.
Mm-hmm. Setting the stage.
It was a practice, just like Germany. That was a dress rehearsal. That was a dress rehearsal on a small scale. This was a dress rehearsal on a global scale. Well, if that's a dress rehearsal, what the fuck is the play gonna be? It's gonna be something.
Yeah, it's gonna be big.
And I'm looking forward to all of it. Not the people getting hurt part.
Mm-hmm.
Just the cleaning part. You know, it's like the cleaning house. Corruption is the dirty laundry is being done. You know, nature is doing what it needs to do. And I'm looking forward to a day with cleaner air, you know, breathing cleaner air, because there's a lot less people running around polluting it all. Things like that. You know?
There's going to be a lot of people dead, though. Jeez, oh man. They don't realize it.
But really, it's that's another psyop thing too. What matters if it's 1 or 3 billion? It's actually not one. It's all just 3 billion individual ones. So it's the same thing. It just looks like awe-striking because it's on such a massive scale that we never see, and then we put this label stereotype on it called genocide, because we're not just murdering one people. We're at some point we classify it as like a massive murder thing. And it's a massive murder, but it doesn't actually make it any less or more shameful and tragic with one person or 3 billion. It's the same either way.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. I'd like to ask you something. Rumble. How flexible are they? The reason I'm saying this is because I want to copy that Schindler's List.
I have yet to. If you're asking as far as like getting copyright strike or anything like that, I have yet to see any censorship. I'm not saying there isn't any. I just haven't seen it, so I don't know where a line would be if there is one. You could probably look in the terms, and we could probably do that together to see if there's one. But as far as I know, it's pretty much free reign. The only thing that they do have, I think, is with the monetization, there might be something there as far as sharing entitlement to monetization revenue. Probably more sensible than the way YouTube does, But other than that, as far as what you can say or can't say and getting censored or anything along those lines, as far as I know up until this point, there really just isn't any.
I would like to copy that and send that out. People would shit to see that. Did you ever see a movie?
Which one?
Schindler's List.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Oh, wait, do you see that picture? It's about the Nazis,
Oh, okay.
And it really it's just amazing. You can't even get it on YouTube. You gotta buy the damn thing. You know what I mean? I can get it on my special channels that I have, the whole version of it. I have to block out some. They got some nudity in there when they walk in the showers. When they got gassed.
Fuck it. Don't block it out. That's that. Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing like the truth. Show it. I know it's appalling. It's disgusting. I've seen pictures of that shit. I think these things are good for the human psyche mind to see, to not be ignorant to reality.
Well, I'm done. I'm gonna have to block that portion of it out with where they walk in the gas chamber
On Rumble, I don't think so. On YouTube, probably you would have to put
I would have to.
18 plus thing on it or whatever. But on Rumble, I don't think so. I think you could just straight put it across. Well, yeah. Where are you gonna where's the source of it coming from when you're gonna record it or whatever?
I know YouTube has it. Again, though, you got to pay money to see it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But this is coming from my TV set.
Oh, gotcha.
You know,
Okay.
my special channels I have, those extra channels.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can copy that whole movie. It'll take about 2 hours. But what a picture. Jeez, oh man. I mean, this will wake up how the government's going to treat us in just a short, in a bigger scale. And I would love to show that picture to people to wake them up. It's an unreal picture. It really is.
Yeah. I think you on Rumble. Now, don't hurt me if I'm wrong, but as far as I know, and I'm 99% sure, you could put that on there with no censorship, no holds barred, the whole thing.
Well, if that's the case, I'll do it today. Then I'll copy it, everything, and see if I can send it out.
Yeah.
I hope it ain't no longer than 15 gigabytes. It might be.
Here's are you having a smoke? Can you still see the screen?
Oh, hold on there. Let me move the window. Yeah. Well, double here. Only Larry would get upset with you. Wait a minute. Only Larry gets upset with you when you tell the truth. Yeah, I like that. That's true.
I set this up as a bait meme. And if you can believe, there were people who were upset about me or reacted with the only truthful this is why it was a bait meme. And I did this intentionally. If you are in line with honesty, the only possible response to this quote would be resonating in agreement, resonating in understanding, right? Immediately. And if you can believe, it got a trigger reaction from some of the most people who portray that they're tough and whatnot very quickly. And I kind of knew it was going to, but it was pretty funny.
You mean you got feedback because of that?
Yeah, I got and I got feedback in resistance.
Wow.
Knowing again it was a bait because any feedback or response that you could get from this, other than a resonance of understanding, because it's nothing but just telling the truth. The only a person who is dishonest would not resonate with this. It shows you a dishonest person right away if they do not have concurrence with this. This is not an opinionated statement, right? Only a liar would get upset with you when you tell the truth. Only somebody who is dishonest is going to have a problem and resist a statement of honesty, using this very statement itself as the foundation for that. And that's exactly what happened. People actually resisted the actual statement of just saying it like it is and talking about the act of doing it.
That is bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
That's bizarre.
That's how deluded people, right? That's how in their own belief lies they are to themselves. The only thing that would do, like if there is a trigger reaction to this, the only thing it's going to trigger then is your one's own delusional dishonesty with themselves. That's it. There's nothing else it could trigger. There's nothing else it's talking about.
Other than being a liar. Mm-hmm.
Other than being dishonest or a liar, yeah, right. And it did, you know. So, and I wasn't surprised to see that. It just like, but I've done that several times with different things. Is set a booby trap, if you will, for people to see if they would walk right into it, and they did.
Maybe we should try that in a remote, see what happens. Yeah. People better wake up. I'm telling you. You better wake up.
Well, back to a couple more reminiscent things. You want to see the very first quote that I ever put out?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would.
It's this one.
This is the first one you ever did?
Yes, and this would have been, I'm pretty sure, before I even met you yet. So I can tell when I met you because of when the quotes I remember, they're in order still in my thing here, and the same order that I put them out every day. So I met you not too long after I started doing these, actually. 2 months at most, I would think.
If you want war, look through the eyes of the ego and see all the division in your fictional reality. If you want peace, turn within to your heart and see all the unity of nature. You know, it's kind of funny, and like I told you before, I was having a hard time wondering what the hell's going on here, why, and how I could get out of it. And it was right there in front of my face, like I told you as a child with my grandfather, and it took you to turn the light bulb on. I mean, I could see why my grandfather did what he did. Fruit trees of every kind you can imagine that would grow in Michigan. And he did. He had a lot of fruit trees. My God. And every year he did his garden. It was big. And
Must
my
have been
grandmother would
wonderful.
scan him. It was. I mean, I used to help him out quite a bit. But it never dawned on me. If you want to get out of government, just like you said before, if just half the people of the population just grew a garden, people would starve it all. They wouldn't. How could they? You would have an abundance of food you could start giving to other people.
Right.
You couldn't can that much. And it makes totally sense.
Your daughter's already experienced that. Even at this
Oh my God,
small step of the way, she's already just like, I can't handle the amount, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't take long to recognize the abundance that's there. And that's with effort too. Imagine a more full-fledged effort, and then combine that with all the stuff that's already growing that you can go and forage that you don't have to do any effort to. Wow.
Hold on here. I got it.
We've got it made.
I got it. Talk to me.
Testing.
Nope. Only one's working. One died on me.
One what?
Earplug.
One earplug died on you?
Yeah. I can hear you on the left hand side. The right hand side went dead.
Make sure the USB is plugged in properly.
Let's see. Say something to me now.
Testing.
Nope.
Still the same?
Yep. She died.
What the hell? The
Yep,
weird thing. Maybe take it out and put it back in again. The USB.
Oh no, it's not running on. It's just it's running on wireless.
So you mean the battery died?
Yep.
Is there an individual battery for each side?
Yep.
Oh, I see.
Son of a gun. Hold on. I'm gonna have to turn on my computer, and it's gonna be loud for my wife if I turn it down. Hold on.
Okay.
Well, that didn't last long, did it?
Well, if you plug it in to charge it, can you not have that come back on in your ear at the same time?
No. It's got to be in a casing, and you plug it plugs in a case, and it charges.
Okay. Well, there's two solutions for you then in the future to consider that I would suggest. One is to get an extra battery if that's possible, or I guess two batteries if one for each, or two, an extra set of the same headset so that you can just go back and forth each one when they're dead. You know?
I'm going to have to. There's no doubt about it. Oh, what the hell did I just do? Bear with me. This is totally new to me here, and I got to get used to it.
All right.
I don't know what I'm doing here half the time. Here we go. Son of a gun. That didn't last at all. I'm going to tell her I want my money back. Come on, get in there. What the hell? How did she do it? I got to turn the lights on. I can't see what the shit is. Hold on, Google, please.
Yep. Time. For anybody who's in chat listening, I got my taxi meter running. Make sure you have yours turned on too.
Oh, that's why it's got to go this way.
Oh, wow. No, we got visitors in the chat. Perry, if you're still with us, Fitness After 60, good morning to you.
I'm sorry, I had my...
we were neglecting chat for the whole time.
I had my StreamYard opened up all the way so I could see, and I didn't see the chat. I'm surprised Von Erich ate here.
Let me scroll up and see. Maybe they were. I haven't looked at chat the entire since D Johns was here. That was at 1:19. Oh well, it wasn't that long ago. So only about 40 minutes. People have popped in. Half an hour for Prairie. So okay. So they haven't felt the neglect for too long. But it's your stream, so you neglect the chat. That's on you.
Yeah, I know. I'm just.
Good morning to everybody, regardless, on behalf of both of us.
Why isn't this thing working right? I just heard that noise again.
I'll entertain the chat by reading their comments from previously while you're doing that. Fitness says, hey guys, what time is the flag burning party tonight? It already started last year. We're just catching up. And it's a continuous thing for life.
I gotta figure out how to shut this thing off here so I can listen to you.
We're too many. The lights are on, but nobody's home. I should actually do this while we're doing that. Barry says, hey, Smitty, wish you all the best. Oh shit, wrong chat. Perry, hello. Been there about 10 minutes trying to get their attention, but they're not looking at the chat. Hello out there. Can you hear me now? Perry says fitness after 60, I think. To knock on someone's door. Guys, what is this? What the hell? Where's Barbara? Perry was asking for the link. New Guru link, please. Honk honk.
What the fuck?
Where should I call YouTube security? Maybe they can help. I see eventually. Yes, be right back. Try this coffee. Please join us, fuckers. All right. Nice to see you guys. Just wanted to ask us to wake up, and you can't even read your own chat. Testing 1, 2, 3. Another day, I guess. Putting coach. Okay, well, we're all caught up now. Thanks, guys. Funny stuff. Funny stuff. Love it. And Perry was asking for a link. Do you want me to put the StreamYard link in chat while you're doing that? Perry was asking, although she had difficulty trying to come up last time. Right? Can you hear me? Testing. Testing. I'm game for it, Fitness. Let me just confirm with Rights when he can hear me, and see about putting the link in the chat for you guys. Just give us a second here. Wrights has got a new pair of headset and the birthday gift, and he's figuring it out here. Doing pretty well so far. It's like one of his one side of his ear things died with the battery, I think. Testing. Right? Can you hear me yet? You know, I should have said for him to do it together because now I can't offer him help. Okay, now he's on mute. Give us 1 second, folks. I'm going to go on mute and call him on his cell and try and help him that way. It shouldn't take us but a couple minutes. Be right Okay, can you hear me on StreamYard now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So I'm going to hang up the phone so there's no echo.
Thanks.
Okay, we're back the way we should be. And both Prairie and Fitness were asking if it's okay if they come up. So I said,
sure they can. Come on up.
All right.
That's all.
I'll do you the favor then, and I will put the StreamYard link in chat for them.
More the merrier.
1 second, folks.
Make sure they got Toesies.
No, I'm just making sure the taxi meter's running the whole time. Very important. It's for vets.
Yeah, if you know them, Grood, you don't have to ask me. Just bring them up.
Oh, I'll never assume nothing in life, you know. Always make sure. There you go, guys. I put the link in chat. Feel free to come up and
charge cards.
And grill rights on the hot seat. Looking forward to it.
Forget about it. It's free.
You know, that was your attempt that you wanted to have a surprise grilling of me on the hot seat. But what you didn't realize is that I always have a mirror with an ice pack ready.
I noticed that when I got done. When you guys were talking before I went to sleep, I says, you know what? You put it on me. We had it all set too and all figured out. I says, you know what? We're going to give it to him this time. As I told my daughter, I says, yeah, we're going to give it to him.
Yeah, it all planned out.
It didn't turn out that way, did it?
Well, see, you know, it's that's part of the learning curve. One of the most
got somebody here.
Yep.
Hello. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, sir.
I was trying to get you guys' attention. I was banging on the walls. I was unplugging my earphones. I actually think a while back, right? So you heard some static. I think that was me that was successful in making the static. I was trying to get your attention.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I had my screen on big, so it covered up the whole messaging. And usually nobody shows up at this time of night, and it's I'll just leave it go. Sorry.
Yeah,
about
nobody's interested in this sensible freedom talk.
No.
Oh, I am. You know, I was wondering, Guru, I saw you put up a thing. What did it say? Something about if you stand and watch a bully, you yourself are a bully.
Yeah.
Would you mind if I stole that and put that on my community page?
What's mine is yours.
Cool. I won't put the. I'm actually just going to write a couple of the things that you had on there out. I won't put the actual the avatar itself or the meme itself, I guess you call it.
Do whatever you want, and if you want, here, let me call it up for you.
I appreciate that. It's on point. It really is. It makes total sense. So.
Back up for you. My screen showing?
I actually took a screenshot of it, so I already have.
Oh, you did? Well, you don't need it then? Okay.
No, thanks. Thank you, though. Yeah, so I was over at that other genre that I play around with from time to time. Just madness over there. You know, these people, they come on YouTube and they create this drama. They fabricate it. Most of it's behind the scenes. The content creators get together.
Yeah.
And then they have this this large group of people. Maybe not large. It's probably about 5,000 people. And a lot of them just thrive on drama. So some of them will actually send money to these content creators. When I tell you this, I'm not exaggerating. Like, you'll see one of these content creators, he'll make like 1,000, 1,200 in a couple hours doing a live by creating this, you know, this drama. Like, I'll give you, for instance, a couple of nights ago, he comes on, he's doing a live, and he's got fake blood all over his face. And he says, oh, one of the other content creators came to my house with a bunch of his friends, and they beat me up. Like, so I'm in the chat, and I'm going, come on, man, you're lying. Nothing happened. That's fake blood. What do you mean it's fake blood? Well, it's almost Halloween. All the costume stores are stocked full of fake blood, right? So then he says, yeah, and these two guys were beating me up. They were hitting me in the legs with baseball bats. So I said, wait a minute. You mean to tell me they came to your house, they jumped you, hit you repeatedly in the legs with baseball bats, and instead of dialing 911, you're walking around outside your house doing a live? Come on. Right? Yeah.
Wow.
So you know what happens, right? So I get blocked, right? Because I'm exposing the scam.
You got
right?
canceled. Right. You got
Yeah,
truth
right.
canceled.
Well, that doesn't work with me because I just open another account and I come back as, Screwy Louie, or sometimes I'll come back as a lady. Whatever. I make up a name, you know what I mean? But it's gotten out of hand. It really has. I feel bad because it's like these people, not all of them, but most of them, they just feel the need to belong to the group so badly that they're willing to let common sense, go. It's worse. It's junior high or maybe elementary school. It's like they want to belong to the group so bad that they're willing to kind of just overlook. Common sense goes out the window, and it just go along. It's very cliquish. It's crazy.
Totally.
Yeah, so I actually have calmed down with that. I don't.
And
I
many times it's a worse form of it in the adolescence or supposed adolescence, adulthood than it ever was in the adolescence arena.
It's crazy. So then this guy, what he does to try to sell the scam, right, is he then is doing a live. He's sitting in an ambulance, right, but he's not allowing the EMT to wipe the blood off his face. And I'm in the chat going, this is bogus. What do you mean he's saying I'm in an ambulance? How could it be bogus? I'm like, dude, your wife, you live in a small town in Pennsylvania. Your wife has been a nurse for, you said, 20 years. So she knows an EMT, and they're playing along. They're playing along the scam. They're helping you scam people out of their money. Boom, blocked. You know what I mean? Every time I'm blocked, I know I'm hitting the nail right on the head. So craziness, just craziness. My channel is doing reasonably well. I think I opened it. What was it? August 20th, and I think I'm up to like 184 subscribers. I don't have a Cash App up there. They all have these Cash Apps, and you can Venmo me, you can PayPal me, and this, that, and the other thing. It's just craziness. It's unbelievable. I still am. My mind is boggled at how YouTube allows people to do things like that. That's just so wrong, man.
Allow is the wrong word. It's created and designed it specifically for that, as a psyop, to put people in a higher level of distractionary pursuit, as they always do, to get people to be distracted from really what's going on and what's being done to them.
Well, I guess it's actually bigger than that, New Guru, because most of the money that's sent is sent through super chats. So it's my understanding YouTube keeps, I believe, like 30% of that money. So if you send 100, you're getting 70, they're getting 30. So they're making money.
It's actually more than that. It varies, and it can be as high as 60% now.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Excuse
me. It's
but that's free market capitalism.
Yeah, I guess so.
At its finest, right? It's their platform, so
I really, it's a great platform. I think there's a lot of good that there's like this show. This is a great show. We have great conversations about really important things. That it seems like the average American is just looking past. They're not hip to what's going on. They just, you know,
because they're too busy focused on the other part. Right?
Yeah, well, they're too busy being the little robots that the system wants us to be, and they don't see outside of the box. They don't think outside the box. Anyway.
Yeah, for the most part, the platform is whatever you make of it. One exception, whatever censorship restrictions they have on it, which, you know, YouTube is intentionally by design getting heavier and heavier with. It'll get to the point where it'll be a very small box, you know, of mainstream rhetoric and propaganda that you only be allowed to focus and talk about on this platform, and that'll still be accepted only by that mindset, which for me won't count for much anyways. But while it's still here, you know, it's a small percentage of people that would probably be interested in this type of discussion, especially on this platform. But when you account for the millions of people who are on this platform, that small percentage could be quite a handful. So it's worthwhile still at this point to pursue the endeavor, in my opinion. You know.
Well, I'm not sure if it's a little bit over 2 billion visitors per month YouTube gets, or a little bit over 2 billion views per month. It's one of those two.
Not sure, but it's a lot. Mm-hmm.
Well, when I first started my channel, the idea was to get the 1,000 subscribers, get the 4,000 watch hours, and then get paid for the commercials. You know, make a few dollars on the side. I'm not even looking at that anymore. What I'm looking at is, look, my channel is all about exercise. I'm not going to get copyrights or anything like that. I don't have discussions where, you know, YouTube may be against their policy. So my channel basically is kind of like a legacy of me. You know, God forbid something happens and I pass away suddenly. It's as long as YouTube is alive and well, there'll be a record of me. If that makes any sense, you know what I mean?
Makes sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's where I'm at with it now. Because the reality is that, you know, even if you have, you know, 25, 50,000 subscribers, how much are you going to make from those commercials? You know, 0.2 cents each view. You're not going to make anything.
Not, in my view, not enough where it's worth the
effort.
Selling out. Yeah, the effort and the selling out that you have to do. You know, if you're doing it for a profit standpoint, then there's, you know, other ways to monetize with it that are far more lucrative. And I would reckon anybody never put all your eggs in one basket, especially in a platform that is known to cancel whatever it sees fit for its own narrative and is against this narrative, and will definitely by design. I don't even think that the YouTube gods know what the algorithm is as far as censoring, you know.
Yeah, well, that's another thing, that algorithm. I'm trying to figure it out. I guess there really is no figuring it out. But, like, you know, I'll put up an exercise video that I don't think will do well, and it does very well. I'll get 1,000 views in an hour. I'm like, and then I'll put a video up that I said, this has got to do great, and it'll get 50 views an hour. You know what I mean? And I'm posting, I post at the times when, you know, the suggested times, the suggested best times to post. So I think it's kind of a hit or miss thing, to be honest with you. You know, yeah. You know, the way I look at it is, the more views I get, but the more potential there is to pick up subscribers, right? The more people.
Sure. Especially at first, though, like when you're getting going, if you're really trying to develop a channel, you best not be relying on the algorithm of YouTube too much. You want to do outside promotion to point to the video and use the platform more as just like a host until you get to the point where you've got enough continuous viewers and subscribers that the algorithm considers you as substantial. Then at that point, when you put something out, you'll have more of a priority in their algorithm sequence, you know?
Yeah, I hear you. And, you know, I know that advertising would help my channel go faster. But you know what? You know what, new girl, I don't want to open an Instagram account and this kind of, I really try to keep my social media activity at a minimum as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, like I have a Twitter account, but it's not under my name. And I don't, it's locked up. I don't tweet. I read tweets. There's certain people that I follow. I don't like trust it, basically, if that
Oh
makes
yeah,
any sense.
it makes sense, and you're smart not to.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, I assume that they're building a profile on everybody
They
that's doing
are,
it. Yeah,
and it's a forever record.
exactly.
You know,
And
it's the
you know,
steps towards social crediting. That's all it is.
and in the worst case scenario, this profile that they're building, if they want to, they could probably use it against you in the form
Mm-hmm.
of prosecution. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And
They
will.
Oh yeah.
Or public persecution, even, or whatever they saw fit to spin doctor you and smear campaign you and control the narrative as they always do. That's their game.
I'll give you an example, right? So, like when Trump was running in 2015, I had Facebook at that time. I no longer have it. I deleted it years ago. And I would go over to his Facebook page and I went over there with the intention of, you know, debating people, but it was always an argument and then they would threaten me. And then I kept getting blocked by Facebook. I would post the truth, like, you know, I can't think of anything as specific, but something. Oh, like I would post. Are you guys familiar with the Central Park Five and how Trump handled that situation? What he did, and
No
I would
idea.
get put in Facebook jail. Yeah, this happened like 6 or 7 times. So finally, I figured out what was going on. The majority of the people in the comments that were leaving comments, they weren't even Americans. A lot of them were bots, and there were a lot of Russians in there. Russia was definitely helping him. Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. And I was telling my friends, and they'd say, "Dude, you're nuts. What are you, paranoid?" No, I'm not paranoid. I'm telling you. And then shortly before the election went off, I'm sitting with my girlfriend and her family in a restaurant, Thanksgiving, right? And we started talking about this, and I'm like, if this guy wins, I'm telling you now, actually, he had one. He already did one. What am I saying? It was Thanksgiving. When this guy takes over in January, he's going to try to become a dictator, an authoritarian leader. Oh, stop. You're exaggerating. You're making too much out of this. I said, no, this guy is a tyrant. Don't you see what's going on? And now they believe me. But back then, they were looking at me like I was crazy. And these weren't people that supported him. They did not support him, but they just thought I was just making too much of this. So, anyway, what do you think's going to happen with him? Do you think, number one, do you think he'll be found guilty of the most serious charges?
I have absolutely no actual understanding what you're even talking about because I don't watch any of that. But just based on what you said, I can make a presumption. No.
Why? Well, see, here's the thing. So the feds have a 99.7% conviction rate. When they indict, they have bulletproof, ironclad evidence. So he's been indicted by the feds in 2 of the 4 indictments are federal. The question I was going to ask you, I guess you really wouldn't even be able to venture a guess. Will he end up doing any time in jail, this guy?
Oh, that's a given. Absolutely no. Because if you realize what's really going on, it's all just a Muppet show. None of that is actually real. It's just wrestling. So, you know.
Let me ask you this. Do you think he'll end up actually continuing his pursuit to win the nomination and actually run for president?
The answer to all of your question is it depends on what script they write. The people who the people who are writing the script of the Muppet Show, whatever suits their narrative the most.
Oh boy. Do you really
that's the way it's always been. And I could have actually, when you asked the question too, I should have asked Do you want me to answer on the basis of what's really happening in reality, or the Muppet Show that's being projected on the TV? Because those are probably two different things, you know?
Yeah, how about both?
Yeah, so in reality, absolutely none of this is playing out at all. It's all just people, you know, having a beer and being told what to do as stage actors. On TV, they're playing out the script. And that goes hand in hand with what I actually ended up saying, which is it depends on what script they write to suit their agenda and their narrative to get the masses to, you know, pay attention to whatever they want to pay attention to.
Well, here's the thing, Nudgoro. So one of the indictments, this is a state charge, is down in Georgia. When he tried to overturn the election, they actually literally have him, and I've heard the recording of the phone call. He called Rafflesberger down in Georgia and asked him to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than he needed to win that state. That's got to be Exhibit 1. That's ironclad, bulletproof evidence. I just don't see how he's not found guilty of that, and that doesn't necessitate that he'll end up in prison, although he should. I don't know. You know what it is, to be honest with you? I'm concerned. I'm very, very concerned. Worried is maybe a better word. That if this guy wins, things will take a turn for the worst very rapidly. Very, very rapidly.
That's because you're still under the impression that these people are making some kinds of actual decisions that matter in any, and they're not.
Well, I think maybe better stated is that I still believe that there's some type of a democracy. I know there's not.
Yeah, there's a staged. Here, let me put it this way. When I was saying this to Von Erich the other day, the more sort of realistic way to look at the overall picture is you've got the United Nations, which is head mother corporation. All the sub-nations are franchises of head mother United Nations, and they're all being given directives and stage narratives and script plays that they must follow. In other words, they're franchise. They must follow those directives. That's the accurate way to look at it.
Well, let me ask you this. So we've got this situation in Ukraine, right? And do you believe that we should be doing what we're doing, supplying them with weapons to help them maintain their sovereignty? Or do you think we should just let Putin do what he wants, march through Ukraine, then go into whatever other countries he's going to? I believe if we just let him do what he wants, he won't stop in Ukraine, and we'll end up in World War III.
You still think that Putin's making any decisions, and you haven't realized what I just said a moment ago. None of these people are making any decisions. What's really going on is a staged scrimmage of people who are. There's only one class of human, right? There's one race, human, and humans have been given the illusion of divide through teaming, and the United Nations just plays that teaming of pawnism against each other in scrimmage matches, but makes the illusion that it's real by giving Team A over here a flag and a uniform and a jersey and an anthem, and then Team B the same thing over here, and then says, now you guys are at odds with each other, so go scrimmage with each other to the death while we soak the profits over it. That's really what's going on.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Yes.
Guru, can I show him this video that'll help me out? Probably help him out a little bit.
You asking my permission?
Yeah.
How much you offering?
I don't want to get charged.
Aren't we still the big city on the hill, so to speak?
You never were. And there's no we. The big city is the one conglomerate of the United Nations. That's it. It always was a one world government and one world order. It's the illusion that there isn't that, and that it's moving towards that. That's just a stage psyop.
Let me show him this video, and then you guys can talk. I want to see what he says after this.
All right.
All right. Hold on here. Put yourselves on mute for a minute.
Mr. Jones owned a cotton plantation and many slaves. One day he was talking to the owner of the plantation next to his, and Mr. Jones was lamenting the fact that times were tough. He was having to work his slaves harder than ever and was having trouble with some of them being disobedient or trying to run away. The other plantation owner said he knew someone who could help.
Day 1.
One day, Mr. Jones called his slaves together so a man named Mr. Smith could talk to them. Before beginning, Mr. Smith whispered to Mr. Jones, "Whatever I say, do not contradict me or interfere, and I promise you your slave troubles will end." "My name is Mr. Smith," he said to the slaves, "and this may be the happiest day of your lives. From today forward, you will no longer be slaves, but free men." Mr. Jones was so shocked he started to step forward, but Mr. Smith gestured for him to remain silent. He did, only because the other plantation owner had spoken so highly of Mr. Smith's skills. "You are no longer the property of Mr. Jones," Mr. Smith continued. "You are free. No more would you be forced to labor for the benefit of Mr. Jones. Now you can work for yourselves." Now the slaves were all murmuring and looking at each other. Many were smiling, many were looking puzzled. "In fact, you are now free to leave the plantation whenever you want," Mr. Smith said. "However, since we are surrounded by other plantations, if you leave, some other plantation owner will likely claim you as his own the moment you set foot on his property. So I urge you not to risk your newfound freedom by doing something so foolish. Instead, I suggest that you stay here, no longer as slaves, but as willing participants and part owners of this plantation. Yes, this is now your plantation." Mr. Jones bit his tongue to keep from objecting. "For now, we might as well leave Mr. Jones in charge," said Mr. Smith, "since he is the only one with any experience at running a plantation, which is quite a complicated thing to manage. But he will no longer be your master, but just another worker on the plantation. In fact, he will now be using his organizational and management skills to serve you. Whatever problems you may have had with him before, you are now all equals, and you need each other to make this work. If we all cooperate and work together, we can all reap the benefits together. In honor of this happy occasion, I present you this new symbol of togetherness and cooperation, this flag, which shall be the emblem of the new Free Jones Plantation." He held up the new flag, but most of those listening were still too amazed to respond. "And this shall be our motto," Mr. Smith announced. "We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones Plantation, which stands for prosperity, liberty, and justice for all. To celebrate, everyone has the rest of the day off. Enjoy your freedom, do as you please, and be back here tomorrow morning, bright and early, so that we may begin work on this great and noble new endeavor as equal free men." Finding convinced that Mr. Smith was serious, the former slaves applauded and cheered.
Day 2.
"We all want this plantation to do well," Mr. Smith said at the beginning of the next meeting, "so we can all share in the benefits. We all know that it takes a lot of effort to make a cotton plantation work. Just because you're all free doesn't mean you can stop working. In fact, since you're now working for yourselves, I expect you to work even harder than ever before, but now with pride and joy, knowing that you're working for yourselves. Of course, there still have to be rules. If everyone just does whatever he wants, the plantation won't produce anything. This experiment will fail and we'll all starve. You should be thankful that Mr. Jones has agreed to stay on to lend his knowledge and skills to this endeavor, and I trust you will all do your own part to make this work. Several of you have been chosen to act as project supervisors to manage different aspects of the operation, to make sure everyone is doing his assigned job, to make sure that the rules are followed, and so on. The rest of you may head out to the fields to start your first day of work as free men."
Day 3.
The next morning, Mr. Smith had a grim expression on his face as the daily meeting began. "I have an unpleasant duty to do today," he said. "Yesterday, Charles was caught keeping some of the cotton he picked, presumably to sell for his own personal profit. That is against the rules. That is stealing. For that, Charles must be punished." Two men tied Charles to the whipping post. "I take no joy in this," Mr. Smith continued, "but you must understand, if we do not maintain order, if we do not have rules that we all abide by, then the plantation will fail and we will all suffer." The whip cracked against Charles' back. "But if we all pitch in for the common good, then we can all prosper. Being free doesn't mean you should be selfish and greedy. We must each do our assigned duties and obey the rules, and then we can all benefit, and each of you will receive your appropriate share of the profits." A young man named Samuel stepped forward. "But if you and Mr. Jones decide the rules and whip us if we disobey, how is that any different from what we had before?" How can you say that? Mr. Smith asked. I'm shocked. You were a slave before, and now you're free. Things still need to be managed and organized by those best qualified to do so. Do you know how to run a plantation, Samuel? Well, no, he answered. But if we're free, why do we get no say in what the rules are and how things work? I'm surprised at your ingratitude, Mr. Smith answered. None of you know how a plantation is run, so you're in no position to be making decisions about how things are done here. You don't seem to appreciate all the things that Mr. Jones provides for you, from protecting you from all the outside threats you know nothing about, those who would come here, capture and enslave you, if not for Mr. Jones' protection, to making sure that you all have food and housing, tools to work with, that you're cared for when sick and injured, and so on. There wouldn't be a plantation at all, no cotton to pick, no land to plant and harvest, if not for him. You should be grateful that he's made possible the level of comfort you now have. Your lives would be far worse if not for him. Nevertheless, as free and equal participants in this endeavor, from now on at each meeting, any worker may have 2 minutes to ask questions or voice suggestions or complaints. With that, the workers all seemed satisfied and headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton.
Day 4.
I have a big announcement, Mr. Smith said as the daily meeting began. Mr. Jones' cousin is here, and not just to visit and see how our project is coming along. It has been decided that from now on, you will be deciding who will manage the plantation. Of course, this job can't be done by just anyone, but every 3 months we will have a special meeting at which all the workers will vote on whether we think Mr. Jones should run the plantation or whether we think his cousin, Mr. Johnson, should run the plantation. That means that ultimately you are in charge because you will be deciding which man you want running things on your behalf. If you don't like the way things are being managed, you now have the power to change it. Amazed and pleased, the workers headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton. Days passed, months passed, a year passed, and the plantation continued to operate as before. Sometimes Mr. Jones was in charge, sometimes Mr. Johnson was in charge, but the day-to-day routine stayed exactly the same. The workers worked hard, long hours every day and still had little to show for it. Every day the meeting would begin with them all reciting the Jones Plantation motto, "We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones Plantation, which stands for prosperity, liberty, and justice for all." One day Mr. Smith announced, "Samuel is asked to say a few words this morning, and whatever the rest of us may think of his ideas and opinions, we are all free here, and that means we are all allowed to speak our minds. So, Samuel, you have 2 minutes. Begin." Samuel stepped forward, looking scared. "I was excited when all this started," he began, glancing nervously at Mr. Smith and Mr. Jones. "But don't you all see what's happened here? Nothing has changed. We're all still slaves." There were grumbles of disagreement from the crowd. "They tell us what to do and whip us if we don't. They still make all the rules and punish us if we disobey. They let us make suggestions and complain about things, but they never really change anything. They let us choose between Mr. Jones and Mr. Johnson, but what's the difference? The situation stays the same. We do all of the work and they take as much as they want and decide how much they'll let us keep. They live in luxury, made rich by the cotton we pick. We do all the work and have to build our own huts, grow our own food, and take care of ourselves. They leave us just enough that we don't revolt or run away. This is not freedom. We're all still slaves. They've only changed the words they use, but nothing else has changed. They say we're all free and equal, but we're not. They command and we obey. That's not freedom. That's not equality. They say we're free to leave, but all that means is that we're free to be someone else's slave. Why should we work or obey the rules? We didn't agree to this. They made the system. They forced it on us. They control and rob us and call it freedom. They've deceived you into thinking that being able to choose which slave master you'll work for is the same as being free. It's not. Open your eyes. If you keep what you produce, they call it stealing. When they take what you produce, they call it sharing and fair distribution. Can't you see that this is all? Your time is up, Samuel," Mr. Smith announced calmly. At his gesture, 2 supervisors grabbed Samuel by the arms and led him to the whipping post. "I'm sorry, Samuel, but you've broken the rules. There are rules against encouraging others not to work and encouraging others to break the rules. You're only hurting all of us with your discontentment and your complaining and your disobedience." The whip fell and Samuel let out a grunt. "Without rules, without order, all would be lost.
Without law, there would be chaos. We can't just behave as wild animals, each doing whatever he pleases. We must all follow the plan and all do our duty for the betterment of everyone. And those who do not must be punished. The whip fell again, and blood flowed freely from Samuel's back. Samuel, it is you who are stealing from the others. When you don't do your assigned work, you are making more work for others. When you disobey the rules, it is you who are endangering the future of everyone else here. You are the thief. You are the criminal. You are the one trying to destroy the arrangement that keeps us all safe and prosperous. At every lash of the whip, the other workers cheered louder and louder, some yelling curses at Samuel. Being spoiled and selfish, you complain about everything, talking as if you're oppressed. But you are the one ruining things. You are the one keeping us from being all we could be. It is your greed and your rebelliousness that is hurting all of us. They all play by the rules, Mr. Smith said, gesturing at the others. What makes you think that you don't have to? You think you're above the law? There were loud yells of agreement as the whip fell again. We must maintain order, Mr. Smith proclaimed. To make this plantation great, to make it so that we can all be happy and prosperous. To have the society we want, there have to be rules. We all have to contribute our fair share to this great endeavor, and we cannot tolerate actions and attitudes that seek to undermine the amazing things that together as free men we have achieved and will continue to achieve. Mr. Jones was smiling as he gave Mr. Smith a pat on the back. The crowd was cheering so loudly that none of them had noticed that Samuel had died.
That's what a nation is.
Yeah, no, I saw this video. You guys played this, I think it was probably about 9 months ago. The whole thing's a sham. It's
What is a sham?
the whole idea that the government, looks out for us and they kind of know what's best for us, and
Right.
it's all a crock of crap. I see that. It's clear and obvious.
Yeah, but it's the same narrative worldwide. That's what needs to be realized in the case of our discussion. The nationism is plantationism. It's just all a bunch of plantations. But realize that the Mr. Jones is a Muppet in the picture, and the other fellow in this, what was his name again? The main character, the guy that was
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith is the United Nations. That's what you got to realize. And Mr. Smith is the running master of all the plantations, and he's putting the narrative for all the puppet masters. He's paying the puppet masters to act and portray the figurehead, the Muppet head, that there is a position of presidency, and as if it matters, and if those people are actually making decisions when they're not. They're all just stage actors being paid to do their part in every single plantation.
Here's the thing, though. What I have trouble with, right, is the way I see it. Maybe I'm wrong. It's just the way I see it. I'm not saying you or anybody else should see it this way, but the leaders of every nation in the world are either sociopaths or psychopaths.
They are paid actors playing their part.
Okay, but many of them, if not all of them, are either sociopaths or psychopaths.
Well, they've all been bred into the environment to do that part, and they're following directives. I would even call them as cognitive people. They're literally just drones reading from a teleprompter, and they've been hand-selected through their family bloodline worldwide to perform those functions.
Okay, but here's the thing. So let's say at least half of the leaders in the world are psychopaths and do not have a conscience. They don't work with other people. They don't work with other leaders. They want everything for themselves. They trust nobody. They care for nobody. So why would they work together with other nations for this one world order?
They're following directives from people above them.
But a psychopath and a sociopath as well, they think they're the smartest people in the room. They would never do that.
No, that might be what it looks like, but just understand how mafia works, and you'll understand it clearly.
Oh, I understand how the mafia works very clearly. I grew up in a mobbed-up neighborhood in Brooklyn in the 70s.
Yeah, so it's mob rule, but on a worldwide scale. That's really what's going on.
Well, I definitely see our government as the biggest mafia in this country for sure.
No, they are a franchise of the biggest mafia, which is a world domination rulership that has been playing out on the stage for the longest of times. They're just a faction, a franchise to give the illusion that there is actually some kind of real teaming going on when there isn't even any real teaming going on. It's the same team. They just stage the realism through scrimmaging by giving this faction over here and drawing a fictional border, saying, here, that flag over there, you guys wear these colors and that's your jersey and this is your anthem. And they even go so far as to write the language for semantics and even different actual language altogether to give that illusion of culture and racism, to make people fall and believe that they're a part of, some kind of tribalism club here on a mass scale. And it looks so real, and I understand why, because it's quite the undertaking. But this has been the narrative that's been playing out for a long time. They're masters at this.
Well, look, I know it's a little off the subject, but what do you think of the border down between us and Mexico and the immigrants that are coming across?
There's no such thing as immigrants, and borders are just man-made delusions.
So the borders that each country has are meaningless, is what you're saying?
Correct. They're just facades that people are setting up to, again, propagate this stage narrative of teaming, to propagate division so that people can be distracted and fight, right?
And there still has to be, ultimately, one man. It could be a woman, but not in this world. There has to be one man at the top. Who is that?
That's a good question. I don't know if it's one. I don't know if it's, I don't even know if it's, that's a big question mark. I don't know who and how many.
Okay, so here's the thing. So let's assume it's more than one, right? Now, whoever, let's say it's 3 people, just for hypothetically. These 3 people cannot have a conscience. They can't. It's impossible.
I don't even know if they're people. Conscience, as far as we reckon, I say it would be a very warped one. That's for sure. They definitely have a very, in our view, for sure, twisted view of things. And I've had to, think about this a lot too. It's like, what would their real motives be? And are we actually objective enough to even consider that? Are their motives just straightforward, crazy, and psychopathic, or is there some method to it? And there's some interesting discussions to be had there for sure.
Hold on one second. Let me just plug my headphones back in here because I wanted to, if I could, just give me a second.
Sure.
Okay, can you hear?
Yeah, it seems to be good.
Now, I'm not saying that this is, but I'm saying, what if, New Girl, sometime way back 10,000, 12,000, 15,000, maybe more years ago, an extraterrestrial life form or forms came to this planet. And when we see in the Bible something about Noah, it took him, I think, 950 years to build his ship, to put 2 of every animal on it, because the big flood was coming, and didn't want to have a total extinction. What if these extraterrestrials came here and they somehow played with the positioning of the moon related directly related to the Earth, which controls the oceans, right? The tides.
Mm-hmm.
And they caused that flood.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why they caused that flood is because they wanted to, for lack of a better way of explaining it, kind of give us some of their DNA, most of which would advance, for lack of a better word, our brains, so that we would advance more rapidly. And what if they at a minimum have something to do with not our creation, but who we are? And what if the sociopaths and the psychopaths we have in our society, and as I said earlier, I believe most of the world leaders are either one of those two. What if those are the people that somehow, some way, through the over the course of time, generation after generation, they got a little extra dose of this DNA, and that's why there is no pill for a sociopath or a psychopath to give them a conscience. And what if we're kind of like an experiment for them, so to speak, for lack of a better way of saying it? And what if they really do come here from time to time, whether it's a ship that's a drone, some kind of a very advanced drone, and they're monitoring us like we're an experiment to see what would happen? Does that make any sense? Is there any kind of
perfectly?
Okay, so that being the case, what's the end goal? If that is the case, what's their end goal? What would you think?
Yeah. Well, of course, unless if you actually knew the actual they and got to get a truthful answer out of them, we can only speculate. And of course, we can only speculate the what ifs. It's an interesting what if. Certainly, some of that what if I've definitely contemplated. I would reckon there's probably a good portion of that what if that is truthful. And the end goal, as far as I can see, would simply be just an ongoing experimentation. I think you hit the nail on the head with the experimentation word. They definitely seem to, if we look at what we do know and just sort of observe it, one thing we can say for sure is they seem to have a very vast and deep, profound interest and mastery over genetics.
But you know something else I wanted to say too, to any of the naysayers, I would say this: there's no such thing as extraterrestrials. Really? Why is it that every civilization ever known to modern man, back 10, 12, 15,000 years ago, when they didn't have paper and pencil, would have their artists draw into or carve into rock these flying ships, and they're all over the world. It's not as if one guy, let's say in the Middle East, had this vivid imagination and drew these flying saucers or whatever, these ships, into the rock. How would that idea have gotten around the world at a time when people didn't travel the world? There was no telephone, there was no mail. How is it that all of these civilizations have these drawings? It can only be one thing: they drew what they saw. And then when the Bible
seems
says
to be logical, yep. It's an interesting thing.
Right? And when the Bible states something to the effect of the chariots of fire came down from the sky, well, chariots don't have fire. And they don't, they're horse drawn, right? You know what I'm saying? So maybe what there was
magical unicorns.
Right. No, well, maybe what they were actually describing, these chariots of fire, were spaceships.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt it. If it was just somebody making up a bedtime story, then why would there be such a kind of a unanimous thing in a lot of these pictures in so many different variable places, especially at a time where probably wasn't even possible to get 5 miles without some crazy hardship, never mind overseas and stuff like that, right?
Well, you have to express this, okay? the normal reaction I get from this is I'm out of my mind. But when I was 12 and 13 years old, I lived on a dairy farm way up northern New York State on a dirt road. And one summer night, I was walking across the property from one house to the other, and I'm telling you what happened. I don't think I was abducted, but suddenly there was a bright light shining on me. I looked up, and there is this flying saucer disc, literally, maybe 300 feet above me, and I was petrified. I don't remember if I was 12 or I was 13. And I looked up at it, and I started shaking. I was like really scared. And this thing, I don't think maybe 10 seconds went by, and it just, I saw a streak of light, and I didn't hear a sound. And it moved so incredibly fast. It was like, all I saw was a streak, and I didn't hear a sound. It was gone. And ever since that, when I got to the house, I told everybody what I saw. They were like, come on, what's wrong with you? And ever since that night, I remember I was petrified to go outside at night. I really was. They thought something was wrong. You know, sometimes I really feel like, okay, I'm trying to figure out, why did they stop and hover over me? They had to have been monitoring me somehow. They were.
Do you have any lumps on your head at all?
Any lumps on my head?
Yeah, lumps or odd scarring that
no,
you just
no.
kind of was there that you couldn't explain it.
No,
it just appeared at some time. No.
No, I don't believe that I was taken aboard ship, like they put me to sleep or anything, because I don't think it lasted more than 10 seconds that thing was there. But whatever it was looking at me. It saw me. I don't know what it was doing, but it whether it was monitoring me or it stopped over me. It wasn't. That's not by accident. I'm talking about an area where there's no street lights. It's pitch black. And at that time, like I said, I lived on a dirt road. The houses or farms were a quarter mile apart. That was no accident, and that, whatever that was not from this planet. It was not from planet Earth. There is still no kind of vehicle that can go away that fast without making a sound. So, I'm assuming, obviously, it was like defying gravity. It didn't disappear. I saw a streak, and it was gone. And it's not like I saw it go across the sky. I saw the streak for maybe a split second, or not even quite a whole second, and then it was just gone. And I didn't hear a sound. No motor, no wind, nothing. It was gone. That's it. So ever since that time, I don't know what that was, but I do know that it wasn't from this planet. We still don't have that kind of technology. And when you look
at the very least, not in public view.
Well, you got to consider this, right? So every country that has an air force, every country in the world that has one, has fighter pilots who, while on a mission or a test flight or whatever, have seen these things.
Right, and reported it. And everything.
Right, and they're usually told to try to follow it, and they say that they started to follow it, and the thing just defied gravity. It made a 90-degree right angle turn. I think we can do 8 Gs, if I remember correctly. It must have been twice that speed, so they couldn't keep up with it. And then recently there were videos of what they were seeing on their radar screen in one of these planes. Of these things like flying over the ocean, and they would just go right into the ocean. And when you look at the ocean, right, to me, that's kind of like an unexplored world. Not completely unexplored, but
yeah,
right. Well,
sure.
the ocean, right. So the ocean comprises what, 3/4 of the Earth.
Right.
So
A
there's
lot.
vast parts of the ocean that we haven't even ventured. We can't get down that far. We you know what I mean? Maybe now we're starting to be able to with the technology, but I all I can say is this much: I know for sure that at least at one point in time we were not the only living beings. If not in this universe, or there's the next universe, there's something else out there. It's not just us.
Yeah, and I don't even well, I don't want to get too far into, things, so to speak, but I'll just say I've had enough experience to know to some degree there's other beings among us in humanoid form. I'll just say it that. I
Right.
know that.
I agree too. You know what? And I think those beings, they don't have a conscience. I don't see how they could.
It's quite possible. They might not even be, it could be as simple. If I'm going to place my opinion, by the way, I'm going to say it's probably all of our above guesses, and probably so much more greater than anything we can fathom with our intellect. But from what I have fathomed, there's probably a good logical case for a lot of them not even being anything other than robotic. That robots don't have emotions, they're
Right.
just functioning beings of software of various sorts.
Right, but it goes back to what I was saying earlier, right, or moments ago. I don't know what the percentage of our society is that the people that walk around that are either sociopaths or psychopaths and do not have a conscience. And like I said earlier, there is no pill or injection you can take to make somebody have a conscience. You're either born with it or you lose it, possibly, they say, through traumatic experiences early in your childhood.
Right, or you just gets buried or whatever.
Right, it's not like you can flip a switch and turn it on and off. Either you have it or you don't. And if you don't,
programming is a fact of function for us. There's no doubt about that.
So let's assume, maybe I shouldn't say it that way. So hypothetically, if what we've been talking about is even remotely true, the beings, whatever this life form is, for lack of better words, it can't have a conscience. It can't. How could it have a conscience to do what it's doing?
Yeah, that's quite logically a good plausibility of being the case.
So now, there's no way to know why they're doing this, but what I feel is they clearly and obviously, they don't want to destroy us, because if they did, they could do that very easily in a number of different ways.
Well, they're going to cull the herd, and they're in process of it right now. And they're going to cull it. They're not even shy about telling the number that they're aiming towards, and the pretty specific way that they're doing that. They've talked and announced that since at least the late 70s and 80s, and they've even put out their minutes of the agenda of how they're doing that. And I talk about that to people, and some people look at me, it's like, how did you know that? Like it's some kind of fortune teller. I just pay attention. When you got these and I'll call them that too, psychopaths, really, with odd sense of ideology, that have had this quite domineering control over the masses for a long time, and very successful at doing that, come out and literally tell you, hey, we're going to cull the herd down, and you're probably going to be including in that culling. I'm going to take that very seriously, and I have.
I got to say this now. I don't want to. People could think whatever they want, and I'm not trying to suggest even remotely that you or whites or anybody that might be listening right now should believe this or think this way. But You know what deja vu is, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have times, doesn't happen a lot, but there are times when I feel like I've lived before. Like I've not that I've lived the same life, but I lived another life before or other lives. I can remember one time I I felt as if I was like
I think that's
like
fantastic
I
because
had
I don't
these
have any. I wish I did, but I don't.
I had this vision that I was in the Renaissance period,
Oh yeah.
and yeah, and it's like crazy, like I'm not saying that I've lived before, but sometimes I get these.
Like flashes or visions.
Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
like a vision, not a flash. It's like a vision, and listen, I'm of sound mind. I'm not on any kind of psychiatric medicine. You know what I'm saying? I don't drink alcohol. I don't use
You're
drugs.
in you're in of sound company right now with open mindedness, so you don't have to worry. I know why you're even hesitant to go forth with projecting that, because typically you're going to get those fluoride stare responses to people, but you're in the company of open-mindedness, so you can just be yourself and say it as
Well,
it is without worry.
yeah, that's why I brought it up, because I kind of assumed that would be the reaction, or it would be received basically the way you're receiving it. When you look back at like the founders of this country, right? George Washington, the big hitters, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, they all claim to have seen UFOs.
Sure.
And
I wouldn't even put them in the category as being the true founders of the country.
okay, well,
That's
okay,
just,
okay, but the point I'm trying to make is that back then in the 1700s,
Mhm.
if the average person was to say this in many parts of the world, they would be considered a witch. They would. Some places they would burn them at the stake. How
Quite
could you
possible.
possibly, right? Because with
It's it's the same narrative as right now. With corporatism, I'll give an example. They with legalities. We'll put you in a cage if you say something with the audacity that goes against pharmaceutical narrative. For example, allopathic doctors can get very, very quickly their license gone and heavily fined and even jail time for having the audacity of saying something as simple as an orange could boost your immunity to colds, flus, and viruses.
Okay, let me
Right.
say this now. Yeah, let me say this. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So I'm a Pisces,
Mhm.
and I'm not a big believer in the zodiac. I don't read the horoscopes and where it says you're going to find money today, and you're walking down the street and I see a dollar bill on the floor, and I'm like, oh, that's real. I don't believe that.
Mhm.
But I do believe that each sign, of which there are 12, there are some unique characteristics that people will display of that particular sign. Um, how do I explain this? When I was younger, many people, especially mostly women, would tell me, "You're a Pisces. Do you realize that you have a really like a sort of like a sixth sense, an inner intuition that most people don't have?" And I'm like, "Oh, stop. That's hogwash. I believe it now. I'm not a psychic. I'm not even close to a psychic. But if I focus on something
I'm going to
more,
attribute that to your focus on health, because I know that you do that. And I've also, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You should finish first. I'll say what I need to
okay,
say after.
I feel like almost cursed that I was born under this sign, because I can sometimes feel or sense things long before they happen. Not always. And in order for that to happen, I have to really like focus on it. Like for instance with Trump, when he was running, I said, if this guy wins, this is gonna really, this guy is gonna be a tyrant. I could feel it. I could literally feel it. And I was trying to express this earlier. People were, what's wrong with you? You sound like you're paranoid. I'm not. I'm telling you, this guy will be lawless. He'll flaunt it in our faces. He will.
Yeah, I understand.
So
I understand.
Now, a lot of that was born of the fact that I've lived in New York City the vast majority of my life, so I'm quite familiar with his antics, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
But it goes deeper than that. I'm really troubled, as I mentioned earlier, that if this guy somehow becomes our dictator, he won't be a president, that things will take a change for the worst very, very rapidly worldwide, not just in America.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's very unnerving, to
Now,
put it mildly.
I get you, and while you have that understanding, you would not be incorrect intuitively. That would be very correct. But understand something further to that. It doesn't matter who they put in. It's going to be the same thing, outcome-wise, because they're all staged actors being told what to do.
I know. I hear you loud and clear. But the way what I'm feeling is that if this guy in particular comes in, this will be expedited. He will expedite.
No, it's not going to make a difference. It might look like it, but it's going to be the same. They control the entire narrative, top to bottom, worldwide, thick and thin, through and through, every day. It's one corporation for the entire world. Understand this. And I have another video that's a sequel. Right? You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
This would be no rights. Sorry, rights here. He's on mute. Rights. Shit. Rights. Get off mute. Get your ass over here. I'm gonna give this link to you, Rights, because
I'm right here.
Are you with us?
So
Yeah,
Nude Guru. So okay. So where do you think? What country do you think the headquarters of this corporation you're referring to is based, or where is it?
There
Which
is no
country?
It's not a country. It's just a group of people that are controlling the whole thing. It's not centered anywhere.
Okay, so which country or countries do you think this group of people resides in?
They're just international. They don't reside in a country. They just do what they want. They're outside of residing it.
Well, wouldn't you say, since we're supposedly the most advanced military in the world, that more than likely they would reside, at least part-time, in the United States of America?
No. They reside wherever they are in any given moment. They have no turf headquarters in that sense that you're trying to put them. So that would be a staged narrative that they would want people to believe, so that they can try and pinpoint, to have a scapegoat of pointing a finger. Oh, it's them over there, whatever. And that's just not the way that it works. It literally is just people who have a dominance over the whole field and who operate outside of the very superficial stage that they set up for people to have a fictional belief in.
Okay, so now that we've been talking about extraterrestrials, I'm curious, what do you think about Area 51? You have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, probably just one of very many areas of activity, of things that they want to pursue for various reasons. Definitely that's in their control. And it's just one of many, many facilities worldwide that they do whatever they do in.
Well, do you think it's out of the realm of possibility that part of what's going on there is the pursuit of trying to locate even a piece of one of these ships so that it can be re-engineered and used militarily to dominate another
Personally, I don't.
country, or you know, like
Yeah.
if it like okay, let me say it like in World War II, when the American troops made it into Germany, and Hitler was defeated. You know, he committed suicide. They came upon some kind of a, I don't know if it was an airport hangar, a big building, and they found this wood. It was made of wood. It was the first winged plane ever known to have existed, right? And so what happened when World War II ended? The scientists over there, their top scientists, were brought to America, and I think many of them were probably offered, listen, you can come here with us, you work for us, and you'll escape any kind of justice that you may incur otherwise for your part in you know, what happened to the 6 million or whatever it is amount of Jewish people that were, you know, okay. So what happened shortly thereafter, right? You had the Manhattan Project, of which Oppenheimer was a big part of it. And what did he say with that first? Was it called a nuclear bomb, or what's the other word? I can't. It escapes me right now. He said that he was afraid, basically, because this would or could bring on the end of mankind. The use of this bomb. I don't know. I wonder about this stuff, and it's like sometimes it's frustrating because there is no clear-cut answer.
Well, the problem with any of it is it's coming still from the source that wants propaganda. But putting that aside, you know, I can see through the propaganda, and I can see very clearly that there's certainly, no doubt about it, intelligence, if you want to call it that is definitely highly involved and interested in doing psyop experiments and experiments on many different levels, especially with, as I said earlier, genetics being heavily at the forefront of that. There has got to be a reason for that. It doesn't take too much logic to kind of get at least a pretty good guesstimate as to what those things could, you know. But back to the ship thing. I think a little bit of that is, I think the technology that they expose us to, because it's always them exposing it to us, it's never one of the people that's coming up with this, you know, is all technology that they actually, we're seeing crumbs of what they've actually had developed for probably millennia before we ever get to see any of it.
Okay, well, it's interesting you brought that up, because if you look, let's imagine we were in the year 1750, right? Everybody's riding around on horses, and you know, there are carriages to take you, you know, cross country, horse-drawn carriages, right? And then in approximately the year 1899 or 1900, somewhere in there, you had the first automobile, right? And then, what was it, 1969, 69 years later, after we invent the automobile, we're walking on the moon. And then, let me finish, because I think that's a pretty good point. Okay, so then
I'm not laughing at your thing. I'm laughing at the how that plays out. You know, because I've studied the idea, and I think I know where you're going, and there's some humor in it. Go ahead.
Okay, so then, you know, remember watching the original Star Trek, and they had those the communicators. What was it basically? Like a flip-top phone. They would flip it open. Scotty, beam me up, right?
Right.
And when we would watch this, when I would watch this as a child, I never imagined in my wildest dream we would have these phones that you could walk around anywhere with no wire on it, because that's what the cell phones are, right? And then it gets even deeper than that, because the cell phone has a computer in it. You basically have the palm of your the world in your hand with this computer. Now,
it's pretty remarkable. You go from horse and buggy less than 100 years to this.
Right. That's the point. So all of a sudden, if you look, let's start at the year 1900. the advancements that we made between 1900 and the year 2000, even, right?
It seemed quite unnatural, right?
Well, it's sped up compared to the previous 100 years
If
and the
you look
previous
before
100
that.
years before that, right?
Right. The
So
progress was so slow, and then all of a sudden, what? We just had this out of nowhere.
Exactly. And now we're in the we're not even in the dawn of the era of artificial intelligence that has been around for a number of years now. I remember having one of my clients had he came up with this. I'm not going to name it because I don't want to give his name away. It could potentially. He ended up selling it to, was it Google? I can't remember now, but it was I'm going to say this was about 14, 15, 16 years ago, where he had this computer program that would, like, if you could take a survey, right, and answer the questions, and it was the beginning of artificial intelligence. And if you answered the questions, you could then go to it and say, I don't know what I want to have for dinner tonight. Give me some ideas. And based on the questions you had asked, it would make like a profile of you, and it would make suggestions. It wasn't just, it could be anything. It could be, what kind of car should I buy? What kind of car is best for me? Anything like that. And he ended up selling this for like, somewhat, was it $80 million? This guy, right? I don't work with him anymore, and I'm not going to mention his name. He is one of the wizards, for lack of a better way of saying it, with computers. He now currently works for one of the bigger, he's actually a partner with one of the biggest venture capitalist firms in America. And what I noticed about this guy is he's definitely a genius. I'm not kidding you when I tell you this. But it was quite obvious to me. I worked with both he and his wife for almost 10 years. He didn't have a conscience. He was nice to me, but he didn't have a conscience. And I can understand why, because okay, when you look at computers, right, let's just say cell phones. And if people were pure in their ambitions, the computer is a great tool. But in the hands of an evil person or a psychopath or a sociopath, the computer can and often is used as an evil tool. For instance,
as is the same for every tool. But yes, absolutely.
Okay. So
that's a scary one. But the direction you're going, it's the only real narrative that you're pointing towards that is of all the stuff that people are concerned about in this day and age. That's the only one I have any real concern there.
Well, speaking of the cell phone, like the average American anyway does not utilize the computer, especially in their phone, anywhere near often enough. I think that a smartphone in the hands of a dumb person becomes a dumb phone, because you have a large segment of our society now that if they need to get someplace they've never been to before, they use Google. And they have a navigation system set up in the car. And these people, many of them, can no longer read a road map. They have become so reliant, right? And there are kids, right? You have, what do you call the clocks? What's the word for it? When I grew up, the clocks all had a big hand and a little hand. Now they have these digital clocks, right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the original.
So because of this, there are some like younger like kids 5, 6 years old. When I was 5, 6 years old, I could read the clock because we only had one clock. It had a big hand and a little hand, right? But now, most people don't have one of those clocks. Most people don't wear a watch. So they have these digital clocks, right? So the kids, if you ask them to read, not all kids, but many, if you ask them to read the old-fashioned clock, they don't know what time it is.
Same reason why they're getting rid of cursive writing. It's just slow conditioning, taking out skills and abilities. Smart people do not use smartphones. There you go.
Well, I kind of beg to differ because I utilize my smartphone if I'm having a conversation with somebody or I see a word that I don't know the definition to. I will Google it and find out what the definition is.
I'm not talking about just the phone at all, though. I'm talking about the feature of smartphone is, and I'm using that as just sort of the summary scapegoat. All smart technologies for stupid.
Well, yeah, and I'm going to say this now. I don't know how or why. Maybe I kind of I do know why, but something led me to this channel, and the conversation that we've been having, especially with the extraterrestrials, I don't think that happened by accident. When
I reckon you'd be right.
Well, yeah,
for sure.
even like when I was asking for the link, right? There was I would assume it was a lady. The name was Prairie that was in the chat. We were trying to get your attention.
Yeah, she's still with us.
I wanted to come on and talk with you guys, but I had no idea I was going to even mention extraterrestrials. That just flowed in somehow. You know what I mean? I had thought about, what I was going to, what I wanted to talk with you guys about, and that is what it always usually is. Trump, and what's going on. Going off grid. Speaking of going off grid, nude girl. How long do you think we really have before before governments around the world will no longer allow people to live off grid? Because that's going to come.
2 years.
Yeah, that's going to happen, guaranteed.
Maximum 2 years.
So then, now what do we do?
You better know how. You better know how to function, and not be concerned with these whether you're allowed to or not things. That better not be a concern for you as an individual, because if it is, you're going to get swept under the rug with what you can and cannot do.
Yeah, but see, with the technology, right? Like right now, you have park rangers. Okay, they're not going to need them anymore.
Yeah,
they're going to have
why
drones.
I said earlier. My biggest concern is that exactly, and that's what I'm saying. That's the point. We have to realize that the whole world is an institution. Figure it out, right? And let's just get real with it. If you really want to keep your liberty, you have to match T for T whatever it is that opposes your liberty. So if we got to go the distance in that case, if it's technology that's posing a threat to your liberty, then you have to have technology on your side, and you better know how to develop that.
Here's what I
ready for it.
Here's what I envision and what I expect. That if I'm living off grid, anybody who's living off grid, as it stands today, they already have the drone technology. You can't even see the drone. You won't even notice it. That can see you. And it's not very long down the road before they'll say, okay, we've got this guy living over here in the woods. We saw him in the drone. Send the robot. And then what happens? The robot isn't going to go there and say, you got to leave. The robot is going to what? Grab a hold of you? I don't know, inject you, put you to sleep, carry you down the mountain. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's not.
I don't even think it would be that, the narrative that would actually play out is they've had, people are scared now because they've put out as a fear attack that they have these DO weapons. They've had those for a long time. All I have to do is press a button and, some signal from one of their, especially now, their satellites from space just sends out a frequency vibration. You're gone. That's all. If they want you gone, they're just going to press a button and you won't know who did it or where it came from.
So the reality is, the way I see it is, even with the current technology that we have today, if you're out in the woods, there's no way to hide from a drone.
Right.
It can see your the heat that your body's giving off at night.
Yes.
What are you going to do? Wrap yourself in aluminum foil? I mean, you can't. It's
If they really want to
inescapable.
find you, they're going to. That's the reality of the realm that we live in, and that's why people are trying to figure out till their death how to mitigate the fact that we're mortal creatures here and we can collide. And
there is one. Yeah, but there is one possible answer or solution.
Mm-hmm.
What if we somehow were able to live underground?
Well, it depends how you're going to have to go pretty deep because they can see pretty far.
No, I know, and I don't know if it's feasible, but it's something that I thought about. Well, it's possible.
I think to a degree, I think I reckon that just do whatever's within your means to be prepared to mitigate. And you can only go so far in your life, and it's going to be a point where you're going to just have to rubber meets the road it, and there's going to be a cutoff. Yeah, especially as one man. But I'm already thinking the same way you are, especially technologically. I'm already looking at making my own software for my own robot.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what maybe I'm foolish to think this, but I don't know if you recall our last conversation. I said, when I walk the Appalachian Trail, as much as possible, when I set my tent up, I'm going to try to go to an area where most people cannot physically make it to, or just are not willing to expend that type of energy.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that
that's going to do you well for as far as dodging simpleton class zombie apocalypse scenarios, and that's important because I think most people will end up being called in the herd by that factor than the ruling class using their technology. I think they're probably not so concerned with a few escapees get away from the roost.
Yeah, what I was actually also hoping with that is that when they start sending robots into the woods, there are no more park rangers. Maybe initially, those robots themselves may not be able to get to those tough spots. They may be able to tell that I'm there, but they can't get there. But it won't be long after that. How long do you think it's going to be before they're going to have robots that can fly or that can jump 50 feet? You know what I'm saying?
I doubt you're correct on on them not being there, especially because they already have drones, as you can see, and satellites that can already see space everywhere. I think it's just a matter of those technologies being able to also do multitasking at the same time, and I think they already can do that. And they can probably pinpoint you from the furthest point on the opposite continent, and in 2 seconds hit a button and do laser radiation weapon or whatnot. That's it. It disintegrates you. You're out of here.
The thing that's clearly obvious to me is that we're all living under their control, and there is no way they're going to permit or allow people to live off-grid much longer because they've lost control of them. They've lost control.
I don't really think, again, they're really concerned mostly about, they're going to be concerned. They want to call the herd, and they want to get it down to whatever that number is, probably 500 million, I think, whatever.
Worldwide?
Worldwide, yes.
What? What is there now? 7 billion people in the world?
That they say is between 7 and 8 somewhere that they
8 billion.
Their official number.
I did the research on it. It's 8 billion.
Sure. So yeah, they want to call it down to that. That's been their projected number at least since the late 70s.
Underground's the way to go. Think about it, right? Underground has the purest, cleanest water comes from where? Underground, right? No.
So I'm contemplating.
I'm not saying all water.
There's a good chance of that. Yeah, spring water is aquifers.
Right. I'm not saying all water underground is fresh, clean drinking water, but a lot of it is because it's somewhat sheltered from the pollution of man. Not always, but sometimes.
And filtered. Yeah,
and filtered as well, right. filtered
most of what
naturally.
we drink comes from an aquifer, a spring.
Okay, so if a small group of human beings are able to, I would think it would probably start off in a cave system, somehow extend that cave or go down into the ground, deep into the cave, they may have a shot at staying away, eluding the powers that be, and having some kind of well, not some kind of, but having a life, a very different life, but that life
Surviving.
Right, that life would be virtually the whole, 99% of it, you'd be living underground. I don't know. I ponder these things.
You're not wrong for pondering them. It's a very not too distant reality that we're facing here. But
You know what's crazy though, and I'm sure you probably encounter the same thing. This maybe you less than me because you probably know many more people who are actively living off grid or that want to than I do. You know, when I tell my friends I want to live off grid, most of them are like, "Why?" And
yeah,
and they just don't get it. They're like,
I
"Dude,
got video games. I got my job. I got my pizza and football on Friday nights. Why did
yeah."
I
And
want
it's
to do
like,
that?
yeah, and they're like, "Dude, you're talking like, are you on drugs?" And I'm like, "No, man. You just don't see what's happening. You're blind to it. You're a freaking robot, man. You're
Yeah,
controlled by the system. You're not really living your own life. You think you are.
products.
It
They're
appears like you are.
products.
Yeah.
Products of the machine. That's all.
Anyway,
Which we all are. It's just a matter of realizing that and working our way out. But you can't. You can't really expect too much from your peers in that way. It'll get more as the narrative gets projected into reality. But for the most part, most of the people, let's put it this way: there's a reason why hardly anybody resisted going into the fucking trains in Nazi Germany. That's a reality, and that was just a dress rehearsal for what's going on now. And that's what I was saying earlier. And what just happened the last 3 years ago was a dress rehearsal for what's about to come.
Well, here's the thing about me, Nude Girl, is that, how do I say this? I'm not a criminal, and I'm not lawless, but I'm the type of person that believes
I'm lawless, but anyway, go ahead.
any kind of rules that I feel even remotely impact my freedom, I do not observe. They are made to be broken.
Yeah, you should be lawless.
I am not the kind of guy that would have just got on that train. I'm not saying I would have been successful in escaping, but I would have tried. I would have tried.
You're almost saying that with the sense of like that would be some sort of like bad thing to be disobedient. You see the conditioning.
No. I think it's good to be disobedient. Whatever. I just wanted to make clear because a lot of people might misconceive that as this guy's some kind of criminal. You know what I mean?
But why even have a concern for what indoctrinated minds would think about that? Now, that's the very reason to actually project to those indoctrinated minds of anything.
Because if anybody that's listening to this live now or listens to the recording of it, I think it would be a good thing if they would get something from it and not sit there.
That's what I'm saying.
This guy's out of his mind. Listen to him. You know what I'm saying?
If they have the openness to get it, then they're not going to be the thing that you're trying to use to support what you're saying is not going to be in the way of that openness. Only a person who is closed-minded would be somebody that would need that sort of like softness added to it or whatnot. And I reckon that even with that softness is not going to be productive for a closed mind anyway. So I just say no holds barred. Tell the truth the way it is. You don't need to support it. And I think the reason why you do that a lot is because you're coming out of it, this sleep thing, and you're telling it like it is and trying to test the waters with people, and you're getting a lot of resistance. You're getting a lot of people calling you probably tinfoil hat wearer and all this kind of shit, right? And so, and that might feel disheartening even. And it's like, where's the people who can have sense? And is there any like sort of like, can somebody give me some weighting things for my arms in this ocean of insanity that I'm trying to get out of? Or is there nobody that even sees we're all like in a ship full of holes here? You know?
Okay, that brings me to two things I'd like to say now. Number one, what would you guess to me? Let's just say here in America would be the percentage of people who actually understand that they're little robots, and furthermore, who actually really want and are actively working towards going to live off grid.
Fraction of 1%.
Okay. Second point. You have made, you've alluded to, like earlier you were talking about a tsunami and there's 4 people in the way or something like that. And you're going to push them out of the way to save yourself, which I totally agree with. Where I'm at now, when I talk to people, and I still do, about going off grid, and they're like, "You're out of your mind." I'm like, screw these people. F them.
There you go.
I'll leave you right behind.
Very much. Very
I'll
much.
leave you right behind. Okay, that's how you. No problem. I'm not here to try to change your mind. Have a good one.
But there's no time for it. The fucking tsunami's almost touching your ass. You know,
man. It's
but
like
they want to be in denial to that while they're even wet at the feet. While they're still, you know, fuck them. You know, whatever. Go ahead and be in denial. I don't care. It's your loss.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, initially I would try to not persuade, but convince people.
When it's within your means and there's still time, of course. But I reckon even still. It's only a productive endeavor and not at your expense when, number one, you have yourself whole. That's the first thing, because you got to lead by example. And number two, you have genuine interest, ears, and not just lip service as well.
Well, here's the thing. You see, I have empathy. Okay. Let me give you an example. Like I was talking about the other genre that I was in, you know, that I frequent, right? And I was in tonight. You know, I feel like when you said you put up that meme that said basically, if you stand and watch a bully, you yourself are a bully, right? So these con artists, right? I feel like not that it's my duty, but it's the right thing to do to go into those chat rooms and tell people, listen, this guy's conning you out of your money, your hard-earned money. I don't say that, but I allude to it directly, that you're being conned. For me to I have two choices in that situation, right? I can sit there, watch the video and do that, or just leave the live. I just feel like I have a responsibility not to leave the live. I have a responsibility to open my mouth. To me, those people are bullies.
I understand.
They're
your
taking
compassion.
advantage.
Yeah, you have compassion. You feel compelled to, like, you know, if see people are getting their asses handed to them. I reckon you got to use a discernment with how far you go and your responsibility for every blade of grass is number one. Number two, remember you're also in an arena that, online especially, anybody who's getting bullied online is asking for it because there's an X button, you know? So
well, you got to see what these people do. They dox,
I seen it. Seen it.
They dox each other, and they dox family members that have nothing to do with this.
So you better not. That's right. That's why you need to be smart to not. You know, this is what happens if you. If you don't think that if you think that people are all angels and are naive enough to put information that leads to tracking you, well, then, you know, you're going to find out you shouldn't have done that.
Well, here's the problem that I have, right? So I don't know if you've gone over and looked at any of my exercise videos, but if you have, you'll notice one thing. I'm always wearing a hat, and very dark sunglasses. And the reason for, especially the dark sunglasses, is having exposed myself to that genre. When I first opened my channel, I had the first, I would say, 40 to 50 people came from that genre. And I didn't want them other than I wanted to have some type of subscribers when I started putting videos out. It's like I didn't want to start with, 0 subscribers. You know what I mean? Um, and the thing is that there are some good people in that genre. They're not all bad. The majority are bad.
Yeah.
The ones that aren't, or the majority of them, are gullible. But there are some solid, for lack of better word or term, people there. And, as time has gone along, I would say probably now 70% or so of the subscribers I have are not from that genre. But because there are some that are, and I know there are some that watch my channel but don't subscribe, I will not show my eyeballs in a video, because I know that if there's not the technology now, it will very, very soon available where
Which
they can
there
look at a
is.
video. Right. Okay. Right. They can look at the video, they can get your eye print, and they find out who you are.
Oh yeah, it's not hard. In a heartbeat, I could do it, and I'm a novice at something like that. You just need a bit of tech savviness or whatever. And with that being said, same thing for me. If you noticed, I have this self-made personification called Mood Guru, and it's very much none of you. Well, I shouldn't say this. I do talk about what I do in my personal life as far as being off grid goes, and I definitely am very forthcoming, and all of that is 100% to the T genuine. But there's a line to as far as I'll go, and as you can see, there's no trace. You'll never see me come on video here. That's all for the reasons that you're saying, and also kill the messenger is a reality, especially when you're talking to the degree of the stuff that I'm literally coming out and I'll only go so far on somebody else's panel out of respect for them, of course, but I say things like you should go the distance when you're defending yourself against tyranny, no holds barred. If that means killing a cop in their tracks, do it. Things of that nature. Stuff like that is enough to freak people out of their minds, that they would look at me as being somebody who is too far out of the roost to be maintained. I'm a threat to everybody. We must put him out of the picture. Stuff like that.
Well, I don't say anything like that. And to be honest with you, I have respect for law enforcement. And the way I look at it is they are just pawns of the system. They are used as tools to help the masters, so to speak, maintain control.
Right. But they're the culprits of violence, right? And if they are the ones who are coming at you physically, then you've got to do what you've got to do to self-defend yourself. It doesn't matter if they're wearing a blue collar. And that's the type of stuff that I say, right? So that people can start getting a little bit out of their fear, scared mode, so that they can get a little bit more gulls to have balls and realize that, well, wait, why am I bending the knee so much? Do I need to? Is there something more I can do? And it's that type of narrative for people to think. That's that type of seed planting that scares the shit out of the ruling class. Because if people start actually going in that direction, it's over for them.
Right.
Because they need that obedience. Otherwise, they have nothing, right?
They lose their control.
That's it. And that's the foundation right there. So if the crack in the foundation is obedience, and I'm propagating disobedience, then I've just solved the problem there. And they know that. They know that's the one thing there, that if that goes too far, they can lose their grip hold very quickly. So that's what they don't want.
that's one of the reasons why I got rid of deleted Facebook, because I said to myself, here I am on Trump's Facebook page speaking out against him, and it's not out of the realm of possibility that this man wins the presidency, does 2 terms, and at some point starts going after anybody and everybody that speaks out against him. On top of that, I saw Facebook for what it was. Initially, it was supposed to be a people finder, but it became a platform of misinformation and disinformation, and it's one-dimensional to me. It's just, in the beginning, it was good, but it became very one-dimensional. Like, that's the best way I can describe it. And it wasn't.
I understand what you're concerned about. You're concerned about like having the next Kim Jong-un scenario where if you don't bow on the street, right, then you can get condemned by
not that to that degree that you'd have to bow down like they do in North Korea, but that if you speak out against the system,
right,
that harm will come to you, or you'll be locked up, or you'll just disappear.
Yeah.
Because what is one of the tools they use to control us? They divide and conquer, right?
Yeah.
And
divide, distract, and conquer. That's an important part of it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
But if you're one of the distractors to what they're doing,
yeah,
they're going to eliminate you.
If you pose as a threat to their agenda, yes.
Right, exactly. So now that if you're doing this online on a social media platform, it's not going to take very much for them to consider you a threat. Because when you're on social media, you're not speaking to one person. You could be speaking to potentially millions of people at once.
Correct.
So I said to myself, let me delete Facebook altogether. And that's one of the reasons why when we talk about my channel and the growth of it, using Instagram and other Twitter, for example, to advertise would definitely be beneficial, right, for the channel growth. But here I am exposing myself to more social media platforms. I'm not going to do that. I'm not really looking to get 50,000 subscribers. That's what I was. That's where my head was at when I started the channel back on August 20th, which is not long ago. I've quickly changed.
You had to change your mind. I understood.
Yeah, and like I mentioned earlier, honestly, the end goal is really dual-fold. I'm not an exercise influencer. I don't run around telling people, hey, you should exercise. But I like to teach exercise, and I think that it's an honorable thing to do. And,
I completely agree.
And then the ultimate thing or reason for doing it is that one day when I'm long gone, there'll be a record of me and this, of what I contributed or tried to contribute.
Well, certainly, and if, wisdom out there for people to draw from to continue having wisdom for education purposes. The reason why I have most of the knowledge that I have. If it wasn't for people doing that previously, I could very much still be having conversations trying to figure out the basis for the stuff that I'm even talking about at all.
Well, the way I see it, right? I'm 63 years old. Okay, so when I grew up in the 70s, people were much more physically active and in much better shape than they are today. Now, part of that reasoning is the food that we back then. The food we were eating was much cleaner, less chemicals in it, right?
Absolutely.
But I can see it's not very far off into the distant future where you can see what's happening now. People are becoming less and less physically active because of technology, right? So I can see at some point in time, very few, if any, people at all are going to be exercising anymore.
In the society that you're looking at, yes, the society you're looking at right now is very much on its way out the window.
And you know what this goes to, Negro, is the fact that, like I said, I really believe that some kind of extraterrestrial being came here many thousands of years ago and mixed a little bit of their DNA with ours. They dropped the population of the planet down to, I don't know, 3 million people, whatever it was, so that it would be easier to do. And these beings are not physical. They are so far advanced from us.
Quite possibly.
Like they say that you can only use 10%, or human beings can only use 10% or so of their brains. I don't know if that's true or not.
I think while you're poisoned, yeah.
Okay. Well, these beings are able to use probably all of their brains.
And they probably have much bigger ones.
Right. And if you look, like if you've ever been to the Museum of Natural History, I remember going there when I was a kid. I had a class project. You know, you look at like the cavemen, right? They had like, you know, their jaws were much more square than modern man's, and their heads were actually a little bit smaller, their cranium. And as we've continued to evolve over the many thousands of years, our heads are becoming slightly larger and our jaws are becoming a little bit smaller. And that, to me, is evidence that obviously we evolve, and that if our heads are getting bigger, the only thing that makes sense to me would be that our brains are getting bigger, not noticeable. Not that it's noticeable enough from one generation to the next, but when you compare modern man today to man 10,000 years ago, there's a huge difference. I think as time goes along, we will rely more and more on our brains and less on the physical.
Well, I think the smarter ones that see through the walls here is, I'm sorry, I hope I didn't cut you off again.
No. Go ahead.
Okay. There's just a bit of a lag here where I'm at. That's why. There's the tail end of what I was saying a bit ago is while the society that you're witnessing before you is on its way out to decrepancy and dysfunctionality, right to probably an extinction. It's doing so while it thinks it's making incredible progress.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know that this is true, but I have a sense or a feeling that whatever this extraterrestrial being or beings are, they don't want us to become extinct, and they will do whatever they need to do to make sure that we don't become extinct. I don't know that I'm right, but that's the feeling I have. Because if we are an experiment, so to speak, or some kind of science project, I don't know what it is, to these beings, they would have every interest in making sure that we survive, unless for some reason they decided that the experiment is over now,
right,
or the experiment has failed, so we'll just let them be and they'll destroy themselves,
right? Or they'll encourage the what ifs. Here's another. If we're going to go into what if speculation mode, I mean, I do it from time to time. I can put a couple other ones out there with probabilities on it. Another one is the experimentation went sideways, and we were not supposed to be so much of a virus-based species, and I think evolution is very much a misnomer, and I think we're adapting beings. We're not evolving.
Well, if they got to the point where they just gave up on us for whatever reason, or the science project or the experiment, all they would have to do is just leave us alone. We'll destroy this planet. And destroy ourselves.
We're already on the path of destruction anyway, and maybe for the most part, and I think that they set the stage for that, and that's how they. You also have to realize, and I was talking to Wrights about this several times before, that if you want to do this agenda of 8 billion, pull the herd down to a small number like that, that's a monumental task. That's no easy walk in the park thing. You need the cooperation of a lot, even with technology. So I think it does seem logical that they're using technology for models of how to do these focuses and agendas that they want to do, and they're just walking the steps over time, and they're doing it with complete confidence because the models are with great accuracy.
Okay,
I
so
think most probably I think you hit the nail on the head, in my opinion. They're done with this round of experimentation. They'll probably have another round that they want to do, and maybe they have to clean house to make way for the next round, whatever that might be.
Okay, so what do you think they think about people like us that are actively seeking to leave the control?
Yeah, run away from the roost.
Right.
I think they don't have too much concern because of, number one, the ability to spot us out if we're really a threat to them.
And there's not enough of us. There's not enough of us to be a concern.
Well, even if there was, here's okay, and this is speculatory, but this is what I think. If we're gonna go more into the wildness of conspiracy and theories and all that kind of stuff, I'm gonna put my theory on. My theory is the world is both flat, round, and a triangle, and a petri dish. It doesn't spin in the way that people think it does. And there's much more vast amounts of land than people think they are outside the borders and the boundaries of the ice wall that is definitely used as a border to safeguard us from people who are on the other side of that, most likely is their territory from the distance where they're doing this experimentation from. I think that we are probably most likely living either in that environment or on some giant type of craft, if you will, that's floating in the middle of somewhere or whatnot, and it's just so big that we can't see it that way. And even the atmosphere that we think is outside is a controlled atmosphere. As we know, they do have control over the weather, so that shouldn't be such a shocker, Even
well, what do you think they think of our exploration of outer space?
I think they're laughing at the idea of that because I think they realize there's no such thing as outer space like the way we think there is.
Oh,
I think they find it humorous to see how far when the being with a practically limitless imagination is left to sort of discern truth for what it is, but being force-fed propagation day in and day out to see where that leads an individual. I think they find it quite amusing, especially when they probably have much more of a vast understanding of the actual truth.
Well, I don't think there's any coincidence that the civilizations around the world would see these things, and they would call these things, they would say the gods came down from the skies. The gods came down from the skies. I hear that over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And so that only makes me believe that whatever they were interacting with was a being that was actually, they thought, assisting them. But in reality, it was controlling them. But they didn't realize that. They were so fascinated by something that came down from the sky and that could fly back up into the sky and go so far they couldn't see it anymore. Back then, they didn't even know what outer space was. They knew that there were stars out there, but they didn't know nothing about that. I don't know. I just, I cannot have this conversation with a religious person, especially if they're Christian, because, they're like, no. Only God would not let another being, experiment or mess with us. And I'm like, well, I got a feeling you got the wrong God. You're giving the wrong thing as God.
Totally. Absolutely. Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's back to that open, closed mind, indoctrinated view type thing. I mean, and this is why people stumble in their growth and development. Belief is the most common denominator interference with causing arrested development.
You know what I do to them sometimes? Not often, but sometimes they piss me off. It's like a Catholic person. I'll say to them, I walk them into it. I walk them into a trap just to put them in a state of cognitive dissonance, right? I say, they're in prison, right? Pedophiles, they're on the bottom of the totem pole, right? They always say yes, yes. And I say, what do you think about the priests throughout the history of the Catholic Church around the world?
I showed this to Rights some weeks back. I got a thing in my email drafts, literally for Christians. It's called Questions for Christians. And it's about, I don't know, I think 18 questions that are very controversial. And they're along the lines of the reasons why, and I'm not a religious person, obviously. I question religion right from kindergarten. That's why in kindergarten I got literally thrown out from the church in catechism. And along the lines of what you just said, one of my questions is God a pedophile? Because apparently he practically forced a 12-year-old, was it, to bear his child.
Right. Well, here's the thing,
divine pedophile.
Okay. I lost my train of thought. Damn it. I'm trying to get it back. It escapes me now. Maybe it'll come back. But, I do believe that not necessarily that there's a God, but if what I feel is very likely that this alien extraterrestrial life, not alien, did introduce some of its DNA into our bodies, then they are in effect our gods or our God. And it almost came back to me. Damn it! Oh, when I look
I would say God is a subjective word. I would say our designer,
designer. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Right. Better word. And when I look at the Bible, right, you have stories in there like Noah. It took him, I think, 950 years to build the ship, and his son worked on it. No, maybe it took 7. No, he lived till he was 950. I think the Bible says it took him 75 years to build the ship, and his son helped him. To me, that's a fairy tale. It's like, the goose that laid the golden egg. If instead of that being a fairy tale, that was in the Bible, that's what people would believe.
Sure. Yeah.
So you mean to tell me Jonah, right? I'm not sure if it says he lived in the stomach of a whale or the stomach of a fish for 3 days. Is that right? You know what I'm saying? Come on.
All you have to do with indoctrinated people is write something down on a piece of paper and put the word official on the cover front, and they'll believe it.
Well, here's the thing: is that I think that to me the Bible or the Torah or the Quran, they were written as and used as a means of control. They basically said, if you're good, you follow what the book says, you'll go up and you'll get wings and you'll fly around and you'll get, you know what I mean? But I think that what if when we die, we really don't die? What if when we die, we go to wherever it is our designers come from, or
I don't know about that,
an extension of where they come from, and I don't know.
Okay, well, let's entertain that for a sec because that's interesting. I'm going to reckon at least one thing. I always like to look at, if we're going to have a discussion of sort of theoretical, opinionated ideas and probabilities and stuff like that, to at least narrow it down first to the common denominator of what we can see factually. One thing we can see factually for sure is that energy doesn't get created nor destroyed. We're sparks of energy, obviously. Energy and perpetual motion of transformation. So from that understanding, there certainly is no end to us. Now, while that's happening, there is something that fluctuates, and that's consciousness. Consciousness is not something that is guaranteed to be here at any given moment. We know this because even when we go to sleep, we lose a sense of our consciousness and then it comes back. That's a variable. And I reckon that this would be something that we should look towards, at least this time around, if it's a cyclical thing or whatnot. Try and figure it out, at least, especially for growth purposes, to not have to start again from scratch next time over. But that being said, I think a more accurate word on the people who may have designed us wouldn't even be designers, maybe parents, it's more biological, true parents. And is there a sense of, something of reuniting after? Well, that could be a very subjective thing, but it seems that at the very least, we're in a cocoon state in transformation. And that's what I see is the actual thing that we call death, and look at as death when death happens, is not at all this thing of where there actually is death happening. It's just a exiting, a transformation. Yeah, it's the next step.
Exactly.
And the thing about that is, if that's the case, we need to then be very careful, because if this happens prematurely, this could be detrimental for it. So I think it's very important for us to take very seriously the responsibility, just like you would if you were an actual caterpillar in a cocoon. If it was up to you to have responsibility for making sure that you carry out that time that you need to be in there, and make sure that the proper nutrition was in there for you while you're in the cocoon, and so on and so forth, you ought better take that seriously, so that whatever divine potential is supposed to happen, so to speak, actually carries out,
Okay, well, here's the thing. So there has to be an end game, an end goal for the designers, so to speak, right? It's not, I can't see that it's like I'm like
there may be
like I'm an experiment in a petri dish, and that there's no point to this. There has to be some kind of objective. It can't just be that we live on the planet and then we die. We came from the earth and we go back to the earth. I get that, but there's got to be a point. It does. Why would they go through the
case? I don't think that's the case. We go back to the earth. I think the vessel does, right? The temple, right, recycles the physicality part, but the actual spark of energy part does not recycle back to the earth. I think that is just part of the energy of life.
Here's the conflict, though. Like I mentioned earlier, right? I've had numerous times, where I felt like I've lived before, but it was on Earth. It was back in time. It wasn't like I was on some other planet.
Yeah, and that's very much a possibility. It happened once, so why couldn't it happen again? I'm going to put forth possibility is that being of a spark of infinite energy that has infinite possibilities, the directional outcome of whatever's next is highly, highly, highly unique to each individual.
Okay, what something I didn't touch base on, right? That I think is kind of not necessarily evidence, but it's definitely something to ponder. When you look throughout history at geniuses like Tesla or Einstein, or let's go back further, Leonardo da Vinci, who was a genius, multifold genius. is it possible that those people got a little bit extra DNA from the extraterrestrials, which is why they were
Totally
basically
possible. Totally possible.
advanced from the rest of the population.
Totally possible. Maybe even probable. There could be a variety of variables in that, whether it was an intentional or a spillover, or there is a randomness in the genetic adaptation and if you want to call it evolution of genetics in that we can easily spot. It's not an opinion. It's a science we can see.
What if there's two different types of extraterrestrials with
what
two
if
different?
There is thousands.
Right, and they all have a different goal with
Right.
us.
And that's where it gets, pretty much as far as you can go speculative wise.
Yeah, I know.
I would reckon that most likely it's probably all of the above, and like I said earlier, beyond our comprehension is probably such a vast number of objectives going on, being played out at the same time, that our mind would just blow really quickly if we understood probably a fraction of it.
And here we go running around the planet, right? And we sometimes brag we're the smartest thing on this planet. All the animals, the insects, we're the only ones that are able to build and use tools. Meanwhile,
the one that thinks it's so smart, right?
Right. But meanwhile, we are so primitive and have no clue how primitive we are.
Absolutely. And the only species we're pre-primitive as far as I can tell. We don't even let ourselves live freely. I was just about to say we're the only species that makes each other pay to live. And we think we're so fucking smart.
Well,
it's appalling how fucking stupid we are. It's an embarrassment,
I know there's no way to figure it out or to find out, but what is the end goal? What is the purpose?
I don't know. I don't really think we could, because I think the common denominator would be, like we were just saying, a vast mixed bag. And I don't know if it would even really ultimately matter as far as the grand scheme of things goes for us on an individual spark of energy perspective. I think what really matters is that we, as an individual, make sure that we carry out that responsibility for that cocoon state to actually transpire to the best of our ability for whatever is supposed to happen when we exit the cocoon.
I think, for me personally, I think it's possible. I hope not, but I think it's possible. Like let's go back to the Catholics, right, or the Christians.
Mm-hmm.
If you follow the good book, you go fly around in heaven. You get wings strapped on you, and everything is beautiful for the rest of eternity. I think I might be thinking this way, that there's an end goal, so that much like the religious want to believe that when you die, you don't really die. You're still not alive necessarily, but you're still conscious and aware.
That's the part that's in question, is the conscious part. Again, back to the energy part. Energy doesn't get created nor destroyed. We are of energy. So
here's the thing too I wanted to bring up, right? So let's say there are designers, right? And which I do definitely believe. I really feel it. I believe it. Okay, so they're way advanced from us in their technology.
Yeah.
Okay. And we are rapidly advancing with our technology. But as we do, we're destroying ourselves. We're becoming antisocial. We have the psychopaths and the sociopaths that use the technology in an evil way, in a destructive way.
Mm-hmm.
But the designers, I'm assuming, they use their technology in a very positive way, and maybe no negative ways or very few negative ways. sort of like as if like I don't want to sound crazy, but maybe like they're the perfect beings. Maybe they don't have war. Maybe their society or their world or whatever it is complete harmony, where everybody works together as one. But you know what? Then even if that's the case, they have to be under something's control as well, wouldn't they?
Nature. We're all bound by whatever the laws of nature, the default of nature, constricts us to be bound by. And that's variable from being to being.
Okay, but I hear what you're saying, but if these ships are able to defy gravity, as reported by countless fighter pilots,
right?
Then they're able to.
They're not breaking any laws.
Well, they're either able to control nature, or
they're working within their parameters. They just have the knowledge of to know how to do that. They figured something out.
Well, the way I see it is this: is that let's say there's a hurricane, right? They're able to fly right through it, no problem whatsoever. Absolutely, that's not a problem to them. That nature doesn't impact them or restrict them,
or at least the technology,
or anywhere near like it does us, or maybe not at all.
Yeah, very much. That's what I mean. I was just saying a minute ago that there's a variable from being to being. We know that just from us. You know, I can run faster than other people. Other people can run faster than me. Some people are born with no arms. You know,
right? And if you go we go back to being off grid, right? When you're living off grid, nature will definitely be in control.
100%. In fact, you'll find out that you're actually ultimately a slave to nature. And then the question becomes, are you okay with that? Are you going to accept that that's your that's your true energy and that's where you're aligned, or is your ego and your mind going to blow you apart and you're gone? You know,
it's one of the out here in the system, nature still is the boss, but we're able to.
It's a more controlled environment, yeah.
We're not able to control it, but we're able to regulate it. For instance, we build dams.
That's what I mean. Yeah, mitigate.
But we can't control it because eventually those dams will break.
That's right. It's within parameters. Ultimately, it's with whatever nature, the constraints of nature, allows us and affords us to work with it.
Okay,
so you know.
What about this? Okay, I definitely believe. I'm not saying that you should or anybody else should. I believe in global warming, and I believe that man is the biggest contributing factor to it. What if the designers obviously can see what's happening here and they know this? What if their way of ending the experiment is allowing us to destroy ourselves through Mother Nature? Maybe there'll be another ice age and man will become extinct because of that.
Sure.
You know, because if the experiment, they wanted to continue it, I'm sure that they could, I don't know how or exactly what, but they could somehow, if not stop the effects of global warming, at least slow it down. But it doesn't seem like they are. I'm not a scientist. I don't know. I don't
speeding it up.
Well, I don't think that they would be speeding it up. I think that they would just let us do what we're going to do, and they would know the end result, and it's not going to be pretty. You know, we're not going to see that end result. I doubt highly in our lifetimes. We're feeling the effects already. Yes.
As far as statistics goes, if we're gonna take any statistics in face value, global warming is the question to ask is since when, and it's that's definitely a falsity. Like, you go a little bit further back than the projected time that they're telling you to look at. You can see over the course of the last 1,000 years, the further you go back, we're definitely in a cooling, not a warming. If we're going to take those statistics at all, of course, they're all statistics coming from both sides. That being said, that can be definitely a highly debatable, opinionated discussion, and which I think wouldn't matter in the end. I think what really matters is the second part of the thing that you said, which is not an opinionated based thing. They've definitely set the stage for us, and we are in pursuit of self-imploding by design. This is happening as we speak, and if they were interested in preventing that, they would certainly be doing something else to mitigate that, and they're not. Neither are we. With the exceptions of little people like me, that are just like, well, maybe we ought to not, like, maybe it's not a healthy thing to be like driving around these little carbon monoxide shooting mobiles, especially in the mass millions, hundreds of millions to billions every day on a daily basis. Maybe that's not really a good idea for our health and, for the pollution of the air, and that's going to get in the food and the water, and we're going to drink that. We can see that disease is not something that is a reality. So maybe we ought to not do some of these things, and maybe there's no question mark why that's, people are in such a delusionment state because their health is in such poor state that they can't see how unhealthy they are,
Yeah, well, it's, I think I might have mentioned this the last time we were talking. The way I see it is the planet is composed of 3 different surfaces.
The Matrix is one of the greatest metaphors ever.
Whoa, right. Hold on.
Machines invented to make human life easier.
I don't think you meant to start
humanity.
That. Right, so you're with us?
This is the
you
most
put a message
common
earlier
theme in
saying,
dystopian science fiction.
Hang on, let's see if we can.
Here. Why is this fear so?
Can you press pause on that? I think it started. What happened? How did that thing start?
Is it because we really believe that our toast?
There we go.
Okay, so the planet is composed of 3 different surfaces.
Right, I remember that.
3/4 of it is water, and when the sun hits the water absorbs the heat from the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got the ground itself, and the same thing. The sun, when it hits it, the ground absorbs the vast majority of that heat.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the 3rd surface, which is the only reflective surface on the planet, and we're losing it rapidly. That's the ice, which is white.
Mm-hmm.
And we've hit the point of no return. The only thing that we could possibly do is slow this down. We can't stop it. It's a snowball. It's getting bigger. It's a snowball that's been rolled down the top of a mountain.
Mm-hmm.
And it continues to roll, and it gets bigger as it rolls. So I think that now it's possible, remotely possible, that some type of technology would be able to not undo this, but somehow be able to give us the ability to adapt to it. I don't know. But it's also possible that the designers have decided that they've given up on the experiment, or we're a failed experiment, because
they just concluded, or it was a success. We never know. But it does seem like they're pushing towards a new one.
Right, because if they had plans on continuing the experiment, they would have stopped the global warming in its tracks from the outset, but they didn't. I don't know how they would have done that. Maybe they would have somehow made it so that we didn't advance as rapidly as we did. I don't know.
There's other food for thought in that to consider. One is And it's not far-fetched at all that this could be true, because we know they don't hide it and they can show us they control the weather. Possibly the entire environment, as I was saying earlier, is a complete controlled thing, technologically done. And possibly we're actually in an enclosed environment. We're not outside when we're really going outside. It just looks like that because it's so big.
Well,
That could be one. This another one is the Ice Age thing is part of a bigger seasonal thing, a longer seasonal thing, and it could just be that that's coming around again.
Well, one thing that we do know about human beings is human beings are highly adaptable, right? And if you tie that into the technology, it's not out of the realm of possibility that maybe we could survive an ice age if there was another one. And I'm not sure if the system is lying. Like, either the system is lying or the designers are letting us expire. For instance, either the system is lying about don't go out in the sun, limit your exposure because you'll get skin cancer, or they have somehow played with the ozone layer,
yeah,
and the other protectors, things that protect us. I doubt it. I think it's us. I tend to believe that when they say you should limit your exposure in the sun because you can get skin cancer, I tend to believe that. Although, I don't. I do go out and I take the sun because I also know that the sun is the best and most natural and most powerful form of vitamin D, and I understand what the benefits are of vitamin D. So I don't know.
If that narrative is true, well, why are only humans the ones that should be concerned? Then the rest of nature would be dying off because of sun exposure. So that's bullshit.
Well, some of nature is dying off, and it.
I don't see it. I'm in nature all the time.
Well,
From sun exposure, I don't see that at all.
Well, not necessarily sun exposure. Let me give you an example from global warming, which ultimately is a result of the heat that the sun pushes down on Earth and Earth not being able to deal with it.
Yeah, that's a different thing, though.
Like if you look at the polar bear population is declining, right? Because the ice doesn't the water doesn't freeze up as early as it used to. So the polar bears are stuck having to try to swim several hundred miles to get to some place where they can find food. And they're slowly but surely dying off, and they're not the only species that's dying off. How many species have gone extinct since this planet started? Number one, and number two, most of the species that have gone extinct, or maybe not most, but more have gone extinct in the past 50 years than the prior 200 years. And that's a direct result of the global warming and man's activity. I try to explain to people who don't believe in global warming. I walk them into a trap, and it just puts them in cognitive dissonance. I'll say to them, listen, if you were about to drive across the Brooklyn Bridge and you had your wife and your two children in the car, and there were 100 of the top bridge engineers in the world at the bottom of the bridge, and 99% of them, or 99 out of 100 said, listen, don't cross the bridge, it's going to fall. It might not fall today, it might fall tomorrow, it's going to fall. Would you cross the bridge? And they're like, no, I got my wife and kids. And why is it that when 99% of the scientists tell you that there's global warming, you don't believe it? And it just puts them in a state of cognitive dissonance. They just, I don't know.
Well, the very fact that it comes from the source that lies about 99% of everything would be my first reason to lean towards is probably, there's some fallacy going on there. But nonetheless, there was this, you separated the narrative with the skin exposure thing. Whether or not the global warming part is truthful or not is no basis to limit your exposure to the sun.
Well, like I said, I still go out in the sun, and I don't go to get a tan. I go to get that vitamin D and the energy that it gives me.
Yeah, and it feels good. We can tell that we need it. That's the basis for our growth. We have to have it. And any ideology that we should be protecting ourselves from it. Now, that's not to say we don't get sunburned, but we get sunburned if we're not careful after we've been away from the exposure for too long. And we need to be smart about things like that.
Well, we have to acclimate yourself to it, right? When the summer comes around every year,
right?
You don't go out the first time in the sun for 3 hours.
Yeah, exactly. So just be smart about these things. But once you've done that, then if you did it right, you're good for the rest of the summer.
But when you speak of the sun, it's not just the vitamin D that is a benefit to human beings.
No, it's a lot of things.
The light itself.
There's a photosynthesis process. There's a chlorophyll process. Tons of things.
Right, but the light itself that the sun gives is uplifting mentally. The way I could best explain this is a lot of people, when winter comes and we have less sunlight each day, some people get somewhat depressed, and others are not as affected by it. But we are affected. It does affect our brains. I really believe that.
Absolutely, it affects your mood, everything.
It
It's variable from person to person, but I don't know anybody who doesn't get some sort of, they call it sad syndrome, but not meaning you're sad. Just
therein lies the problem. Well, therein lies the problem with my possible idea for living off grid. You'd have to do it underground, but what about the sun?
Yeah, you'd have a challenge
darkness. Would we be able to adapt and thrive living in total darkness?
Well, I think for a period of time,
it wouldn't be total darkness. We would have some kind of artificial light, but it wouldn't be the sun. Obviously, we're underground.
Right. I think for a period of time, and probably a long period for some people, would be able to. Survive and thrive are two different things too, right?
Right.
So,
well, you don't want to survive; you want to thrive.
Yeah, to be able to thrive and adapt and turn into like a thriving society underground, that's a question mark. It would be interesting. I think perhaps with technological advancements, maybe. How far would you get? I don't know. It would be an interesting experiment. I just wouldn't put myself in the way of being the subject to that experiment.
What if we took, when we went off grid, we had our own robots?
That's what I'm working on.
That would actually do the digging for us.
Oh, okay. Well, they could do that too, sure.
And a lot of the manual labor, or much of it anyway, carrying supplies, moving water drinking water from one place to another, things like that.
Making water from air, a whole bunch of things.
Well, that's the other thing. The clean drinking water on the planet is going away. But will technology somehow solve that by developing a system in which we could purify water or actually even make water?
Here's my view on that. Yes, but only as far as a mitigation buffer goes.
Well, what if we could rapidly we could use the water from the ocean, right? The ice that's on land that ends up into the ocean is what raises the level of the ocean, not the ice that's already in the ocean, right? So if you have if you fill a glass of water up and you put 3 ice cubes in it, and now it's right filled to the top, when those 3 ice cubes melt, the water won't go over the top of the glass. It'll just stay level, right? But if you add another ice cube, when that melts, actually, when you add the ice cube, the water will start to go over the top of the glass, right? So what if we were able to, since the oceans are rising from the ice that's falling into the ocean from the land, what if we were able to, on a mass level, pull the salt out of ocean water and purify it for drinking water?
Sure. Not only that, talk about having minerals for technology. That's the direction we should have been going this whole time, as far as technology goes, instead of all this fracking, petroleum-based bullshit. That's definitely a much more sound direction to go, especially with that being the most abundant resource. I'm also going to tell you something you might find interesting here. And I can't give testimony personally of this for me doing it because I haven't, although I'm interested to try it. But I know of people, and quite a few people, that actually drink seawater, direct seawater from the sea, harvested from the sea on the daily, and drink a lot of it.
Where? From the Atlantic, the Pacific, the Mediterranean? From where?
The other side of Mexico, what's on the I always get confused the name of the ocean. The east side of Mexico.
Gulf?
The Gulf of Mexico.
It would be the Gulf of Mexico. Okay. There you go.
But here's the thing. Now, we know that salt water is more buoyant, right? Like, so when you're swimming in salt water, your body is more buoyant than it is in fresh water because of the salt in the water. Now, I'm assuming that the levels of salt in the water varies from what it is at the surface from what it is at the bottom.
Probably. I think it would be more concentrating at the bottom. Sure.
Right. So
they're very methodical with that as well for pollution wise too. Like they go a certain amount of feet they swim out and they take a cup and they keep the cup enclosed tightly, and then they dunk it in. There's a sweet spot that they look for in the middle there, and then they open the cup and take the water from the middle spot, close it again, bring it back up, and they drink that.
Okay, so what happens if you take a pot of salt water, right, and you put it on the stove and you boil it? The water will rise.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you keep it on the stove, at some point in time, the water will all boil off, and you'll be left with salt in the pot.
Right.
So if you can capture that water,
it's a distilling process.
Right, you now have clean drinking water.
You would think so. I've tried that, and other people have too, and I think there's more to it than that because for some reason the techniques that I've tried didn't eliminate all the salt. So I don't know. Is sometimes maybe particles, if they're small enough and light enough, come up in the air.
Right, but it should have not purified the water. I'll explain it this way. So let's say you have an abscess tooth. One of the things you can do, obviously you should go to a dentist, but let's say you don't have insurance or the dentist is closed. One of the things you can do is put some salt, a couple teaspoons of salt into a glass of, 4 or 5 ounces of water, mix it up, and then swirl it around in your mouth. Now, it won't cure the abscess, but it will bring some type of relief. Maybe it's not a lot of relief. Maybe it's only a little relief, depending on
Mhm.
the abscess.
Right.
So that to me would say that the salt in the water, there is a benefit potentially.
Yeah.
Okay. But, like if three of us were on, I don't know, a life raft out in the middle of the ocean, and we started drinking that water, at some point we would die. It,
Well, I
it
don't
would
know.
kill us.
We don't know. We might think so, but I know of people who do this on a daily. Like I said, now there's variables. Maybe if we just went right now, just like anything, without much exposure to it, just like the sunlight at first, you have to work yourself up to adapting to it. What if
What's
the other possibility is that, and there's kind of an interesting logic to this, is quite possibly just like dandelion is being the most abundant. It's classified as a weed, but it's not. It's an herb. Is the most medicinal herb that grows abundantly rampant everywhere. Could it possibly be that the large ocean water tanks are actually the most nutritious for us, and that's what we should be drinking? And because we're atrophying, and maybe a good portion of our brain that we are told that we can't use would become activated if we drank that stuff.
Well, here's the problem I have with when you say people that are drinking ocean water.
Mm-hmm.
That here in America, anyway, the average American is overweight.
Mm-hmm.
Most Americans over the age of 50 years old, for a variety of factors or reasons, have high blood pressure. And if you're one of those people and you're drinking salt water, you're going to have a problem.
Probably. That's because you're already out of balance to begin with,
Well, that salt water is going to increase your blood pressure.
Yeah.
So if you're not in extremely good health, it's definitely not a good idea to be drinking salt water.
Well, that's what happens when you go out of balance to begin with. But
and then also this,
go ahead.
All of us are, yes, we're all human beings, and we all have, we all bleed. Our blood is all blue until it's exposed to oxygen. But how I explain this? Like drugs, be it prescribed legal drugs or illegal drugs, affect people a little bit differently. It varies from person to person. Like some people, let's look at marijuana. Some people would smoke marijuana and they get paranoid. Other peoples will smoke marijuana and they find comfort in it, right? Now, you could have a test group of 10 people in a room smoking the same type of marijuana or using the same type of edibles. And the effects will vary from person to person, right? Some people will find it beneficial. Some people will find it not beneficial, where they can't function correctly.
Yep.
So when you're looking at people drinking salt water, some people may be able to tolerate it. Some people may not.
Sure, but again, foundationally, okay, especially from the default position, those things get more highly variable as things progress outwards, especially from a diseased state. Like, for example, as soon as you get an ulcer in your stomach, you're going to have problems from that point onward with whatever you put in your stomach, even if it's totally healthy, So there's different variables there, but from a default position, there's certain fundamentals for all of us that are the same. For example, we all breathe air, and the cleaner the air, the better it is for us. So I would reckon that there's a good chance. The same thing with water. The cleaner the water, the better. I think there's a good chance that we have been, and I see a lot of evidence now for this. Again, I haven't got there yet, but I will with firsthand testimony. I see a lot of evidence that leans towards seawater as being very healthy for us and maybe even fundamentally essential. And we've been completely bait played again by that indoctrinated view about it.
Okay, girl. So let's go back to the air for a second. Oxygen, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what the answer to this is, but I will look it up. So you have like, what's the name of them? Mount Everest, right? People, you know, hundreds or thousands of people have attempted to climb the mountain. Probably thousands of people have died on the mountain. But then you have the Sherpas that live in the Himalayas, who are oftentimes used as basically human mules to carry supplies up the mountain. I'm wondering, because those people live and have adapted to live at such a high altitude, would their lifespans tend to be longer with less oxygen in the air? And I'm assuming cleaner oxygen? Or would their lifespans be shorter? And would that vary from person to person?
Yeah, too many other variables. Health is a holistic thing. So you got to look at all the variables in the totality of the situation, such as what about the fertility of the ground, the level of nutrition, are they making their own food? Are they stressed?
What I can tell you is this from firsthand experience, right? I'll give you two scenarios. One, I lived in Denver, Colorado for 3 months. And I went up into the mountains a lot. And you can travel 45 minutes outside of Denver and be at 9,500 feet. So I did go to, was it Vail or Aspen? I can't remember. On a snowmobiling adventure. And we went to 10,500 feet. And at that altitude, walking, it was like I would breathe as heavy walking in the snow as I would if I was jogging down at sea level. Right. So the second thing I wanted to make is like most high level professional boxers will train in the high altitude. It takes several weeks to become acclimated to it. But then when the fight, when they have the fight, it's either in Las Vegas at sea level or Atlantic City at sea level. And because they have trained themselves to, of course, they were acclimated first to put their bodies through physical punishment, and in an atmosphere where there's less oxygen. Now, when they come down to sea level, where there's more oxygen, they can perform at a higher level. Because when I left Denver, the next place I went for 3 months was Minneapolis. And at that time, I was lifting weights. When I got to Minneapolis, I wasn't necessarily stronger than I was in Denver, but my breathing, my cardiorespiratory system definitely was stronger. I wouldn't have to rest as long in between sets. Now, that effect only lasted for a couple of weeks, but there definitely was an effect. I've known people that are high-level bicycle racers, and they'll sleep in these oxygen tents that assimilate being at 10,000 feet. And they swear by it, and I see their point.
Yeah.
That, yes, if you can get your body to...
There's an adaptability aspect, for sure.
Right.
No doubt about that.
The only problem with the oxygen tent is that you crawl in it to go to sleep. You're not exercising in the tent at that, it's a 10,000 feet altitude. You're just sleeping in it. You know what I'm saying? To really get the effects, you would want to go train, I don't know, maybe someplace like Boulder, Colorado, where it's approximately, I want to say 6,500 to 7,000 feet, so that you can actually ride your bicycle and physically push yourself, right, in that environment that has a little bit less oxygen than down at sea level. Then you'll definitely get a big benefit from it. But I guess, not everybody can go and train at a high altitude like that. So,
Well, I'm with you as far as building strengths and abilities goes, stuff like that. But there's a balance where if we're too far out of the healthy range for what our bodies are meant to be adept to for too long, then we start having the other side of the equation. Start getting ill effects, right?
Here's what I'm getting at here is that most people think that if you're a high level of strength defines a high level of fitness, and that is wrong.
Right.
Because strength is part of the equation, yes, but it's a small part of the equation.
Right.
The reality is having a high level of fitness means, yes, you are strong and you have power, which are two different things, but you are able to move quickly for long periods of time.
Right. You have endurance.
It's your carburetor.
Stamina.
It's your carburetor.
Your carburetor, yeah.
Your lungs that really define your level of fitness. Right?
That's your ability to maintain oxygen and mitigate also the fatigue feeling of hormones. Right?
Well, when I tell this to people, to the average person, and they give me a puzzling look, I say, listen, who do you think is in better shape? Who's more fit? The guy who can bench press 600 pounds but can't run up 6 flights of stairs without gasping for air, or the guy who can't even bench press 150 pounds.
He can do a half-mile marathon, no problem.
No, he can do a full marathon in 2 hours and 8 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And then they get my point. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So,
but even still with that, there is still like a threshold of, for a period of time, strenuous environment, being subjected to it. You should go back into a more relaxed environment. Otherwise, it's going to have an bearing wear and tear toll on the physicality and actually induce premature aging. Right.
Well, here's the thing. Right. I'm going to talk about exercises for a minute as it relates to me personally. So they mentioned earlier, I'm 63 years old. And society will tell you that you're too old to get stronger. Bullshit.
Yeah, there's no age to be too strong.
Right. So I am still actively seeking and gaining strength little by little. Now, if you have somebody who's never exercised before, ever, no matter what their age, they're starting with nothing. So if they do 10 workouts, after that 10th workout, they're going to feel a major difference because they started with nothing.
Right.
Somebody like myself who's done, 10,000 workouts or more, I'm not going to notice a difference 10 workouts from now.
Right. You're maintaining it this
way. Right. So what I do to improve your level of fitness, let me say it this way, you have to work with progressive resistance, meaning little by little, you're going to either lift more weight or do your body weight exercise in a way that's more challenging than you normally do.
Mm-hmm.
And where people get lost, especially guys that lift weights, is they just keep adding weight to the bar. They keep adding weight to the bar, which you will get stronger. But if you want to get stronger and actually more fit, you don't add weight to the bar or you don't do more push-ups. You rest less in between sets. So that, let's say you do a push-up workout and it takes you an hour. Well, and you do 500 push-ups in an hour. Let's just say hypothetically. And 3 months into doing this, you decide, instead of trying to do more push-ups each workout, you say, I'm going to do the same 500 push-ups, but instead of taking an hour, it's going to take me 45 minutes. That's a way of increasing the level of intensity, right? Because you're getting the same amount of work done, but in less time, which means you had to work harder. You're forcing your body to become more efficient. Does that make any sense?
Yep.
Okay. So I try to explain this to people, and some people get it, some people don't. They just think, no, you got to put more weight on the bar. Or if you're doing push-ups, you got to put weight on your back. Well, yeah, you can do that, and you will get results. But
you'll get limited results.
Right.
Tunnel vision. You won't get holistic.
So look, you have 4 different things, 4 components to exercise. You have the mode, what you do. You have the duration of your workout, right? Then you have the 2 most important things: the intensity of your workouts and the frequency or consistency of your workouts. Right. Okay. So when I do my workouts, a lot of people, they, especially like in that other genre, they when you exercise a lot of the lazy people will call you obsessed. And I'm not obsessed. You're lazy. You know what I mean? When I try to explain this to them, it just goes in one ear and out the other. You know, I exercise for 30 to 45 minutes maximum. I don't do an hour. You know, when the biggest excuse I hear for people why they don't exercise, the number one excuse, you know what it is? I don't have the time.
Yeah. What do you have time for then if it's not your health?
Right. So I tell them, listen, okay, there's 24 hours in a day, right? You do have the time, I tell them. I'll prove it to you. Okay. So there's 24 hours.
You're too busy doing what then is my question to that, you know?
Right. So there's 24 hours in a day. So basically 1 hour represents approximately 4% of the day, right? Well, if you only work out for 30 minutes, that's approximately 2% of the day. Don't tell me you can't find 2% of your day to do something beneficial for your mind, body, and soul. You can't. I don't accept that as an excuse. I've heard every excuse in the book why I can't exercise. I don't. Like I said, the number one excuse though is time.
They're not being honest with you and themselves. That's all it is. They're just
I know. They're making an excuse. They're trying to justify their position.
They're lying to themselves. That's all.
Exactly.
They're lying to themselves.
Exactly. So
because they're not genuinely interested in A, the information you're telling them, and B, actually the idea to take responsibility and action for it. If they were, they'd be sitting there with their lips shut, ears wide open, and soaking and absorbing when they have somebody who obviously has some level of mastery of fitness for a long time right there in front of them at their disposal to impart wisdom to them.
Right.
You
And
know,
I tried to
that's
explain,
what an intelligent person would do.
I tried to explain to them, listen, I used to be a weightlifter like you. I was a weightlifter. That's what I did. The majority of the exercise I've done in my lifetime is with weights. I started out as a teenager doing calisthenics. When I turned 19, I switched over to weights till I was 50 years old. For the past 13 years, I haven't touched a weight. And, you know, as I mentioned earlier, I'm still actively seeking getting stronger. But instead of doing more push-ups to try to accomplish that, you won't accomplish that. You'll just get more. You'll increase your endurance or improve your endurance if you do more. I do harder versions of the push-up, and I really believe that, as you agreed with, because you understand what I'm talking about here, that the high level of fitness is really defined by how long you can move and for how quickly you can move long. I mean, for how long you can move quickly. So if you look at it if you really look at it, being able to move for long periods of time with good endurance and stamina as well is being stronger.
I agree. I think it's it's definitely stamina and endurance in my view that takes precedence. Agility and strength is a factor as well. That's very important. But I think it would be more of like a 60-70% to 30-40% ratio. But the two are definitely important.
Well, you have agility, you have stability, and you have coordination that are also factors.
Yeah,
Right?
for sure.
And all of those things will be improved by doing body weight exercise, not by lifting weights.
Right.
Remember, when you lift weights, what's the idea? The best example I can give is, let's look at the dumbbell bicep curl, right? You're trying to isolate your biceps, which makes sense in the gym. Problem
And
is,
weightlifting to me is sorry, here's the lag again. Please finish.
it's one-dimensional, and I'll explain. Let me finish just explaining why. Because, so let's say you're in the gym and you're doing your dumbbell curls and you're trying to isolate your biceps. Well, that's all fine and dandy when you're in the gym. Problem is, if you're exercising to become stronger, you don't want to just be stronger in the gym. You want to be stronger when you're not in the gym.
Right.
So when we move our bodies, we're moving them through space. We're not in the gym. We're just walking around or whatever, cleaning in the house, shopping, whatever it is. And when you're doing that, you're using all of your muscles in unison. Right? So what sense does it make to go into a gym to try to isolate a muscle group when you're never going to use it that way when you're not in the gym? It doesn't make any sense. Right?
It only makes sense when you're trying to be the corporate poster boy to impress your buddies and win the superficial contest and think you're going to get the prize of the chick at the end of the stick. That's all.
Okay, so I'll give you this example. So let's say you're in the gym and you're doing standing military presses with a barbell, right? Pressing the weight up over your head. Okay, and you're strong and you can actually press your own weight over your head. You'd be considered strong. Okay. Well, let's go to the other extreme. Go to a high-level calisthenics practitioner. And instead of doing military presses, they're doing freestanding handstand push-ups. Now, to do the standing military press, you're going to have to use more than just your shoulders to accomplish that, right? But you're not going to have to use as many muscles in unison as when you're doing freestanding handstand push-ups. In order to do those correctly, virtually every muscle in your body has to be firing to do them with good form. When you're doing the barbell military press, you don't have to use every single muscle in your body. Many of them will be working, but not every single one of them. So, it took me decades to undo the damage that the marketing industry did to me. The marketing industry will have you believe, it makes you believe, that the only way to get in shape is to sign up at the gym, pay them a gym membership, and use their weights and their machines. Bullshit.
Right.
It is absolute bullshit.
Well, they can't make much money off if you know how to use your own body as the exercise.
I will freak people out. Like these big weightlifters, these steroid guys, and they're like, "You look like you got skinny little legs. I can squat 600 pounds." I'm like, "Really? Can you do a pistol squat?" And they're like, "What's that?" And I show them. What a pistol squat is you hold one leg straight out in front of you, and you go all the way down till your butt touches your ankle on the other leg. And that requires strength, balance, stability, and coordination. To squat 600 pounds on your back, all you need is strength.
Right.
So they look at me doing, they go, "Oh yeah, I could do that. I could squat 600 pounds." And they try, and they don't have the the mobility, the flexibility. They have the strength, but they don't have the mobility, the flexibility,
Right.
or the coordination to do it. And then they're looking at me a whole different way. You know what I'm saying? And so they kind of get it, but those kind of guys that take the steroids and all that, it's like their bodies become a separate entity
Oh, yeah.
to their brain. You know what I mean? It's just like all
Right.
about getting bigger and getting bigger.
Right.
You know,
Roid monkey titus. That's what I call that.
yeah, I was never a roid monkey, but I was, you know, in that frame of mind to a degree that I got to get bigger. I got to get, I got to put on more muscle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um,
because that's the most obvious physically, right? That we can see at the beginning, especially, right?
So it's what it is it's superficial
Right.
because the body
Holistically, it's like you said, a very small part of the equation.
Well, yeah, but when you put on, let's say you with or without steroids, over a period of time, you put on 50 pounds of muscle. Well, that's all great, but if you stop exercising within 72 hours, your body is already starting the atrophy process.
Right.
And you'll lose that muscle.
Yep.
You will not keep it. That's the one thing that sucks about exercise. You could exercise for 20 years religiously.
Yep.
And achieve a very high level of fitness. But 72 hours after your last workout, it already starts to diminish. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So if your goal is size, you will
chasing rainbows all for the rest of your life then.
Right. But if your goal is not, instead of size, it's some muscle, but it's that actually higher level of fitness where you're able to move quickly for longer periods of time, you don't have as much muscle to lose because all of us will have to stop exercising from time to time. We get sick, we have family issues, we don't, you know what I mean? We're traveling, whatever it is. But then again, if you're doing body weight exercise, all you need is two things. And everybody has number one, the floor. If you don't have a floor, if you're not standing on a floor, you got a problem. The only other thing you really need is a bar, something, or a tree, something to pull yourself up and down on, to do pull-ups, chin-ups, and horizontal pull-ups on.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. So I know you're in tune with this because you're an off-grid guy, but the body weight training, right? Okay, let's look at
my lifestyle requires most of this by default. I can't get
So-
away from exercise just doing what I need to do.
So the marketing industry will tell you, listen, you got to come into the gym, sign up. We have this highly advanced equipment. It's the best stuff in the. You know what the most highly advanced piece of equipment is? Your body. Your
Yourself.
body. That's
Mhm.
right. That's right.
There's no substitute for that. And there's no substitute again. It's really all the problem is, again, and my lifestyle showcases it to me every day. I don't really have to do much extracurricular maintenance exercise wise because of the lifestyle that I live. I'm doing the things that my body is designed for on the daily, So of course, if I stop doing that, then I'm going to need to recondition myself before I get back out there.
Right. Well, the
So-
thing is like, let's say you're living off grid, and you're walking up and down a mountain or mountains, or up and down a steep grade, virtually every day. That is exercise.
Right. And jumping from things and climbing to get stuff and bending down and all these things. I'm doing this. I forage a lot. So, in different environments. So just
Well,
that alone.
Well, here's the thing. So let's say you're a construction worker, right? A lot of construction workers will tell me, well, I lift heavy things all day long, so I am exercising. I tell them, no, you're not. You're working. You're not doing formal exercise.
Yeah.
But if you're off grid and you're walking up and down hills carrying things, that definitely is considered a form, in my mind, a formal exercise.
Absolutely. And like you said, I'm constantly doing other things, grabbing a tree and pulling myself over here, or getting up on a tree from a tree back. So I'm doing a lot of these motions that are keep maintaining myself for the most part, naturally, just by doing those things. And it's only when I stop doing those things, either because of season or something distracts me and takes me away, you can see very clearly what happens to the body, and that is not, we are not designed for all the stuff that we do in the corporate world, to be sitting down at a desk job, all this kind of stuff. That's why we atrophy.
I got news for you. Climbing a tree is exercise.
Absolutely.
In fact, I shit you not, I got in trouble for this one time, actually. The police came and it was a whole it almost became a big problem. But I had one of my clients in Central Park, and he was like, well, what's the workout today? I said, you see that tree over there? You're going to climb it. You're going to go up it. You're going to go down it. You're going to go up it. You're going to go down it. Somebody called the police.
Oh, what a crime. Oh, wow.
So the police came
You're
and they're
tree
like,
tyrant, you.
right. The police came and they were like, what are you doing? Well, exercise. And they were like suspicious. They told, he was climbing up the tree. So I don't know, to cut the branches down or something. You know what I mean? But if you look at like prehistoric man, right? Maybe that's not the right word. The Neanderthals. Don't you think they climb trees sometimes to get the berries or the fruits? Of course they did.
Of course.
Right? So what are you assimilating when you're climbing a tree? Well, mainly it's like doing a pull-up.
Yes.
Right? It's very, very similar to that, or a chin-up, depending on which way you're grabbing the branch. Right? Now, of course, you are
and
using
some leg muscle exercises commonly at the same time.
right. You are using your legs for assistance, but most of your ability to climb that tree is really going to come from your arms, from your upper body. Right? Once you get
especially
up,
when you're going to grab something or swing to something or whatever.
right, and once you get up into the branches, then yes, your legs will become much more actively involved, because as you reach for the next branch, you're stepping on a branch to help push yourself up. But when you're initially climbing from the bottom of that tree, you're wrapping your arms around it, right? And you're getting your arms to that first branch, and you're pulling yourself up for the most part with your upper body. Right? Once you're standing on a branch, you're getting up higher in the tree now. Then you're using your legs a lot more. And then actually on the way down the tree is when you're going to use your legs more.
Depends how you get down. But yeah.
Yeah, and it also depends on the tree and the situation of the branch.
Oh yeah, there's variables, but yeah, generally speaking, I mean, you're in this scenario, you're certainly using your arms more often than not. Either way, definitely. Even coming down, I tend to try and come down, swinging down, finding a bendy branch, and try and just Tarzan my way down, and then landing is leg muscle stability of tested balance too.
Yeah, you know what I'll do with my clients sometimes? They enjoy this, most of them anyway. In the summer, I'll show up with various items. Like one day I might show up with a Spalding rubber ball, and we'll go to the park, and they'll say, what's up with the ball? I said, well, this is part of our workout today, or your workout. Well, what do you mean? I said, I'm going to take this ball. You start running. I'm going to throw it to you when you get about 50 yards out. Try to catch it, and then run back with it. Give it to me, and I'll go run out there again. Or I'll bring a football. I'm serious. Because doing that, they're going to get exercise, and it's something completely different, something that they wouldn't think of, something that can be fun. at least for a little while, till they're exhausted. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, yeah, maybe that's enough about exercise right now. But that's
it's an important topic that a lot of people, and it's very important when you're self-reliant. It's the health, and it's a major part of health. It should be the forefront focus when you're leading a self-reliant life.
Well, here's the other thing: is that what I practice, I preach, and also what I practice is basically what I consider convict conditioning. Let me explain. I've never been to jail, never been to prison. I have been arrested and been through the system, of course. But what is convict conditioning?
What is what, sorry? Convict conditioning?
That's right. Convict conditioning is a workout that utilizes just your body weight that you could do in a cell with no weights, right? If you look at, the way I present this to people is I'll say to them first, I'll say, these guys that go to jail, right, that work out, when they come out of jail, they're ripped, aren't they? They're in really good shape, aren't they? And they'll be like, yeah. And I'll say, well, most of those guys don't lift weights. And they're like, what do you mean? Well, the federal penitentiaries took the weights out. There are no weights in federal penitentiaries anymore. And when somebody is put in the hole for 9 months or a year or 2 years, they can't lift any weights. They have to rely on body weight exercises, right? And so the workouts that I do could literally be done and are done in a cell, in a space that small.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's as natural a workout as could possibly be in my mind. I do not believe in fancy equipment. I do not. I think that there is a purpose for some of the machines that a gym has, and that purpose would be if I'm working with somebody that's injured.
I agree.
That the machine will.
It's a controlled thing where it can mitigate the injury, for sure.
Well, it's the way I like to explain it is that if you're working on a machine, the machine will do a lot of the stabilizing for you, and it allows you to work in a range of motion that is a little bit not as great as
it's helpful for rehabilitation, right?
Yes, but it's
in
also,
some cases.
It's better than being helpful for rehabilitations. It's useful for certain machines are useful for certain injuries that people might have at the current time. Like, it will enable them to continue to work out even though they have a slight injury. So it's not really rehab. It's
it supports their hindrance.
Right. There you go.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Okay.
Does any of this make any sense to you?
Oh yeah, perfectly. All of it. Which is probably not what you're used to.
Then there's something. Listen, there's something called the specificity principle, and the way I explain that is this: let's say I'm training somebody to run the New York City Marathon, right? They're going to be running 26.2 miles. So now, if I have them riding a bicycle as half of their workout, it will help them, but not very much. It'll help them from a cardiovascular standpoint, but riding a bicycle is not the same thing as running.
Right.
So you get better at what you do.
Right.
Right. So I lost where I was going with this. Oh, let's say I have virtually everybody that I pick up, unless they're young, they cannot sit down and stand up from a chair without using the arms. So this is something that we do daily, multiple times a day, numerous times a day when we're not in the gym exercising. So now, if they can't stand up and sit down in a chair without using the arms, would the best approach be to have them squat weights with a barbell? No, no. It'll help. If they want to get better at standing up and sitting down from a chair, they need to stand up and sit down from a chair. So I'll go into their apartment and I'll put a chair in the middle of the floor and I'll say, sit down, stand up,
Sit down and stand
stand
up.
up.
Yeah.
Right? And they're like, wow, I never thought of that. That makes sense. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah, a lot of people tend to complicate things unnecessarily. They do.
Well, it's not it's that, but it's also that they think that the gym has this magical
answer.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
and the machines are
Right.
highly beneficial. No, no, no,
Right.
no, no, no. They're not. It's what they're looking for without realizing it is the easier way out.
Sure.
The machine is easier because you sit down on most of the machines, and instead of having to put the plates on the bar, you just put the pin in the weight that you want. There's a stack, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
easy. Well, if you want to change yourself, you have to challenge yourself. And that's not the best way to challenge yourself.
Right.
Right. And, I try to explain to people that, like whether you're lifting weights or doing body weight exercise, when you're really starting to reap the benefits in your set, when it starts to get hard, when the
Yes.
muscles, right. And
Yes.
the way you overcome that is you put in your mind that slight pain that you're feeling will leave a few seconds after you stop.
Right.
And that is pain, that's weakness, I'm sorry, that's leaving your body. That pain is weakness leaving your body.
At first, it's just a hormone. It's your body intentionally overreacting, but you still got a much bigger threshold than you realize.
Yeah, well, what it is it's lactic acid building up,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I mean. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
and after you practice, you very quickly the threshold before that happens, the bar gets moved, the goalpost gets moved very rapid.
Right. And then the reality, for me anyway, is exercise is 90% mental. It's only 10% physical.
I agree.
Right. So,
And health itself, in that sense, fundamentally starts there.
and if you can learn to enjoy the process,
oh yes,
that's also 90% of the battle.
I think if you have the right mindset to begin with is the key, then it will be enjoyable. Positive attitude, mental focus, and a healthy plan of action equals success by default. What he's trying to say, folks who might be listening to this, and it's not only important for just exercise, but anything self-reliant wise, is this type of lifestyle is not for lazy people. So if you got a lazy crutch, you need to deal with that first, and that's an attitude issue. So your attitude has to be in the right place for any of this to begin with.
Right. So if you walk into, let's say you're a person that wants to lift weights, fine, cool. I'm not against that. That's your thing. That's what you want. Great. When you walk into those gym doors, if you're seeing the glass as half full instead of half empty, you feel good that day, you got a good enough sleep, and you have the proper nutrition, and your mind is in the right place, your workout's easy. But if you walk through the gym doors, and you're like, I don't want to do this today, for whatever the reason, I didn't get enough sleep, I don't have the proper nutrition, your workout is like torture.
Mm-hmm.
It's torturous. So
that's the same for practically everything, right? It's your mind is not there and your heart is not there. It's a drudgery.
Right. So another benefit of exercising using your own body weight is that you can pretty much do it anywhere. And working out outdoors, especially if you're not in the right mindset, like you're sitting at home and you're like, oh, geez, I got to work out today. Well, once you get to the park, that being outdoors is uplifting. It is for me anyway. You know what I'm saying? It makes it.
Absolutely, it brings life feeling, right?
Yeah, you're kind of, even if
You're
you're
in
in a
your
park and
element. The force of
right.
nature and energies
Well,
get the
even
rush in you, and
yeah, even if you're in a park, a concrete park in New York City, you're still out in the open air.
agreed. It's yeah.
And the other thing, if for you and anybody that might be listening, nobody, even professional bodybuilders, nobody has a great workout every time that they train. We're going to have some off days, but when you don't want to exercise, take this tip and try it because it works. On those days when you don't want to exercise, just say to yourself, listen, I'm going to do 10 minutes. And trust me, after doing 10 minutes of exercise,
You'll probably finish the routine.
that's right. That's right.
Absolutely. It's got to
Because
get started.
because
And the next time it'll be easier to do that because you get good at what you practice, both negative and positive.
right, and the reality is that unless you've gone too hard or you're exercising on an injury that you shouldn't be,
Sure.
whenever you finish your workout, you're always going to feel better, mentally and physically. It's
For sure. You
right.
feel accomplished, you feel healthier,
You've
absolutely stronger.
right. You've blown off some steam, so
Yeah,
to speak, if you
stress
need to.
relief.
Right. And it'll help you sleep better that night. It'll help your
Yep.
appetite. The benefits are
Always.
it's almost limitless. It really
The,
is.
the rest of the things that you need to do responsibility wise also become so much easier, which makes them become much more of a pleasure
Yeah,
for the
and
rest of the day.
yep, and then the following day, let's say you're off the next day. The how do I put this into words? You just feel more vibrant. Your body is now more fit,
Yes.
and
And your
that's
mind is better and clear, right?
right.
And your focus
And what does that do when your body is more fit? That gives you a higher quality of
increases
life.
your yes,
A
and
higher quality of life.
increases your ability and your functional ability.
And it's totally empowering.
Yes.
So
It's a circular thing, right? And that's why when I teach about health, I always draw a circle first, and then I cut it into pies, and I break it down. And each pie has a focus section, category based. And what's important to understand is you take any one of those pieces of pie out of that equation, that circle is no longer complete. So it not only it's a circular thing, but it also compounds on itself like compounded interest does exponentially.
Yeah,
That's powerful.
it's frustrating for me. Maybe that's not the right word. Depressing isn't the right word. When I let's say I'm walking down the street and I see, I don't know, 6 teenagers waiting for the bus at the corner, and they're all of them. You can tell they're together. They're all looking at their phones. They're not even really talking with each other, or they're not talking with each other very much.
Yeah.
It's like
their product.
What happened to us? When I was their age, we were out in the park playing ball. We were running around. I look at these kids and I'm like, what are their bodies gonna be like when they're 50 years old? They're gonna be limping around with a cane. I don't know.
Yeah, it is sad, right? And they
It really
probably
is.
see it to some degree, but the level of ignorance towards it and irresponsibility towards it is.
Well, you know what? I don't blame them because
I do.
Well, I don't know. I'll tell you why. It's, I know that if I was 16 years old right now, I'd be doing the same thing. I didn't have that technology. We didn't have that when we were young. Okay, and you know, when you're 15, 16 years old, you're highly impressionable. And if your friends all have a cell phone, you're gonna have to have one too, or otherwise you feel kind of left out. You
Okay.
know?
I guess maybe there's a variable there. See, I don't see myself doing that. I grew up with a telephone and a computer and video games, and while I definitely had my fair share of focus on those things, they never came in front of my athleticism. Not a chance. I was out there any chance I could get, doing whatever sport activity I could get. I enjoyed the shit out of that, whether it was riding my bike in the trails or with my friends or swing climbing or some baseball. All loved it all the time. And then once I was exhausted from that, I would come in and play on the computer video for
Well, you know what it is.
you know?
Yeah. When I was a young man, or a kid, we were always playing sports. So sometimes we didn't have time to go to the park. Maybe it was a half hour before dinner, right? So I grew up in Brooklyn, in a tree line block, one-way street, private houses. We would play out in the street. We would play stickball. We would play touch football, whatever it was, punch ball,
Sure.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
New girl, when I go down, I could ride from Queens to Brooklyn, to my old neighborhood, 17 miles each way on a 75, 80-degree, beautiful day. I don't see any kids on any of these blocks playing.
Yeah.
None. The only place that I'll see kids out in the parks in today's day and age, in those nice, beautiful days, is when I go through an economically impoverished neighborhood where not all the kids have a cell phone.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
That
And
might be why I see it more out in the boonies off grid as well, because there's different attitudes going on out here, So I do see it more out here than the beehive city.
I think, like I said, it's when I go through an economically impoverished neighborhood, as I'm rolling through, the parks will generally be pretty much packed. And I attribute that to the fact that
What else
because,
you can?
well, yeah, they don't have the money to buy a computer or to have Wi-Fi or to even have a cell phone.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So they're going to do, what we did when I was a kid and didn't have that stuff. You go to the park, you play ball. So, but then the problem is for those kids is that if you, in order to eat healthy out here under the thumb of the system, it's pretty expensive. When you go through the economically impoverished neighborhoods, what you'll see is a higher rate of people being overweight. And why is that? Because instead of being able to go to afford, because they can't afford to go sit down in a steakhouse, they can afford McDonald's. And what is McDonald's? It's poison. For $5, you can get a lot more food at McDonald's, and you're not even going to get a glass of water at a steakhouse. You know what I'm saying?
If we want to call it food, yes.
Yeah. So that's sad. It really is, because it's gotten to the point now where, I mean, it's possible to eat healthy on a limited budget, but it's not always possible. I'll give you for instance. Let's say you're an immigrant and you're a day laborer, right? And you're working in a 100-degree day, right? You can't bring a sandwich with you that's going to survive in the heat. So when lunch comes, you've got to buy something. Well, what can you afford? Can you afford to go get a nice salad with some chicken breast on it for $18, $20 here in New York City? No, you can't. Right. But you can afford to go to McDonald's.
99-cent Wednesday,
right.
Whopper Wednesday.
Exactly. But then, so you're eating crappy food and you're gaining weight that you shouldn't be carrying around with you. Why? Because you want to? No, because you can't afford to eat that healthy meal. Now, when you're at home, it's a different story, but you're not always at home, right? But even at home, right? How many people I see go into the grocery store and they're buying packages of ramen noodle because it's cheap and it fills you up. Problem is, there's almost absolutely no nutritional value to it. Yeah, it makes you feel full for a little while, but all it is highly processed carbohydrates for the most part,
right?
high in fat as well.
Just a buffer, if anything. Yeah.
Yeah. So, if you can afford to buy a nice piece of chicken breast with a sweet potato, maybe a little spinach, a little broccoli, now you're cooking. You know what I mean? But it's really sad because not everybody can afford to do that.
I reckon everybody not only can afford to it, but they can't afford not to. It just all boils down to, again, those excuses. And also, I have this quote that says, the number one way to beat inflation is to reduce your dependency and reliance on the monetary system. And that same solution there is the same way you can afford anything. It all comes down to a person's want and willing to pursue the education to do so. And I'm an example of that. I never had any of this knowledge that I have now. I was never born into an environment that taught me about self-reliance. I had to start from scratch, and not only start from scratch to figure it out, I had to start from scratch to find where to figure out. I had nobody around me at the time pointing in the direction where I could get the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of.
Well, you know what I also noticed, New Girl, is that I don't ride the trains often, but when I do, I'll maybe be entering the train station. I'll be going down the stairs, and I'll see people coming up the stairs, and they're gasping for air because they had to walk up 2 flights of stairs.
Right.
But in as much as those people are not in good shape, when I leave the city, the further away from the city I get, the worse the condition is of most people, the heavier they are. Because let's say I'm going to a rural environment, they drive everywhere they go. There are no sidewalks. They don't walk very much. I mean, they walk some, but not very much. Uh, to me, I don't really consider walking on flat ground vigorous exercise, especially for somebody that's young. For an older person, okay, it's somewhat vigorous.
Agreed.
Depending
on the health state.
Yeah, it's absolutely. But I'm noticing, that the people that I live around are becoming less and less fit, less and less healthy, and
more towards the result of the intentional culling of the herd, perhaps.
Yeah, they're being so negatively affected by that calling of the herd, and at the end of the day, is it the people that are leading the herd? Are they responsible? No.
Right.
The individual is.
The individual. You hit the nail on the head, and that's I was going to say earlier when we were talking about the blame of when you said I couldn't really blame these people, that we should just throw away the whole blame game thing and just only focus on whose responsibility is it when it comes to each thing. Health-wise, whose responsibility is that? Yours. Self-reliance-wise, whose responsibility is that? Yours. Ability-wise, yours.
Here's how I look at it, right? Throughout our lives, things will come and go. Possessions will come and go. Women will come and go. Friends will come and go. Family members will come and go. Right?
Even you will come and go.
Right. Exactly.
Nature goes.
But so when we look at possessions, right? These are things that we own, but they come and go. What is the one thing that we own until we die, and we'll never lose until we die? Is our own body.
I don't even see you as owning your own body.
Well,
That's a come and go fluid thing. But
well,
you are occupying it, and it's a responsibility to take care of it for sure.
I still see it as long as I'm alive. Is that I'm, to a degree anyway, until you get older, we're all going to die, right? None of us is going to get out of this life alive. But my body is the only thing that I own while I'm alive.
It's the closest thing other than your true energy source. It's you're attached to it and glued to it, right? Can't even part from it. And I can't occupy your vessel, and you can't occupy mine. But we can collide it, and if it was truly yours and this is a philosophical discussion, of course. If it was truly yours, you wouldn't have to do anything to defend yourself, from any attack toward, and you would keep it. But that's a semantical thing, and I think it is important to understand these things because it's all egotistically based, and also part of the indoctrination is set up to be distracted from the factual basis of truth, the way we see things. And so even that, I would tend to just forget ownership itself is a fallacy. We were taught that. We would never think about this thing as a feral individual, and it wouldn't be necessary. The only thing that's really, truly going on in this entire realm is we're all accessing, occupying, and sharing everything. That's it.
Well, you just said the way we see things, right? Hold on 1 second. I'm going to plug my earphones back in. But
sure.
I can only imagine how, like, a teenager must feel when they open a magazine and they see these photoshopped pictures of these guys who are all chiseled up. Many of them are on steroids.
Right.
And most of them will aspire to try to look like that. And the reality is most of them never can, because I never tell my clients this, but your genetics will dictate what your level of fitness will be, no matter how hard you work out. Right? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So your genetics plays a key role.
Certainly.
Right? Like you could be genetically predisposed to, I don't know, knee issues, knee problems, or hip problems, or elbow or shoulder problems. And that will become a limiting factor for you, right?
Yes.
But, when I grew up and I would open a magazine, you didn't see photoshopped images of people. Were there people using steroids back then? Yes, but they were, for the most part, pills. They were nowhere near as strong as the steroids of today. Nor were there as many amounts of different types of steroids as there are today. So a lot of these young kids are starting to take steroids. They live in a world of technology, and it's only natural for the human beings to try to take the easy road. But they don't understand what they're walking themselves into when they do that. It's one thing if you take steroids because you're trying to make a professional football team. In this day and age, you almost have to in order to be able to compete, because virtually everybody's using them. But when you're a teenager who's taking steroids and you don't even play sports, you're doing it because you want to look like that guy in that Photoshop picture in the magazine. That's a big problem. And I don't think people realize how many of our youth are actually doing that. A lot of our youth are taking steroids now. A lot more than people realize.
Yep.
I'm not saying it's like 50% or even 30%, but it's probably a good 15, 20%.
And that's only one hormone of many now. all kinds of different synthetics now that are on the market that just weren't there 20 years ago.
Yeah, I'm not very well versed in the different types of steroids. I've
Crazy
never,
shit.
yeah,
Crazy shit.
yeah, I've never used them, but I have been around. Years ago, I used to work out in gyms where virtually everybody was on them, and some of these guys were taking like animal grade steroids. They look like absolute freaks, especially the women. When women take steroids, the women bodybuilders, holy cow, that's just freakish.
Yeah, it becomes
It's
pretty
freakish.
obvious at that point what's not natural, you know?
Yeah. So, anyway, I think
Well,
I've expressed what.
Let me tie this back in then to previous conversation because I wanted to play that video. Rights, are you still with us? See if you nodded. If you are, you're on mute.
Yeah, I know. I'm right here. What's going on?
Okay, well, I'm gonna tie it back to that video now at this point. That we.
All right, hold on there. Let me get back to it then. Bear with me here.
And let me just.
I'm reading the chat here, and I see 5D Freedom said, "Life is hard when you are unhealthy."
Yeah.
Come on.
I think a lot of my issues are caused by stress.
I know him pretty well, and stress is definitely a big factor in his health challenges and some other choices that he made that were not wise choices are definitely impacting.
Yeah, stress is a killer. But that's another thing that exercise helps with is relieving stress. It can't relieve all of it, but it can relieve much of it.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen overnight. It's something that if you exercise on a regular basis.
Sometimes, and a lot of times, stress is actually just an accumulation of unhealth from being lethargic for too long, and your body is screaming for you to move, you know?
Yep. And a lot of times, a lot of people who suffer from insomnia, part of that issue is that they're not getting enough, not even exercise, they're just not moving enough.
Right.
You don't necessarily have to, adhere to a strict exercise program. Just move. Go take a walk.
Be physical in some way.
Yeah, exactly. Just move your body,
walk to the grocery store instead of take the car. It's not
exactly,
far, you know.
Yeah. Well, see, people in the rural areas, that's not really even possible for them. They have to take a car to get to the grocery store because it's, numerous miles away. But I see it here in the city all the time. People will start their car up to drive it 3 blocks to go to the newsstand to get the newspaper. Like,
that's where they do.
Are you freaking kidding me? You know what I mean?
In the rural areas, that's why they'd be much more wise to be more self-reliant, and that is going to lead to being active. Whether it's growing food, being more physically active with creative things, and so on and so forth. And of course, if you're still going to be in the corporate world and purchase things, yeah, it's going to be farther to do so. But move towards self-reliance, and the health will need to be at the forefront in order to do that, and then it'll start to all fall into place.
Yeah, no, New Girl, when I used to live up on the farm when I was a kid, right, we were down at the bottom of the valley, and 360 degrees, there were mountains. You know where I always wanted to be? Up in those mountains. Now, I couldn't go very often because there was always work every day. There was always something to do on the farm. The milking is done. Well, it's summertime. We got to do the haying. The haying is done. Well, we got to go up. This I enjoy. We got to go up into the mountain, cut trees down, cut them up so that we have wood for next year. We got to season it. But I wanted to be up in the mountains. It's like, wow, look at that. I want to climb up that thing. You know what I mean? I want to see what's up there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But it's today, with all the modern conveniences and the technology, it's so distracting. especially for young people. Yeah, they're like, they look at the mountain and they go, I don't want to walk up that. Why would I want to do that? I can sit over here and look at my cell
Taken
phone.
away from my video game time.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know,
Okay,
there is.
Go ahead. Let's wrap up and get back to the video for a second. But go ahead.
There definitely is a use for video games. Let's say you're looking to become, I don't know, even a pilot, especially like a fighter pilot. You know, working with a joystick and playing a video game.
Oh, sure.
There is a parallel with that. So it's not all bad.
Well,
Anyway.
I mean, yeah, I mean everything within its balance. But I reckon that's something that, you know, that I wouldn't classify that as a video game. That would be just like more training, you know, which video games have a tendency to do. I actually, as part of my routine in the morning, for about 15-20 minutes, there is a little video game thing that I do as part of a meditative wake up process. Once I'm finishing getting back into the full world focus of things, I do this every single day, and it's a routine thing that is a little bit of a puzzle solving thing that goes on, and that just helps to finish waking up my noodle, and getting all cylinders firing. It also does eye-hand coordination and stuff like that. I do this. I've been doing this for 18 years. You know, that's part of my routine. But
That's great.
That's different. That's different than, you know, 8 hours, 4 hours, whatever it is, just like sitting at a desk at a day job. That is not what we're designed to do, and that's what a lot of the kids are doing, right?
No, there's another positive thing with the video games is that it can help improve your reflexes, right? To a degree, anyway. Which, you know, is something I didn't touch base on, but reflexes is definitely important as well.
Yeah,
Right?
different forms of reflex, mind reflex, muscle reflex. You know, a few different variables of reflex. It's an exercise, is what it is.
Right. So here's where like reflexes could come into play in a big way. When we walk, sometimes we trip and we fall. It happens to all of us. It happens more often when we get older.
Yeah.
But if you have quick reflexes, when you trip and fall and you're getting ready to fall on your face, you'll be able to get your arms down to the floor, your hands to the floor, so you don't crack your face on the floor, break your nose, your teeth, or split your head open.
Right.
Now, of course, reflexes aren't enough. You're going to need to be like, if you do a lot of push-ups, when your hands hit the floor, that'll help keep your body from hitting the floor. You know what I'm saying? Or your head from hitting the floor, right?
Absolutely. And also, if you have the right amount of cushion in your body in the event that it's going to soften the blow of when you do hit the floor, if you do.
Well, if you have too much cushion, though, now, girl, you're going to bounce off the floor and hit it again, right?
Well, in those cases, just make sure you land on your cushion. You'll probably be okay. But I just mean, of course, if you have solid, firm muscle mass, and you're lean and you're healthy, and your bones are not atrophied from malnutrition of minerals and whatnot, you're going to take a punishment and you're going to get up and walk away and just shake your hand, you know?
Yeah, but you know, one last thing I wanted to say. I know you want to put a video on. I'll say this really quick.
Sure.
You know, people falsely believe that the more muscle you have, the stronger you will become. That's not true. What really makes you strong, muscle is a factor, but it's not the only factor. It's the length and the strength of your tendons. And proof of this would be everybody knows some little 150-pound guy that can bench press 300-400 pounds. And they're like, how is that possible? It's because of the length and the strength of the tendons. Right? Does that make any sense?
Makes sense. Mm-hmm.
And when you do body weight exercise, over a period of time. It won't increase the length of your tendons, but it'll increase the strength. Weightlifting will not. Weightlifting over a period of time will damage your tendons and even more your joints, right?
Right.
Your mobility will decrease when
In
you lift
fact,
heavy
that's what
weights.
you're trained to intentionally do. The idea of doing that is what is supposed to build strength, which I reckon is there's some truth in that, but at your own detriment, especially over the long term.
Well, what do we do when we lift weights or do push-ups or any kind of strength training? What we're doing is we're placing microscopic tears in the muscle as we work out.
Right.
And it's when those microscopic tears repair themselves, the muscle is now a little stronger, it's a little tighter, it's a little bit bigger over a period of time, right? So, I'm not saying that muscle is not a contributing factor to being strong. It most certainly is, but it's not the only thing. Most people think it is.
They push that though to be the extreme focus. That's the problem. Like it's so out of balance, right? Like you've got to really the more pain on it for,
Well, yeah. The other thing is that like when you look at, let's say a bodybuilder, whether they're on steroids or not, they're just looking to put on muscle.
Yeah.
That's hypertrophy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Their main goal or objective is to put on muscle, not strength. Strength. There's a difference. Right. So like if you're looking to build strength, you would basically stay within the 2 to 6 rep range for each set.
Sure.
If you're looking to build muscle, the ideal range would be like 8 to 12 repetitions. And then if you're looking to build endurance or improve your endurance, the ideal range would be like, say, I don't know, 13 to 20 or 25 repetitions, right? So if you're just looking to build muscle, like I said, you will get stronger for sure. But that 8 to 12 rep range is for building muscle.
Other factors too, right? Like pace of repetition, pace of holding.
Well, here's the thing. This is something that I'm not sure if you're aware of, but if you're not, it'll definitely help you big time in your workouts. You have concentric movement and eccentric movement. So to explain this, I'm going to go back to the dumbbell curl. When you curl the dumbbell up towards your shoulder, that's the concentric, C-O-N, part of the movement.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
When you go back down, that's when you're working against gravity, right? When you go back down with the dumbbell, that's the eccentric part of the workout. I mean, the part of the movement. Now, when you curl the dumbbell up, the bicep muscle is becoming shorter on the concentric part of the movement. Most people don't know this. This is a fact. Google it because it's going to sound crazy. The muscles are stronger on the eccentric part of the movement. So when you go back down, the bicep muscle elongates. A longer muscle is a stronger muscle, right? So you actually are stronger going down than you are going up. And I know it doesn't make sense, but Google it. I'm not talking out of my butt. So one of the
stronger as a default, or stronger because you've got like the forces of nature on your side as well?
Well, that's a very small part of it, but it's because when you're going down, the muscle elongates.
Okay.
It gets bigger, right? It gets longer. A longer muscle is a stronger muscle, right?
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah.
So one of the techniques that anyone can use to become stronger, let's say they're doing push-ups. They start at the top of the push-up in the plank position, and they count, and they go down very slowly. They can count to 3 or even 5, right? Let's say they take 5 seconds to go all the way down. Don't even do the push-up. Don't push yourself back up. Get to your knees. Get to that top position again. 1, 2, 3. Actually, start at 0. 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Slow on the way down. And that's a great way of becoming stronger and putting on muscle. Most people don't understand that. That's why they don't even think about trying it. There's many different things that you can do. That's just one of them. So
interesting.
Yeah, I gave you something that you can utilize. I'm not saying that you should do this for every exercise and every workout.
I got it. I'm going to experiment though. Now that I
Yeah.
can see that for
Yeah,
sure. Even when I'm just doing natural movements in foraging, I can utilize.
Well, trust me, you're going to gain benefit from it because it'll stimulate your mind and also your body. You're not used to it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's something new, so it'll be engaging.
Yeah, it's activating. I can see there'd be something to activate.
Right. And you can do this with any exercise. Maybe you're doing body weight squats, right? So you squat, it takes 5 seconds to go all the way down. And then when you go back up, it takes 1 second. You go up quickly, right? And like, speaking of the time, like, okay, if you're looking to develop strength, you want to do your repetitions slowly. If you're looking to develop power, you want to do them rapidly, especially the concentric part of the movement. So if you're at the bottom of that squat, when you come back up, if you want to develop power, you come up as fast as you can. You try to push your feet through the floor, right? Because strength would be, an example of it would be like how much weight you could lift over your head. Power is how far can you throw that weight once you get it over your head. And power ultimately is superior to strength. Let me explain real quick. You cannot throw that weight over that's over your head until you have the strength to lift it, right?
For sure.
So and power is what separates most guys that that play professional contact sports from the guys that don't. It's not just talent, right? Like a football player, yeah, they're strong, but the really good ones, what they really are is powerful.
So, Mr. Wrights, if you're catching any of this, I expect you to have finished your push-ups by now, and your performance in bed is going to be 10 times better.
No, that's another positive thing about it.
For sure, isn't it? That's a part of it. That's a part of health. I was saying that in a joking way, but while I'm joking about it,
well, just ask your wife or your girlfriend.
It is true.
If your staying power is important. You know what I mean?
Of course, and your stamina and your endurance. I mean, I think the you have it right there. Looking at the survival of the species is fundamentally based on the athleticism and performance of how well you can procreate. So that should be a priority.
Yeah, there you go. So we're gonna watch a video now.
Yeah. So this video here is kind of what I like to use as the last one that we watched there was more foundational. This one here is more advanced as far as it's kind of the same narrative, but this is more the way that it's a very good, accurate way of describing the whole bigger picture. Back to the focus we were talking about earlier, is as far as nation statism goes, and how that the whole arena of the world and plantationism is playing out. This man here is really well together and well spoken, and put this great sort of 15-minute thing on it. So I wanted to put that not just for you, but also Wrights. This is the one that I've been talking to you about that I've really wanted to. We've tried a couple times now, but I hope you're awake enough this time. Are you wide awake with us?
Yeah, I'm still with you, but I'm not going to last too much longer. I've been up since like 12 o'clock yesterday.
All right. Well,
I can do it. I can do it.
Okay, okay, let's give this
Then
this
I'll
one this
I'll
time.
let you guys talk when I get done watching the video, and I'm going to sleep. So when you guys get done talking, I'll shut the thing down. You know the routine.
Yeah.
I'll watch it first.
So this is the one that I was trying to say that I think now you're ready for, but before, wasn't just like that last one with Lark and Rose. That was something I brought to your attention when I was first conversing with you. This one here is again one of those videos that will fly over the head of most people until they're really ready for it. But at this point, I think you'll definitely be able to see it more accurately for what it is, and how much more in depth it is even compared to the plantation. So that's a precursor.
Gotcha.
Go ahead and start it whenever you're ready.
Okay, tell me if you can hear it first, okay?
Okay.
The Matrix
I
is
hear it.
one of the greatest
Yeah? Okay.
Yep.
metaphors ever. Machines invented to make human life easier end up enslaving humanity. This is the most common theme in dystopian science fiction. Why is this fear so universal, so compelling? Is it because we really believe that our toaster and our notebook will end up as our mechanical overlords? Of course not. This is not a future that we fear, but a past that we are already living. Supposedly, governments were invented to make human life easier and safer. But governments always end up enslaving humanity. That which we create to, quote, serve us, ends up ruling us. The US government, by and for the people, now imprisons millions, takes half the national income by force, overregulates, punishes, tortures, slaughters foreigners, invades countries, overthrows governments, imposes 700 imperialistic bases overseas, inflates the currency, and crushes future generations with massive debts. That which we create to serve us ends up ruling us. The problem with the state as servant thesis is that it is historically completely false, both empirically and logically. The idea that states were voluntarily invented by citizens to enhance their own security is utterly untrue. Before governments in tribal times, human beings could only produce what they consumed. There was no excess production of food or other resources. Thus, there was no point owning slaves because the slave could not produce any excess that could be stolen by the master. If a horse pulling a plow can only produce enough additional food to feed the horse, there's no point hunting, capturing, and breaking in a horse. However, when agricultural improvements allowed for the creation of excess crops, suddenly it became highly advantageous to own human beings. When cows began to provide excess milk and meat, owning cows became worthwhile. The earliest governments and empires were in fact a ruling class of slave hunters who understood that because human beings could produce more than they consumed, they were worth hunting, capturing, breaking in, and owning. The earliest Egyptian and Chinese empires were, in reality, human farms, where people were hunted, captured, domesticated, and owned like any other form of livestock. Due to technological and methodological improvements, the slaves produced enough excess that the labor involved in capturing and keeping them represented only a small subset of their total productivity. The ruling class, the farmers, kept a large portion of that excess while handing out gifts and payments to the brutalizing class, the police, slave hunters, and general sadists, and the propagandizing class, the priests, intellectuals, and artists. This situation continued for thousands of years until the 16th to 17th centuries, when again, massive improvements in agricultural organization and technology created the second wave of excess productivity. The enclosure movement reorganized and consolidated farmland, resulting in 5 to 10 times more crops, creating a new class of industrial workers displaced from the country and huddling in the new cities. This enormous agricultural excess was the basis of the capital that drove the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution did not arise because the ruling class wanted to free their serfs, but rather because they realized how additional, quote, liberties could make their livestock astoundingly more productive. When cows are placed in very confining stalls, they beat their heads against the walls, resulting in injuries and infections. Thus, farmers now give them more room, not because they want to set their cows free, but rather because they want greater productivity and lower costs. The next stop after free range is not freedom. The rise of state capitalism in the 19th century was actually the rise of free-range serfdom. Additional liberties were granted to the human livestock not with the goal of setting them free, but rather with the goal of increasing their productivity. Of course, intellectuals, artists, and priests were, and are, well paid to conceal this reality. The great problem of modern human livestock ownership is the challenge of enthusiasm. State capitalism only works when the entrepreneurial spirit drives creativity and productivity in the economy. However, excess productivity always creates a larger state and swells the ruling classes and their dependents, which eats into the motivation for additional productivity. Taxes and regulations rise, state debt, future farming, increases, and living standards slow and decay. Depression and despair begin to spread as the reality of being owned sets in for the general population. The solution to this is additional propaganda, antidepressant medications, superstition, wars, moral campaigns of every kind, the creation of, quote, enemies, the inculcation of patriotism, collective fears, paranoia about outsiders and immigrants, and so on. It is essential to understand the reality of the world. When you look at a map of the world, you are not looking at countries, but farms. You are allowed certain liberties, limited property ownership, movement rights, freedom of association and occupation, not because your government approves of these rights in principle, since it constantly violates them, but rather because free-range livestock is so much cheaper to own and so much more productive. It is important to understand the reality of ideologies. State capitalism, socialism, communism, fascism, democracy. These are all livestock management approaches. Some work well for long periods, state capitalism, and some work very badly, communism. They all fail eventually because it is immoral and irrational to treat human beings as livestock. The recent growth of freedom in China, India, and Asia is occurring because the local state farmers have upgraded their livestock management practices. They have recognized that putting the cows in a larger stall provides the rulers more milk and meat. Rulers have also recognized that if they prevent you from fleeing the farm, you will become depressed, inert, and unproductive. A serf is the most productive when he imagines he is free. Thus, your rulers must provide you the illusion of freedom in order to harvest you most effectively. Thus, you are allowed to leave, but never to real freedom, only to another farm, because the whole world is a farm. They will prevent you from taking a lot of money. They will bury you in endless paperwork. They will restrict your right to work, but you are, quote, free to leave. Due to these difficulties, very few people do leave, but the illusion of mobility is maintained. If only 1 out of 1,000 cows escapes, but the illusion of escaping significantly raises the productivity for the remaining 999, it remains a net gain for the farmer. You are also kept on the farm through licensing. The most productive livestock are the professionals. So the rulers fit them with an electronic dog collar called a license, which only allows them to practice their trade on their own farm. To further create the illusion of freedom, in certain farms, the livestock are allowed to choose between a few farmers that the investors present. At best, they are given minor choices in how they are managed. They are never given the choice to shut down the farm and be truly free. Government schools are indoctrination pens for livestock. They train children to, quote, love the farm and to fear true freedom and independence, and to attack anyone who questions the brutal reality of human ownership. Furthermore, they create jobs for the intellectuals that state propaganda so relies on. The ridiculous contradictions of statism, like religion, can only be sustained through endless propaganda inflicted upon helpless children. The idea that democracy and some sort of social contract justifies the brutal exercise of violent power over billions is patently ridiculous. If you say to a slave that his ancestors, quote, chose slavery, and therefore he is bound by their decisions, he will simply say, if slavery is a choice, then I choose not to be a slave. This is the most frightening statement for the ruling classes, which is why they train their slaves to attack anyone who dares speak it. Statism is not a philosophy. Statism does not originate from historical evidence or rational principles. Statism is an ex post facto justification for human ownership. Statism is an excuse for violence. Statism is an ideology, and all ideologies are variations on human livestock management practices. A religion is pimped out superstition, designed to drug children with fears that they will endlessly pay to have, quote, alleviated. Nationalism is pimped out bigotry, designed to provoke a Stockholm syndrome in the livestock. The opposite of superstition is not another superstition, but the truth. The opposite of ideology is not a different ideology, but clear evidence and rational principles. The opposite of superstition and ideology, of statism, is philosophy. Reason and courage will set us free. You do not have to be livestock. Take the red pill. Wake up.
Yeah, I get it for sure.
That pretty much hits the nail on the head. Let me hear your guys' feedback.
Oh, I never thought about the points that the gentleman was making, but makes total sense to me. You know, it's also kind of easy to see why I never really realized that, because it's almost like I've been brainwashed. You know,
I would take out the word almost, but keep going.
Yeah, I was aware of some of the points that were being made,
right?
But not all of them. Like as you were saying earlier, I didn't see this. I do see that we're not separate countries. It's just separate farms.
Right.
It's not even separate farms. It's
an illusion of separate farms at
right.
that. Yeah.
It's just all farms.
Right.
And
with slightly different, variables to make it look like, illusion of.
Yeah, we have freedom, but it's limited because in order to leave the country, you've got to buy a passport.
More accurately put, in the plantation life, you don't have freedom, you have privilege.
Yeah.
And it's very important not to confuse free range with freedom. They're the opposite.
I think one of the things that anybody who goes off grid or prepares to go off grid has in common with each other is, I'll speak for myself anyway, but I've never been one to not respect authority, but like authority.
Okay, let me ask you.
Not in all forms, but in many forms. I don't like being told what to do.
Could that be because
how to do it and when to do it?
Could that be because when it comes to man filling this shoes, there is no authority? It's a fallacy.
I don't really see that.
Well, if that's not the case, then I'm going to ask you to show me how a man could have legitimate authority over another.
Well, for instance, the government has the right of taxation, and they can raise your taxes as much as they want, whenever they want. And that is, to me, that's a sort of a form of authority, because they're going to be limiting the amount of money that you have and what you're able to do with that money that you have.
What do they do to enforce that? Is that by consent or is that by force?
It's by force.
So if it's by force, if they have to use force, isn't that your first clue that it's not legitimate? Because if it was legitimate, then it would just be a default.
Yes, I mean, it's also not just by force. Let's say the state says that you owe them X amount of dollars in taxes, and if you refuse to pay it, you have no choice to pay it, because they'll garnish your paycheck.
Right. So now, again, backed up by brute force. So if it's backed up by that, then isn't that your first clue that it's not legitimate authority, it's legitimate dictatorship? Ownership.
Ownership.
Yes. Right. So, and now I'm going to put the other side of the scenario for contemplation, which most people don't do because it takes courage. Anything that one man can place in force over another is something that can happen on the other side of the fence. So it really comes down to, at the end of the day, just one man's testimony to their force of will against another. And then it can also be not just one man, it can be, teaming and multiple bullyism going on and so on and so forth. So if that's the definition of authority, then I would agree authority would just be nothing more than the force of will against somebody else. But it doesn't actually legitimize from a sense of some kind of actual obligatory requirement to respect and obey one man's do as I say command over you.
Well, here's the thing. If we could just for a second hold on.
Sure.
The word courage, right? To me, courage is being afraid to do something, but you do it anyway.
Yeah.
Now, the people at the top who are in charge do not have courage. Why? If you are without conscience, you don't have fears. So if you don't have fears, you cannot be courageous. Because once again, courage is being afraid, but doing it anyway. Does that make any sense?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
So what I don't understand is how these people that own the farm and own the people that run the farm are able to get away with it when many, if not most of the people being run on the farm actually have courage, and the people directing it don't. That's where the divide and conquer comes in, one of their strategies, because if the people came together and said enough is enough, what would the owners, so to speak, do then?
Yeah, and it doesn't even take numbers. I'm an example of that. I haven't filed and paid taxes since I was 22. They know where I am, and I haven't. I've worked in the monetary system for many years before I even seceded from that, and I've avoided a lot of things being on record, but there's certainly years where I had.
I'm gonna put it to you like this. I'm not gonna elaborate, but you and I have a lot more in common than you think. But here's the thing. So we won't get Social Security, but you know what?
I don't need it.
But you pay into this. Let's say you start working when you're 20, right? And you stop working when you're 65. So you work for 45 years and you pay towards this Social Security. If you're lucky, you live to your 80, so you collect Social Security for 15 years. You paid into it for 45. You collected for a third of that, 15 years.
Yeah.
And what you paid in, you're only going to get a slight portion of that.
Right. It's not a very good math for you.
It's legal robbery. The right of taxation is
when they go the distance and use force, yes, but most of the time they don't have to. They just use the fear of force, and people just acquiesce, right?
Well, that's exactly how the Italian mafia works, right?
Yes.
How do they control? They will use violence, but it's the fear of that violence.
The fear of it, mostly, yes, and most of the time it's actually bark and no bite, mostly. Not always, because sometimes they got to make an example out of you for the other lemon class, right? To be afraid.
And if I could make this one more statement about the Italian mafia, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could, back in the day, you could give $1, and you pick a number from 0 to 999, and if the number you picked out came out that day, you would win $600, straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the government made that illegal for the mafia to do it, and then they started their own lottery. You could win $1 billion, but they're getting half.
And they don't even need it because they print it all anyways. But they do that because
But it's
they
not really
enjoy.
It's their money. It's not our money anyway. Really.
That's right, because it's their system, and they do that because they get off on being sadists. Capitalism is a sadist's wet dream. That's what it is. I want to get Wright's feedback as well, because I think you actually made it through all of this time, Wright's, and now that I want to hear if it sunk in a little bit more this time around. You're on mute. Hopefully you didn't nod off and leave us to ourselves already, but are you still with us? Oh, let me check and see if he private. Oh, he put a message for us. Going to sleep. Enjoy yourselves. When I wake up, I'll shut it down. When you're done, thanks. Good night. Okay, so he went off already. Okay, when you see this back, Wrights, thank you very much as always. Love that you give us this opportunity to have these discussions on your platform.
Yes, thank you very much for having me up on the panel, Wrights.
And look forward to continuing that specific discussion when you're recharged very soon. Okay, so back to what we were talking about for now. Where did we leave off? More feedback from you. Go ahead in the direction that you were saying.
Well, I'm one of the people that has courage. I don't like authority.
Yes. Authority.
I don't, I don't do well with authority, to be honest with you. I never have.
Yeah, well, there's a reason for that.
I've always been one to buck the system, so to speak.
I hope so.
Yeah, well.
And you almost, I can see some of the conditioning there when you're saying that, as if, do you have any guilt when it comes to that at all? Or feelings of maybe I shouldn't have done this or anything along those lines, like I'm not, maybe it's not in my rightful place to do that type of stuff?
No, I actually kind of feel pissed off, to be honest with you. On one hand, that this is what they are doing to all of us, and on the other hand, I kind of feel foolish for not having understood this until really basically now, till tonight. I mean, how could I not see this? I gotta tell you, like when like if I'm in Manhattan and I see it's 5 o'clock and I see all the people coming out of the office buildings, and most of them are heading down into the tunnels to get on the train. It's like the herd is going home now.
Right.
And then in the morning, and then the next day, 8:45 in the morning, they're getting off the train and they're going back to the farm to do the work.
That's it.
For the
Lemming
masters.
class performance. Yeah.
Right. And then the masters give them, Saturday and Sunday off. Right.
Mm-hmm.
But then the church says, well, you got to come in on Sunday and give us 10% of what you made.
Yeah.
It's a never-ending bullshit story, man.
It is 100% day in and day out distraction. All of it, top to bottom, no exception. By the way, just since you threw that out there, if praying worked, churches would never have to beg for money from their recipients to come in every.
Yeah, well, also, what do they say? It's God's will, right? So, well, if it's God's will, what's the point of praying? God's going to do what He wants to anyway.
Yeah, it's going to happen no matter. You have no say in it.
And on top of that, so God can hear our prayers. What are there? 300 different spoken languages on the planet. He can hear all those people praying at the same time in 300 different languages. Is that right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I believe that. All right, sure.
Yeah, it's the fallacy of religion. And okay, so that being on the table here, I reckon to put all these things that people are participating in under that same stereotype umbrella. I don't like labels, but just for the sake of this conversation, capitalism, patriotism, nationalism, socialism, communism, all of them across the board, religion. Falling under the more above religion of cultism, which is why the first 4 letters of culture is cult. And above cult is elitism, and that's the stage that's set here. The only reason why you would pursue this type of agenda from an ownership perspective is because you have a very big insecurity of some sort, whether it being your own mortality aspect. And so what the ruling class always tends to do, and you'll see they'll more often align with an atheist view, which is also a religion in its own right. And to mitigate the fear of being mortal, they start to do all these things and to try and mitigate the reality of the situation in a superficial way, and it never boasts well for anybody.
Well, when you're talking about religion, right? So religion is a superstition. Okay?
Correct.
And what is a superstition? A superstition is something that people believe that cannot be proven.
Right. It's a belief.
Right. But that cannot be proven. There are many superstitions. There was the classic superstitions. If you break a mirror, you're going to have bad luck for 7 years. And, I don't believe that. Or if you walk under a ladder, you're going to have bad luck for 7 years.
Right.
Who are the people that believe those types of things? They're religious. Because they believe in and
people are very easily swayed by subjective programming.
And look how ridiculous. Excuse me. Look how ridiculous religion is. Look at Christmas. So this guy, Saint Nicholas, right? He lives in the North Pole, and he flies around with reindeer, and he brings presents to the kids. What about the Easter bunny? So there's this giant bunny that walks. What?
That hops around and hides these eggs that are chocolate based for all of us to find.
But yeah. So
and the tooth fairy. Oh.
So but according to the Bible, right? So that Christmas is supposed to be Jesus Christ's birthday, right? And then Easter, I don't know where Saint Nicholas comes into that. And then Easter is supposed to be the day he was resurrected. I'm sorry. Where does the giant bunny come in? It's like so fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then where do the eggs come in? What does a fucking bunny have to do with the Easter egg hunt?
Right.
It's like
And
a
what
fucking.
about
It's like bizarre. It's like insanity.
pumpkins on Hallows Eve and stuff? Actually, if you trace it back before the Christian religion, you'll see the correlations to the more fundamental religion, which those are offsprings from paganism.
Right, and then it goes back to
shooting.
like the flag, right? And I remember going to school, and we would pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
Right.
States. Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Right.
Excuse
Put
my
your hand
language.
on your heart and all
Yeah,
these
yeah.
ritualistic shit.
And
And
then
say the
you have
mantra every day like it's a chant and program
right,
yourself.
and then you have July 4th. You have to celebrate. Not have to, but you celebrate the independence of America. There is no fucking independence.
Yeah, that's a hypocrisy from the get-go. And there's no such thing as a sovereign nation, just like there's no such thing as a sovereign citizen. The instigation of a nation is the instigation of dependency and the
It's all
instigation of slavery. It's a plantation.
it's all fucking smoke and mirrors. The whole fucking thing.
Exactly. Top to bottom. Meant to do nothing more than distract from the fact that it's smoke and mirrors so they can keep the facade going and keep the rulership game and ownership game under the wrap.
Right, and like the Trump supporters in particular fall under this or fit this category. The people who buy into, they fear others that are different from them. The immigrants will take over. They'll take your job. Meanwhile, it's like there's one cookie, right? And the rulers, the few rich at the top say, well, we're the rich, so we get 99% of the cookie.
Right.
And the rest, that one crumb that's left over, gets divided among you, the people. But watch out, because the immigrant's going to try to steal your piece of the crumb.
Right.
Meanwhile,
And the only thing you
they
really
stole the whole cookie.
right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. And the only thing you can really do with that one crumb that's left over is vote for your owner, or for the illusion of an owner, and even that was just to make you think you even had that much of a say in things, because that was all a facade too.
Right. Well, the way I see it is, the politicians are there for us to vote, right? To make us feel like we have a choice. We don't. There is no fucking choice.
And even if you did have a choice, even if that was legitimate, the only choice you're having there is to choose who your ruler is.
And then you look at the political parties, right? We're a two-party system. Both parties, throughout their history of each party, has failed us repeatedly over and over and over and over again. So
that's because their job is not to serve you. Their job is to serve the corporate master. So from the corporate perspective of their actual function, they've succeeded and done very, very well.
Look how fucking stupid like Trump supporters are, right? Trump sold them the tax cut for corporate America and the rich. He said, we've got to cut the corporate tax so that they'll bring the manufacturing back to America, and we'll have those good union jobs. Right? Bullshit. Didn't happen. None of them came back. They got their fucking tax cuts, and they still have trillions of dollars parked overseas.
As if a job is something that's to be held as sacred. Job was invented by slave owners.
Well, see, that's the thing is that, being that I work for myself, I mean, I'm still under
it's not so much a job now. Yes, but it's
a little bit of a choice, a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little bit more self-reliant. It's not
independent.
Yes, within the corporate parameters, of course. But yes,
right. Because
that's what they don't want to teach that in school. When did they ever teach you about that? Right?
Who am I making the money from? Who am I being paid for? I'm being paid for by actually members of the upper echelon of the fucking system. You know what I'm saying?
All of the money comes from their system, of course. So when you're working within those parameters, then you're ultimately still, no matter where you are in capacity, a bitch to that system. And that's what I've done. I've seated myself from the dependency of the system. Not that I don't use it still to some degree. I do, minimalistically. And I'm not excusing myself also from being part of the corruption for doing so. I certainly am. Denial is no excuse to reality, you know. But there's different motives for me to do so than would be typically seen by people who are attached to dependent, and that's another thing. What also makes it different for me is that all that, if it goes to the wayside tomorrow, if it wasn't here, if all of a sudden you woke up tomorrow and $1 million was worth what a penny was worth yesterday, and there's only 6 loaves of bread on the grocery shelf, or none, or they're all closed, or whatever. My day is no different yesterday than it will be today.
It's almost like I feel like, maybe this is not a good analogy, but it's almost like I feel as if I'm a dog, and I'll explain. So why do most people have a dog? Well, there are different reasons, but many people have a dog for protection in their home, to be alerted if there's an intruder coming into the house.
Yes.
So the dog, in essence, is a fucking slave.
In that sense, for sure.
It has a little freedom. It can walk around in the house, and if you have a backyard,
free
it go out in the
range.
back. Right,
Free reign, right?
Right.
Yes, that's why it's important to understand that. Limited room, just because somebody else placed the threshold around.
It's all an illusion.
Yes. There is no borders. There is no authority. It's all in the mind. It's
Right,
all
so
in the brainwashing.
You can pay for your passport, and you can fly out of the country.
Right.
But the country that you're going to, you can't work there, or you can only work there for a few months if you fill the paperwork out and get the visas and this, that, and the other thing, right?
Right. And they can still say you got to go back anytime you want, just because they can make up a reason, or and why is there a limitation at all for the amount of time?
Well, let's look at, like, during the pandemic, right? America was one of the countries that was on the was red flagged, I believe it was. So many countries wouldn't allow their citizens to fly here, and then we weren't allowed to fly to many other countries. We were controlled
under the illusion of safety. But they never stopped all the animals in nature from functioning, all the insects, all the molecules in the air. Because really, that's what you would have to do if that whole pandemic was real and none of us saw it.
The problem is, though, it's like I feel like I should kind of spread the word, but people will look at you like you're out of your fucking mind, the average person. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We're all slaves. Well, we are.
There's only one sensible way to go with it. And I feel you, because the compassionate side wants to do that always.
Let's fuck them. Just worry about me and fuck them.
Worry about you. Fix you first. Make yourself whole first. Always. Because you're the ultimate person who's responsible for you, nobody else. It's number one, also leading by example. Going to have much more of an overreach than anything else. You'll know that just by being a leader in your field, I'm sure, of health. But teach the willing, ignore the fucking ignorant, and cooperate with the willing, and enjoy the benefits of that.
One of the advantages I have over many people is that I left home when I was 16 years old. I've been taking care of myself since I'm 16. And, I should use that to empower myself. And I am right now, in this day and age, it's common for young people to live at home till they're 25 or 30 years old, not because they're weak, but because it's so hard to afford to go out and get yourself an apartment and take care of yourself.
That's right. I mean, that's
so many of the young people are basically staying at home, and they're waiting for their parents to die so they can inherit the fucking house.
Right. That's the last hope. Capitalism equals slavery, because capitalism equals privilege. Money equals privilege.
Right,
And
but what we're told about capitalism is it's a
as freedom.
system, right? It's a system that
Right.
allows you the opportunity, if you work
Yes.
hard, to
If you
have
work
whatever
hard.
you want.
Right. And now you may not have been responsible for those seeds of corruption to have been planted in your brain, especially at such a fragile state, young state in life. But we are certainly responsible, especially as adults, if we're going to allow that brainwashing to continue to be what dictates what we can and cannot.
And look at like this whole thing, like my definition of the word woke when you use it politically is a person or a group of people who are aware of the social injustices, and many of those people try to fight back against that. Now, when you look at Trump supporters, the woke are people who say you can't do this, that, and the other thing, and they're the people who say that the children in schools are being taught they're being taught empathy. They're being taught, and that's wrong. They're being taught to be gay. I said, no, they're not. They're being taught to accept transvestites. No. Actually, they not being taught to accept transvestites, but to think that that's good, that's normal. What they're being taught is to accept people for who they are, right? Like as if that's a bad thing. As if that's a bad thing. Because if they're more accepting of other people that are different than them, whether it's colors, sexual orientation, whatever it is, that's not good for the owners. That will help create unity.
Right.
That won't help create the division that they thrive on to keep us from uniting as one, understanding what's going on, and even attempting to fight back.
Right.
Or attempting to get out of the system.
Yeah, or even having the thought of never mind the courage, mustering it up. What they're really being, to be semantically accurate, which is something I always try, is they're being trained, not taught, trained to be the number one thing that is required. Obedience. The number one thing that is required for slavery. Obedience, without question. And not only without question, but to be self-enforcing of said obedience under the guise of morality.
And then, like, the Marine Corps, right? There's what did they tell us? Discipline is the instant willing obedience to orders, respect for authority, and self-reliance too. They throw that in at the end, that and self-reliance. It's at the very end, and it doesn't really mean shit.
Right. How can you be
Discipline is the
self-reliant
instant
and respect somebody else dictating to you what
the,
you're going to do?
The instant willing obedience to orders.
Reliant on your commitment to the other, every the thing that precedent the self-reliance in that narrative.
And like, go back to Trump supporters again. I don't, like, you'll go to a Trump, and I've never been, but I've seen like people like they troll them. They go to like a Trump supporter rally, and they'll say, "Isn't it horrible how these gay people are waving their flags around? They should be waving the American flag around." Meanwhile, the Trump supporter that they're supporting has a fucking Trump flag flapping in the back of his fucking head, hitting them. You know what I'm saying? It's like, whoa, man.
It's all statism. And if you look at it, you'll see the same rhetoric, not just on both wings, but also year after year, cycle after cycle, generation after generation.
Guru, the reality is that most people are fucking stupid.
That
they
is
really
the reality.
are.
They're not educated. They are schooled. Those are the opposites.
Well, they're trained.
Go to school.
They're trained. Right.
Yes. Or literally school. You go to school to be schooled, not educated. You get schooled.
And it's quite apparent and obvious that the schooling or the training that they give us is just enough to turn the wheels or the cogs of the fucking machine.
It's
Their
exactly
machine.
what it is. To be a product
Right.
of machine and a good obedient worker slave.
Right. And it's like the Amish would be an extreme of this, right? How do the Amish keep control? Well, not keep control, but how do they keep their communities growing? One of the ways is by restricting the level of education. They only allow their kids to be educated to an 8th grade level. Well, how does that benefit the community? Well, if you only have an 8th grade level education, it's going to be a lot harder to leave the Amish community and go out in the big world and make it because you only have a freaking 8th grade education. So the government, what do? The rulers, they say, well, let's give them a limited education, and that way,
they don't give you any education.
Right,
they only give you indoctrination.
It'll be a lot easier to pull the wool over their eyes too.
Yeah, if you start from young and train you and throw you into the lion's den, and show you that hypocrisy yields the results. So, for example, getting back to the superstition stuff that we talked about earlier, where's your first clue that everybody's psychologically corrupt and fucked up? The first thing we say is train our children to not lie. Be honest. But then the very next breath, every year there's this mass conspiracy everybody's participating in. Santa Claus, lying to your children to the tits about it.
Yeah, but
and then the next thing is don't talk to strangers. Make sure you don't do that. But then we're going to send our children to the state at 5 fucking years old. Maybe daycare even before that, if it's state-owned daycare as well, to become schooled by a mass amount of strangers day in and day out after just psychologically mind-fucking them saying don't talk to strangers. I mean, that did me in, you know.
Well, listen. Think about this. So when I was a kid, right, you had kindergarten. There was no pre-K or pre-K like they have today. They're training. They're starting the training earlier today than they used to, right? I don't know if there was pre-K when you were a kid, but there wasn't when I was a kid.
There was a little bit. There was daycare and preschool, but it was more just play. It wasn't like what it is now. I see what you're saying right now. Right now, it's definitely more indoctrination before.
And I gotta make light of this too. You know, when I lived up on the farm, I was in the 6th and 7th grade. I did up there, right? Mm-hmm. And I noticed in the 6th grade, I got A's in every subject, even though the priority was the farm. When I came off the bus after school, the first thing I did was put my barn clothes on and go to the barn, not my homework. What I'm getting at is that when I left the farm and came back to the city and started the 8th grade, I was woefully behind. The curriculum that they were teaching me up there was not on the level that they teach in the city. I had to play catch up, which doesn't have anything to do with the rulers or the owners, but it's something that I noticed. And it goes. It's like the Amish community. It's not as extreme, but up in the mountains there, they want to keep the community. They want to have it grow, so that the economy for the human beings, the farm animals that are being controlled, have a slightly slightly more choices. The economy is a little bit better. If the children grow up and leave the community, the economy there will suffer, and the people will become depressed, right? And you look at America, right? They got a freaking pill for everything. Depressed, take this. You don't have energy, take that. You can't sleep, take this. You're having trouble concentrating, take this pill. They got a freaking pill for everything. I don't take pills. I don't take it. Seriously, like I broke my foot a number of years ago. So the doctor's like, well, here, let me write your prescription for pain pills. I said, put your prescription book away. I don't want your pain pills. Oh, well, you're going to be in pain. I'll deal with it. I don't know. You know, listen, I didn't need to see the video you showed me, although I appreciate you did, to know that I don't want to be a part of the system. I know I technically still am. And I didn't need to see that to decide whether or not I'm going off grid. That decision was made a long time ago, years ago.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But it only deepens my resolve because there's no winning out here.
Right. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, there's no winning. This is there's nothing beneficial about this. This is
That's what it's all about, just knowing the truth, seeing it for what it is.
Yeah,
and then because without the seeing of that, it's more difficult to discern what the healthier and righteous